Good morning everyone. Information has been considered as a great weapon and analytics is the force that creates it. Analytics is an encompassing and multi-dimensional field that uses mathematics, statistics, predictive modeling and machine learning techniques to find meaningful patterns and knowledge in recorded data. The banking industry has become smarter in managing the numerous challenges it faces with the help of analytics. While basic reporting and descriptive analytics continue to be a must-have for banks, advanced predictive and prescriptive analytics are generating powerful insights for the industry. Use of analytics across the banking spectrum would bring a number of efficiencies in the industry. Banks may drive growth and increase their agility by focusing on analytics. Disruption is not new in banking. After all, today's banks look very different from even 20 years ago. But the scale of disruption and the pace of change are unprecedented. In less than 10 years, the industry will be looking completely different. The winners will be those that can rapidly convert customer insight and powerful customer insights into new experiences that are personal, friction-free and add real value to daily life. In order to stay competitive, banks in India are taking the data analytics to lure customers, retain them, find opportunities to upsell and cross-sell, keep track of credit histories of customers and minimize their own losses. Owing to this, NIBM, being an apex institution of banking and finance, presents NIBM Colloquium, a flick through analytics in sponsorship with Union Bank of India, an experience to the world of finance and analytics. I, Gitika Mamtani, on behalf of the FEST committee, would like to extend my welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Rajeev Uberoi, General Counsel and Group Head, Legal and Compliance, Dr. K L Dhingra, Director NIBM, Mr. Shivaram K R, CEO and co-founder Curl Analytics, Dr. Manickaraj, Dean Associate NIBM, our prestigious faculty, invitees from various institutions, NIBM students and all the administrative members. So let us start this elite event by offering our prayers to Ma Saraswati and conduct a traditional lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Ma Saraswati, the goddess of speech, wisdom and knowledge. So I now call upon Aparna Lakshmi for Saraswati Vandana. I request Dr. Rajeev Uberoi, Dr. K L Dhingra and Dr. Manickaraj and all the esteemed dignitaries to come up on stage for lamp lighting.
अम्बविमलमदिरे अम्बविमलमदिरे साहसशील हृदय में भर दे जीवन त्याग तपोवन कर दे साहसशील हृदय में भर दे जीवन त्याग तपोवन कर दे संयम सत्य स्नेह का वर दे स्वाभिमान भर दे हे हंसवाहिनी ज्ञानदायिनी अम्बविमलमदिरे अम्बविमलमदिरे लवकुश ध्रुव प्रहलाद बने हम मानवता का त्रास हरे हम सीता सावित्री दुर्गा माँ फिर घर घर भर दे हे हंसवाहिनी ज्ञानदायिनी अम्बविमलमदिरे अम्बविमलमदिरे
Thank you, Aparna, for such a holy opening to the event. I request Dr. K L Dhingra, Director NIBM, to present a bouquet to our chief guest, Dr. Rajeev Uberoi, as a token of welcome. Thank you, sir. Dr. K L Dhingra has assumed office as Director of National Institute of Bank Management, Pune since May 1, 2017. He has over 37 years of experience in banking, finance and management, out of which he has worked for more than 23 years in the position of Executive Director and above. He has worked with organizations like ITI Limited, Scope, HUDCO. He has been also associated as a financial expert nominated by the Government of India and ERSO Trust Fund of Union Habitat. He has provided leadership to create cutting-edge, achievement-oriented, high-performance culture in organizations led. He constantly demonstrated successful design and implementation of strategic planning to achieve turnaround and superior operational excellence of PSUs headed. He possesses profound expertise in public sector administration, reconstruction of financially stressed PSEs, infrastructure development, project management, risk management, banking and finance. So I request Dr. K L Dhingra to come up for presidential address.
Dr. Rajeev Uberoi, Dr. Manickaraj, Associate Dean of Education, my faculty colleagues, Mr. Shivaram, students from the other institutions and students of NIBM, very good morning to you all. It's a great pleasure to welcome this morning Dr. Rajeev Uberoi on this occasion. Dr. Rajeev Uberoi has been having a very vast experience of working with the Reserve Bank of India, the regulator for the banking sector. He has also worked with the ANZ Grindlays, which was a very powerful foreign bank a few years back. He has worked with Standard Chartered Bank, City Bank, and now he's working with IDFC Bank. IDFC was set up basically as an institution for financing infrastructure by the Government of India many years back, in which the Government of India decided that will not give it the shape of a public sector, and they pumped in the money by way of the bonds instead of equity, so that it doesn't get the status of a public sector institution and it's in a position to work as a private institution. It has done remarkably well, and it has now been converted into a bank. This is the bank which RBI permitted along with the Bandhan Bank about 2 years back, Rajeev? 3 years. Rajeev, we are friends also. It's not only that he has got a lot of experience in the Reserve Bank of India and the foreign banks, and now with IDFC Bank, he has been associated with many public sector, not public sector, many boards including Jindal, and he has been associated with the educational institutions like MDI, Jindal Law School, and Shanghai Management School also. I thank Dr. Rajeev Uberoi on behalf of all of you, on behalf of my faculty colleagues, and on my own behalf to be with us on this Saturday, which is a holiday for the banks. He has traveled all the way from Mumbai, started at 5 o'clock, and is with you. Let's give a very big hand. Let me also compliment the students of NIBM in organizing this Colloquium, which has got a few firsts, and I am very delighted that my faculty colleagues and the students of our PGDM, they have worked hard to create certain firsts. The first which comes to my mind is that they have invited the students from the other institutions or the colleges also in Pune. Not only the students have taken a lead in inviting the students, they have also pushed that we should give the participation certificates also to them. And second, first, they have graded it that it's sponsored by one of the leading public sector banks, Union Bank of India. And third is that they themselves have contacted the faculty and convinced the speakers to come and participate in this program. The students of NIBM also need to be lauded for many other initiatives also which they have taken. The list is quite long. But the one which I remember is that they are in the process of, or they have created an entrepreneurship cell, and they are also going to launch, the students are going to launch an NIBM newsletter also. I understand that newsletter, which was originally supposed to be launched on 15th of August, is now going to be launched on 24th of September. I am sure our students will keep this 24th September as 24th September and will come out with the student newsletter. And I have been a part of entrepreneurship cell in IIT Bombay for many years. My son was studying in IIT Bombay from 2000 to 2004. He has been the manager of entrepreneurship cell, and he has been the overall coordinator also of an entrepreneurship cell in IIT Bombay for 3 years. And holding the position of the overall coordinator for 3 years was a big task, but the way he was running around and the way he was organizing the events, I'm sure I am going to soon witness that in NIBM also. As far as this event is concerned, this event is very relevant. I think most of the public and private sector banks are basically taking advantage of the analytics in banking and the artificial intelligence and the business intelligence also. I have seen the major commercial banks, whether it's the State Bank of India, ICICI Bank, or HDFC Bank, taking full advantage of this. I was reminded of my days when we joined the bank in 81, about 37 years back. We used to struggle for balancing the books for days together. Friday used to be a day when we'll sit and pick up the balances from big ledgers and try to balance. Even a 1 paisa difference or 2 paisa difference will take 2-3 days of us to see that we are in a position to balance the books. Anyhow, I think things have changed for better, and things will definitely change for better. As far as the Indian economy is concerned, we are growing at a very fast pace. India has now become the fastest growing economy in the world. Though IMF has lowered our growth to 7.3% now because of the increasing crude prices and the tight monetary policy, but still we happen to be the fastest growing economy. I was looking at the newspaper, industrial output has increased to the highest level in the last 5 months' time. Not only we are growing at the fastest pace, we have also overtaken now France, and we are considered to be the 6th largest economy in the world. And there are indications that soon we may overtake UK and we may become the 5th largest economy. In addition to the economic growth, there are a few other things also which are happening. There is an index called World Ease of Doing Business, which comes from the World Bank. India has registered 30 notches jump. This is the first time when we have reached 100th place in that index. Last year our place was 130th. And this increase of 30 notches has come because of the reforms which the present government has undertaken. In addition to that, we have also seen a rating upgrade after a gap of 13 years. And we have now been upgraded by Moody's Investor Service. Though Standard & Poor's is yet to upgrade, but the rating upgrade by one of the world's largest rating agency is an indication that our economy is on the right path. A strong economy of the country requires a very strong banking system, banking and financial system. Our banking system now has got some problems. The problems are that we are having a lot of problem of stress assets. The NPAs of the banking sector as on 30th June 2018, they have crossed 10,25,000 crore and they constitute 11% of the total advances. And 90% of these stressed assets come from the public sector banks. Not only we are having the problem of stressed assets, we have now 11 banks out of 21 public sector banks which are prompt corrective action of Reserve Bank of India. And they need to be brought out of this prompt corrective action as early as possible. In addition to that, there is a huge requirement of the capital. The government has already decided to pump in 2,11,000 crore by way of additional capital in the public sector banks, but the indications are that this capital also is not going to be adequate to bail the public sector bank out of the present crisis. In addition to that, we are witnessing a lot of competition and we are witnessing frauds also. So this calls for these type of soul-searching attempts the way you are endeavoring now. And this also propels the demand of the students of PGDM of NIBM. I feel very happy when I go to any bank or financial institution, when I see the students of NIBM holding very senior positions in the area of risk management and treasury management and being applauded by the senior management. Whenever I meet the MD or the general managers, wherever the students of NIBM are, they are being appreciated for the remarkable contribution to that particular bank. And believe me, it gives a lot of pride to a person who is heading the institution, NIBM, National Institute of Bank Management. Now, the day-long celebration, the day-long discussions here, I'm sure are going to be very brainstorming, and they are going to enrich your knowledge, and they are also going to enrich the knowledge of the faculty members also in NIBM. This is not the students of NIBM organizing this type of soul-searching event. I have seen the faculty of NIBM also is likely to organize an international conference where they are going to invite the participants from India or from overseas also to discuss the way forward of the present crisis in the banking industry. With this, I wish this event a grand success, and I'm sure you will keep on organizing these type of events in the days to come also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are fortunate to have a dynamic purpose-driven leader with years of progressive experience who leverages legal skills and business acumen to drive business growth, minimize risk, and assure compliance. An astute analyst, strategic thinker, and creative problem solver. An articulate and persuasive personality with a track record for brokering powerful alliances and cultivating productive relationships with government agencies, lawmakers, industry players, and many more. Dr. Rajeev Uberoi as our chief guest. He is currently General Counsel and Head, Legal and Audit, Central Legal, Audit and Controls at IDFC Bank. He is also CEO at IDFC Non-Operative Financial Holding Company. He joined IDFC as General Counsel and Group Head, Legal and Compliance in 2009. He plays a key advisory role for IDFC projects, IDFC Capital Limited and IDFC's Asset Management Company, and in structuring joint ventures between IDFC and various renowned corporates globally. Having worked in the banking and finance space for more than 3 decades, Dr. Uberoi commands a unique position in legal fraternity and is looked upon by many institutional heads for his ability to effectively strategize and formulate business legal decisions which have led to consummation of some path-breaking transactions in the domestic and international markets. He has the ability to seamlessly advise on complex matters including cross-border regulatory regimes and enforcement practices, local jurisdiction issues, tax implications, capital market regulations, corporate structuring, civil and criminal litigation, property matters, mergers and acquisitions, both domestic and cross-borders, including acquisition of Gram Vidyut Microfinance Limited and the recent demerger of IDFC Limited and IDFC Bank Limited, and many other incidental issues of legal and regulatory nature. Dr. Uberoi has been instrumental in setting up governance structure at IDFC that adheres to ethical standards, best practices, and compliance of relevant laws to protect the interests of the shareholders. Dr. Uberoi is a profound writer and has a lot of publications to his credit. He is also a member of various committees and has been active on the speaker circuit. He also visits many renowned institutions as guest faculty. He is a recipient of many accolades and awards, and his contribution to the legal fraternity has been recognized in the industry. Dr. Uberoi is a lawyer and a Canadian Commonwealth Scholar with a Master's from McMaster University and a PhD in Economics. He completed his LLB, MA in Economics and PhD in Philosophy from Bhopal University. He also possesses a postgraduate diploma in Business Administration from the Management Development Institute, Gurgaon, and diploma in Banking and Planning from Italian Institute of Development, Naples. We are really fortunate to have you, sir. So I now call upon Dr. Rajeev Uberoi for inaugural address of NIBM Colloquium, A Flick Through Analytics.
Hearing all that which a person did on a stage makes you a little sheepish. Did I really do it? But things have happened in the last 30 years and one has taken that route. To begin with, thank you very much, Dr. Dhingra, Dr. Manickaraj, for giving me this opportunity to come and speak to the budding and the future of this country. Thanks to the faculty and to all of you to be present here and look at something or hear about something which is not new to me, but is very exciting. And this morning when I was sitting with one of your speakers, Mr. Shiv Kumar, I learned a lot. And maybe that is one of my few strengths in life, that even that 15 minutes sitting with him, I wanted to learn something and get something. I was hugely challenged that what is expected from me for the students and on a subject which I am quite intrigued about but certainly it is something which has a huge potential in future. Then I thought, going and talking to all of these young people, it may not be worthwhile only talk about analytics because there are people better than me who can talk about it. So let me take this opportunity to open myself on a couple of issues which I think are of importance. It's quite likely that all of you know about it partly, but let me give my two penny bit and try to do something which I'm being asked to do here. I have tried to make my presentation, or hardly a presentation, because I'm one person who doesn't like it. But what helps is, in a presentation is, that you are able to structure your discussion, what you want to convey. And if you can be efficient in what you are doing, I think you have arrived somewhere, nowhere else. So I've tried to, presentation is for me, not for them, but still, maybe, I wanted to, well, I will forget what to talk about. Okay, so I thought if I can get this opportunity to talk to these young people, let me talk to them of something which I love doing about, love talking about, and maybe it will be of some help to all of you. So I thought, let me divide this half an hour which I have with you into three broad parts. And the last one, the analytics, will be the one which will be the most important. But whatever I tell you about analytics will be further strengthened by the speakers who come after me. So I'm putting the onus on other speakers on giving you more insight about analytics, and maybe I can give you some idea about where you are, how we are, and what we are doing. There also I was, overwritten by Dr. Dhingra. The kind of oversight he gave about the Indian economy, I thought what I wanted to speak, he has taken the credit of that. But then that he's an expert in it. So I was just trying to put a particular thought around you, that the global economy and trend, which is a very important thing. And I don't want to tell you that the global economy, where it is and why it is, because it's very important that all of you know that where we stand and how we stand, because till you don't know the past, it is very difficult to charter the future. Some of you, most of you I believe are engineers. That's what one of your CVs I looked at. But some of you are also economists. So bear with me hearing this from an economist and not an engineer, and that will be always a regret in my life. And I have to confess, all my three children are engineers, but I am not. No one wanted to be an economist, which means that the economists have outlived their utility, but still they want to stand and speak. So if you look at it, globally, how the world has grown is that you had a primary economy, you had a secondary economy, and you had a tertiary economy. I won't spend time on primary economy because all of you know agriculture and mining was what it is, and the world did the same thing. And when it came to the secondary, it was manufacturing. And finally, all of us live in an era where it is the services which make the world move. When I was doing my college and my economics, we were very much convinced that every economy should have at least 30 to 35% manufacturing. And that's why you must have seen in India, thanks to the socialistic pattern which we had, that we were looking at great heights. And those heights were the industries which were created in 50s. Agriculture was fine, we were 30-40%. And we wanted to increase the industry, and services was fine. But today when I look back, all my education and my thought process and the philosophy on which I was grown up has been put to the winds. Today with more than 55% of Indian economy in service sector, and we're trying still to make in India kind of a concept to increase the industry, and the agriculture obviously is shrinking where it has to be. But then it is fit for purpose. We don't need 60% or 50% agriculture with mechanization. Output is increasing, and India is no longer deficient in food grains. The second part is that even the agriculture industry is growing, and it is necessary but not that important as we thought when we looked at the economic development. Now comes the services. Now, in the services also, I think in the last 20 years, the percentage of services in the Indian economy has increased almost by 10 to 15%, which is huge. Which is huge. But if you look at it, see at our time, services were banking, insurance, and few more, things fine. But I think in the 80s and 90s, with the technology coming at the forefront, the world has changed dramatically. And right time, right place. India was at the right time and right place, and we got the benefit of IT revolution. And we have taken advantage of it. But I think over a period of time, any advantage which you have can become a millstone if you do not upgrade your skills. And we are at the threshold that we as an economy need to find what we want to do differently to ensure that the global competitive advantage which we have in the IT sector, how that can be built. There are people who are thinking about it, but it's not the people who think, but it's the people who do. And we have people like Shivaram, and there are so many entrepreneurs who are ensuring that we are able to go to the next and the next level of the value chain. Initially, we were just having BPOs and some telephone answering machines and on some data analytics. Today we have gone up the chain, all that has gone to countries who can speak English. But the future of services sector also can be divided into two parts. In the financial sector especially, you have the services sector which are huge, banking, insurance and other fund management and other things. But there is another very interesting part which is developing, which is called the knowledge. And knowledge management or knowledge services is something which is a very much higher value chain. The remunerations you get for knowledge management is much higher than the remunerations you get in the financial sector. And then it becomes, in the financial sector, there is knowledge management or knowledge services. I can't get into the details, but let me explain to you. As per a Harvard study, knowledge services are broadly four in category. One, education. I think good teachers are something which are in dearth. I'm sorry to say, but there is a huge potential for the students. The second part comes into the area of consultancy. I don't know how many of you are aspiring to become consultants. Believe me, the highest salary you can get as a consultant going to a BCG or a KPMG or a... The third, which is equally important in knowledge management, where I get an advantage, is the legal fraternity. Law is also knowledge management. It's not a primary thing. When I'm saying law, it's a different international law, corporate law, mergers and acquisitions. So all this has to go into the knowledge management. And last but not the least is the knowledge management, which is the higher subset of services. So within the banking sector, within the insurance sector, within the FMCG sector, the higher level of service management, the service industry is going to be analytics and artificial intelligence, and that's what we are having. Or maybe I don't look very coherent taking this whole around it, but when you see over a period of time, by evening you will realize that the knowledge management is the sunrise industry of the future. And within knowledge management, I think artificial intelligence has a huge potential along with the analytics which we are doing. Now there are two different spectrums, we'll talk about it later. Point which I was trying to make is that you all are at the appropriate time and appropriate pace to take advantage of the world growth, development and change. Now, I don't want to get into the Indian economy part, because ultimately you can say, Mr. Uberoi, you told us about the globe. Globe looks good. And India, the globe looks very good from moon, because you don't know what's actually there. But coming closer home, I think India, I was reading a book, which was on the book was something to the effect that history of economic growth. This is a very old writer, Eric Roll, and he had given the history of economic growth, how the countries evolving. So one of the very interesting, concept which I read there was that it is once in hundreds of years, an economy gets the opportunity to go into the next level of growth in a very short period of time. And he had enumerated the history that it was only 2000 years ago. It was the Romans who had the opportunity to get their economy to a higher level, which was on account of innovation which they did, on account of conquests which they did, on account of wealth they got from other countries. It was after that, it was as early as the 18th century, when after the Industrial Revolution, you had country like Germany partly, but it was the UK, they went to the next level of growth and development. And in a very short period of time of 50, 60 years, they were able to go. Closer home, closer to our life, it was only in the late 19th century and early 20th century, it was US because of its huge resources and people dependent on Europe's dependence on your resources, that it was able to come up to a stage where it went to the next level. There's an economist, we called it he's a Nobel Prize winner, his name was W. Rostow. And he had created this theory. And this theory said that just like an aeroplane, you have to have a certain critical minimum speed and an angle of the wings to take off. So every economy gets that opportunity to take off, provided it is able to achieve the minimum speed and the technology and the ability to. He was doing some studies on India also. He says 1952 India tried to take off after the Korean War, but it had an abortive failure. Similarly, later on also in the 70s, 80s that had happened. But it was after 1991 when we started opening up the economy and realizing that we have the potential to do it, we have reached there. And today, I can tell you with huge amount of confidence that all of you are so lucky to be at the right time, at the right place, with the right opportunity to achieve your dreams. And India is providing you for that. You don't have to go to US like many people of my generation did. So in that backdrop, in that respect, I will try to link it with what Dr. Dhingra mentioned, that India is at a situation where we have been on the fastest growing economy for almost like 5-6 years, ever since China decided to slow down. But apart from that, for almost a decade and a half, we have been clocking about 7-8% growth rate, maybe 6% growth rate. And some of you who are statisticians and mathematicians, you can understand the impact of cumulativeness of that 15 years. Even if you take 6 years, by 15 years, you would have doubled. Today, I remember in the early 90s or late 90s, we were made such a big go about that we have reached a 1 billion economy. And Mr. Dhingra just mentioned that we are the third largest or fifth largest economy as per the GDP, and we are the third largest as per the PPP. You know what PPP is? So, which means a lot. Ultimately, to a human being, what depends on how he can buy, or not what happens in US. Also, in addition to that, we are doubling our GDP at a very fast pace. I don't want to get into the menaces which are there, whether the equal distribution there or not. That's not our job at this point in time. Our objective is that the country's economy has grown in such a big speed, and we have been able to create an economy which is impacting globally. I think we have done a great amount of work, and personally, this is something which all of you should be feeling proud about, and all of you should be taking this as a huge opportunity to go ahead in life. Always look towards the sky. Always have big ambitions. Always try your best, and there is nothing which can stop you in achieving what you have to do. So that was the second part of it. Now let me come to the analytics. And I think Shivaram will excuse me for my ignorance, but I need to certainly share with you a small clippet which I found while I was trying to write something for you. And I thought it would be worthwhile to set the context, because all of you are engineers perfectly fine. all of you are doing an MBA, great. But to understand a subject which is, I wouldn't say it's evolving, but the awareness of it's coming up, I thought it's best to go to the basics. I still go to my 101 of economics when I have to understand a particular concept of GDP growth or the economic growth. Similarly, I thought if this is an excellent opportunity to hear, and please bear with me for 5 minutes, I'm forcing this on you. If you get value out of it, I'll be happy.
Hi, welcome to Introduction to Analytics. In this class, we are first going to talk about what is analytics. There was a street hawker who used to come to my street to sell fruits every day. He used to come at around 10 in the morning, and this was the time that suited me, and I became a regular customer of his. I used to buy fruits every other day from him. Then one day he stopped showing up on my street. I of course forgot all about the fruit seller till recently when I met him on another street close to my house. I stopped and said hello to him. I asked him why he had stopped coming to my street. He replied, people in your street are not good customers. They haggle a lot. And there are 2 other fruit carts that come to your street. So there is a lot more competition. Whereas here, there is less competition and people haggle less. I can charge a better price. When I asked him how he found this new street, he pointed to the 2 big SUVs parked near where we were standing. And he said, I figured if the cars are bigger, people here will have more money. I was really surprised by what this guy had said. The fruit seller, who is actually a high school dropout, is using sophisticated marketing analytic techniques like customer profiling, demographic segmentation, and competitor analysis to make strategic decisions for his business. He has analyzed the behavior of his customers as well as his competitors, identified an underserved niche, and established himself as a value provider in the niche. Just shows you that analytics is being used by a lot more people than you think. Most of us are using analytics in some form or the other to make not only business decisions, but personal decisions in life as well. So analytics is actually all around us. But when we talk specifically about using analytics in business, analytics often comes with scale. So while this is a commendable achievement on the fruit seller's part, the fact that this is even possible is only because of the size of the business. The fruit seller has one store, which is his cart. He has one market, which is the locality he moves around in, and one product, that is fruits. This limited scale means that he is able to participate in each transaction, observe the behavior of his customers, and even his competitors due to the limited expanse of the market. He is able to pick up the nuances of his customers. For example, he may find that some of his customers often ask for the smaller variety of bananas, or that one of his customers is crazy about kiwis. Now he can look at these things and he can make decisions for his business. For example, even though kiwis are not part of his regular assortment, he can start carrying them even if he finds one customer who is willing to buy them. Since he personally interacts with all his customers, he can pick up what they want easily. He can make suitable changes to his assortment as well. Now imagine another retailer, a much larger retailer, someone like Walmart. Walmart has close to 9,000 stores. Their stores carry 10,000 to 100,000 SKUs on an average. And they do over 1 million transactions every hour. It's a little harder for Walmart to have the same intimate knowledge about its customers as that street hawker. Yet, this knowledge is crucial for Walmart's success. When Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, started the first store, he had a pretty good premise. He realized that he could drive his revenue by underpricing his competition. He had gained this knowledge by working in another store for some time. Based on his observations, based on his experience during that time, he decided to set his business model on aggressive pricing. His intuition served him well, and of course his strategy was a success. But it was a localized strategy based on one person's personal experiences in one particular market, dealing with a small set of customers in one geography. It is not possible for Walmart to use this strategy now. If they want to understand even small things about their customers, they have to analyze huge amounts of data. As an example, even to find out a small thing like what is the average size of a transaction in Walmart, one will have to go through 10 million transactions, and that is just one day's data. If you want to calculate the average over, say, the past year, you are looking at 4 billion transactions. Okay? And this is a very simple analysis. Walmart is simply trying to find out all the people that come to my store, what is the average size of their transaction? How much is one person spending on an average in my store? Is it $5? Is it $50? It's a fairly simple analysis. But even to do that, Walmart, if they want to base their average on 1 year's data, they have to analyze over 4 billion transactions. Compare that with the capacity of Microsoft Excel. Excel is one of the most popular tools in the world. It is one tool that almost everyone uses regardless of whether they are an analyst or not. Excel in its latest version, the 2010 version, is capable of handling 1 million rows of data. Walmart needs to analyze 4 billion transactions or 4,000 million rows of data. So you can see where the problem comes in. And this is for a simple analysis. If Walmart wants to see if there is any relationship between the items it sells. Now this is a fairly common analytic technique, especially popular in retail, where a retailer is interested in finding relationships between products. For example, if a person buys milk, they are likely to buy eggs or bread as well. Because usually when you buy milk, you may be looking at products like eggs and bread as well. So if you have 5 products or 10 products, it's fairly easy to do that. But if we have 10,000 products like a typical Walmart store, then just looking at all the possible pair combinations between these 10,000 products, we will have to analyze 50 million product pairs. Okay? Let's look at the scale again. 1 million transactions every hour, 9,000 stores spread across the world, and 10,000 to 100,000 SKUs per store. The amount of data that is being generated by Walmart nowadays is just enormous. No human mind is capable of dealing with so much data. And they are not the only ones. All businesses nowadays, even small and medium-sized ones, generate huge amounts of information on data. We need sophisticated tools and statistical algorithms to make sense of this data. Look at some other examples. From the same domain, from retail, Tesco. Tesco is another retailer known for its customer analytics work. They have over 35 million club card customers, okay, which means they have 35 million people who have subscribed to their loyalty card, and every time they make a transaction at Tesco, all their information is captured in the loyalty database. This means that Tesco is collecting data on 35 million people shopping in their stores. They delivered over 1 billion items in the last year, and this is just home delivery. The total number of transactions will be much larger. Moving from retail, if we come to telecom, Airtel, one of the largest telecom companies in the world, has a subscriber base of 261 million subscribers. They handle over 8 billion calls every day. So again, if you put yourself in Airtel's shoes, for even a simple analysis where you want to find out what is the average duration of a call made on your network, you have to look at over 8 billion calls, and that's just one day's data. If we are looking at a year's worth of data, we are talking about trillions of calls. Imagine how much data that is. Imagine how much time it would take to go through that data and analyze that data in any conventional form. And not just telecom, even in e-retailing. Amazon, one of the largest e-retailers in the world, can handle over 10 million transactions a day on their business. Flipkart, which is a much newer and younger Indian counterpart, is also handling over 10,000 transactions a day. Visa, which is one of the largest credit card issuers in the world, handles around 100 million transactions a day, with transactions worth over $1 trillion in a year. FICO, which is another financial services company, has a fraud detection program that protects over 2 billion accounts. All of these are examples of businesses that are large and generate enormous amounts of data. And data is everywhere. Google is processing 1 million gigabytes of data every hour. Facebook, people are sharing 30 billion pieces of content every month. Jain has 2.3 trillion rows of data. And Google's databases have over 300 billion entries. So imagine the amount of data that is there. When we are confronted with this vast amount of data, we can no longer rely on our mind to assimilate all the information and generate insights from it. The human mind is not designed to deal with so much information. This is where analytics comes in. Analytics allows us to use sophisticated statistical algorithms, intelligent computing power to explore, analyze, and understand the data. To generate insights from it and to discover hidden patterns that once we understand, we'll be able to make better decisions and run the business better. Analytics can help banks, it can help retailers, telecom companies, healthcare companies, even sports. And this is what analytics is essentially. It is the use of sophisticated statistical algorithms to explore, analyze, and understand the data, generate insights from it, discover hidden patterns, and take advantage of these hidden patterns to make better decisions.
So, I think this was more of to put the thing in perspective and set the trend for today's discussion. But what I want to talk to you all about is that in the financial sector, especially where you are all being trained to go into, there's a huge opportunity for data analytics. And I'm not talking of the Googles of the world that's too large for my mind or country to manage, but within the country, there is a huge demand for data being analyzed and used to productive ways of getting more value or benefit of business. Now, in the financial sector, if you look at it, and I will share with you one or two experiences, we have, all of you know that we have acquired a small company called Capital First, which is an NBFC. So when we went to NBFC Capital First, and they were lending better than us, actually. So we said, how do you manage to lend better than us? So they have developed an algo in which the data is fed and the data churning is done and decided whether we can give loan to him or not. I have a team of credit analysts sitting there asking for everything from his PAN card to income tax return and everything, but always miss something, and about 3% of my loans go bad. Capital First is less than 1% NPA. Similarly, in the banking system, that's on the onboarding front. When you take a customer on board, whether he's worth lending to or not. The second part comes is that when I have a customer, how do I look at the preferences of that customer? What does he want? What does he do? So now we are trying to develop some analytics, and these are not very sophisticated to give Mr. Shivaram some comfort. These are more in understanding the needs of the customer. Whether he wants a house, he wants a credit card, or he wants a personal loan, or he's using his remittances to a particular place. Maybe his son is studying somewhere, or daughter is studying somewhere, or old parents are there. So analytics are used to understand the customer behavior. And what's recently it has come is that there is one Bangalore-based company which has developed a model which is basically pulling in the data about the behavior of the account. And he gives some kind of an indicator that what is the probability of this account going south. Which means that a year and a half earlier, they will give an indication that this man is putting cash for servicing his interest 3 days before the loan. He is not putting the proceeds of his sales there, but brings money from somewhere and puts it there, either from uncle or aunt or everywhere else. So please be careful. His stocks are not adequate to support the loan he has taken. His sales compared to the last quarter have gone down. He may not be an NP. He is serving his loan. But these are the early warning signals. The point I was trying to make is for all of you who are coming out as MBAs in the financial sector, there is a huge, I was talking to the Shivaram and I asked him a few questions. One of the experiences I had about 15 years ago when I was working in a Standard Chartered Bank, and in the treasury we had some issues. I said, how do you do it? He says, no, there is an analytical tool available. I said, tool? I thought I was smart enough. I said, I want to know what the tool is. No, the tool is in Singapore. And data we send, and that tool decides what we should buy, what we should not buy. And I thought, this guy is giving a Frankie. I don't understand what he's trying to say. But now I realize, 10 years later, that there was some method to madness based on which you were able to take decisions. He was mentioning about the algos people use in the stock market. Dangerous thing, don't try. But the fact is, people who have used algos in the stock market have made a huge amount of money. And then I rightly told him, but 2002 many people lost money. No, that was only an exception because their parameters were wrong, which is right and which is wrong also. Then I think he came with a very wise thing, and this is what I have learned from him, picked it up, that you should use the technology and the tools and the analytics to give you the data. The final decision has to be taken by the human mind, which I think was a very wise thing to say. And going forward, I think the future of the Indian economy, the future of service industry, the future of knowledge economy, if I can take you step by step and bring it to you, you are also part of knowledge economy. You are at the level which is knowledge economy. You are going to take advantage of your knowledge, of management, or whatever area you have to develop. Is huge in India. And when it comes to the knowledge economy, to me, going forward, there are two very important areas which I put them as sunrise areas. One is artificial intelligence, and the other is analytics. Now, I didn't know, but my morning learning was that analytics has a different kind of skill sets required. So what Shivaram told me, the skill set required is you should be an engineer. I said, cut. Second, he said, you should have done some good statistical knowledge. I said, not bad. In my MA, I did one paper and I got good marks, but I can't claim to be a statistician. Again, cut. So by his parameters, I was going out of the window that I can't be a good analyst at all. But then I said, why it happened in there, and we had a problem in our own, Then he said, no, it is very important to understand the domain knowledge. I said, fuck, I have the domain knowledge. I can be an analyst. Even if I don't have the first two capabilities, I can always buy one. So point I'm trying to make is that all of you have the ability and the domain knowledge which you will garner as you go. Some of you are engineers who at least have the basis of mathematics and statistics, not difficult to learn. And last but not the least, also the commitment. And if there is a demand in the future, and actually I learned one more thing. The new title which you said, you said data analyst. No, some other word you used, fancy one. So machine learning, but basically what I was saying that there is a title for these people who are known to be analysts. For us, analysts are those soda glasses sitting behind the computer trying to do something. That's what I thought. But I think that analysts are a new breed which will evolve because they will be closer to the markets. If you are not close to the market, if you are not in the business of making money or facilitating making the money, then you are a back office boy. So if you have to, charter your career, if you have to understand what analytics potentials are and what skill sets you need to develop to get into that area, I think you are at the right time at the right place. But that doesn't mean that you have to become a data analyst of what Mr. Shivaram has been telling me about. What my point is that in your career, in your banking career or any job which you do, there will be a huge demand for people having the data analytical skill sets. So if you are working in treasury, you can use that if you develop this profile. If you are working in credit, you can use this profile. Even if you are working in a retail, data analytics can hugely help you in understanding the customer preferences and requirements. So how do we take this further? Now, this is something which is interesting, that data is everywhere. And only the last 2 years, there has been surge in data. And now people are realizing what to do with this data. So there's been increase in volume, variety, and velocity. And this is something which tells us that, Facebook number of likes, actually it's the data. Tweets, and I'm not on a tweet this thing, but most of you must be. Aadhaar, oh my God, you can't live without it. And the number of data bytes it creates every day is unbelievable. WhatsApp, I love it, but it's getting too much on my nerves. But that also creates a lot of. And these are the numbers which I think came in some other presentation also. Now, this is what I wanted to share with you. That how you can facilitate or enhance your skill sets to plug in the data analytics in your area. So the first is prescriptive analysis, which I think many of us have spoken, what the Walmart was doing, where enable smart decisions based on data. I can give you, even without any analytics, generally you take a decision based on some data. It could be data talking to 6 people. It could be data pertaining to reading the newspapers or getting information. So a person like that, fruit wala, everyone takes his decision based on some data. The only constraint is that maybe he doesn't have the ability to turn the data, or he doesn't have access to the data, or he gets the wrong data, which leads to wrong decision making. Then other is the predictive analysis. Now this is very important. This also, when I started saying that historical information is critical to have some assumption on what future is going to be. And the last one, which I think needs people with a little differently enhanced skill set, is the descriptive analytics. And we are talking of financial sector, services sector, insurance would be there, banking would be there, pension funds would be there, mutual fund is very data analytics. Stock markets are there. But more important is that the scope for data mining goes beyond that. In research, somewhere they had said even in sports there can be data mining. But I feel that the biggest data mining or activity is required in defense, where everything is so precision driven that till you don't have the data, you will not be sure. Let me share you a very interesting thing. In life, things fall back. About 5 years ago, I was visiting my family in the West Coast, and that is supposed to be hub. Everyone who talks of technology should be seen there and other things. So I met a guy, actually my cousin, and he was like you. He became an entrepreneur, and he started developing some data analytical tool with a person from Israel. So dinner time or some cocktails are sitting talking. I was not able to comprehend. Israeli आ गया है और मेरे cousin के साथ कुछ कर रहा है. Try to understand कि कुछ कर रहा होगा data का क्या कुछ भी हो सकता है. After about 3 years or 2 years, about 3 years back, his company was bought over by the US state. I said, US government को data की क्या जरूरत पड़ेगी? Then next time when I went, I said, करते क्या थे? He said that we had taken all the data on the American citizens and everyone coming in India, in USA. And we had made algos that is he a potential terrorist? And that was such a niche. I think Subha yaad nahi aayenge, because now I'm feeling I'm getting old. He told me 5 years ago that this is the data and the algo we created, and it was almost about 78% right, which is huge. So that was purchased because the US government didn't want this to go into Putin's hand. So they decided to buy themselves. So on that happy note, if there are any questions, I am ready to answer. I've already gone beyond my time, but maybe one gets a little carried away with you. So if you have any questions, you are most Chairman comment. If you have come back, next speech. No questions. Everyone is good.
are from the batch of NCIT and we are currently doing MBA in IT. So we have been learning predictive analytics and data analytics to a larger scale, and I appreciate that you have given a good great concern to big data analytics and AI to pertaining sectors. I want to ask a question. When we are using a data, it depends upon the person how they are using, and it depends upon his prescription and his analysis to way which they are using. Now, considering upon the recent breach of Facebook and Cambridge Analytica, do you actually think upon that we actually need some kind of rules over here to protect the sensitivity of the data pertaining to every personal individual, so that he or she might not be exploited by some vulnerabilities coming upon here?
Very good question, and I think I would use this opportunity to upgrade all of you or update you on certain developments. This is absolutely true that we as a country are generally following the leaders, and if you are looking at the rights, our enforcement of individual rights is a great document in the constitution and the rules, but its implementation is, we all know what it is. I'm talking of rights in general, being a lawyer. But when it comes to data privacy rights, the law is still very weak. And all these issues which came up with Cambridge Analytics was because our election process may have been compromised. Not that R has been compromised, even the US was compromised. We will talk about it, I don't know. So having said that, then the powers that be, or the, as we call it, the polity, or the legislature, they started taking act, and I think only about 3 weeks ago, they have come with a legislation in which individual privacy rights have to be protected. This was more vis-a-vis the Aadhaar card, but it has come. Now, if you ask me whether it is kosher, I don't know. Because we Indians are very smart and our mind works faster than the lawmakers. So before a law comes, we have the what you call it. There are 2 very strong words in this country. One, all of you know, which is called jugaad, which is now people know. The other thing which I have seen in the last 5-6 years, and that also comes from our hinterland or central UP, is was tod nikal denge. Anything you get, they will always find a tod of that. So now that is again coming from the fact that we don't have enforcement agencies or the thing. Our laws are best. I remember when I was working in Stanchart, we were doing some comparative law for women rights. So there was a law made in UK that if the chairman of Standard Chartered Bank UK find or there is some breach of law, even in Bangladesh, then the poor man sitting in London could go to jail. That was the UK law, which basically meant there was issues like that there should be creches, there should be separate clean bathrooms, and they should have special place. I'm talking of 2003 or so. So that was the law. And the poor chap sitting in London started jumping, and he sent a mail to everyone, please ensure this is done, this is done, this is done, this is done. In India, so under any staircase, usko bathroom declare kar diya. So that was the issue. So I was asked to see what our laws say and what the UK laws say. And believe you me, and I had used Amarchand Mangaldas. I said, this is a global thing. I will not do it myself. मुझे पता भी इतना नहीं है. So I called Amarchand Mangaldas and gave them 10 lakh rupees. Please compare the laws of UK and India. Believe you me, our laws were more stringent than the UK laws. But how much we implement, you and I. The point I am trying to make here is for you also, that our laws are there, but its enforcement by the enforcement agencies is questionable. And after it is enforced, the what you call as the dispensation of justice is worse. I'm not supposed to say anything more than that. I will be held for. So I think have I answered your question? Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So during your presentation, you were speaking about some countries getting an opportunity to transition from non-developed state to a developed state, and that being a very short time frame. Now, one of the factors that has been sort of detrimental, at least from India's perspective, has been the NPA. Now, your IDFC has been doing reasonably well with 3.3% NPA, which is comparatively low. As an economist, what are the factors you think that IDFC may have considered and other banks may have overlooked, at least from an analytical perspective?
So let me divide it into two parts, because the first part I'm very passionate about, and that is in the context of the fact that India is at the takeoff stage, opportunity, and the second part is you are the luckiest people to be here in this country at the right time in this institute for your success. The second part, NPA is a malaise which is very deep-seated. Like Mr. Dhingra mentioned, it could be 6 years ago you came there, but if I have to do a analysis, the analysis of that is that there are some basic flaws in the system. When I say basic flaws, it starts from the fact that our appraisal system could be weak. We didn't have the expertise. All of you, when you reach the market, in the sense employment market, you will come up with excellent credit appraisal systems so that we are able to do the best of the things. The second is our implementation. Monitoring is very weak. In the sense that once I have given the loan, then I don't care. Like we were developing a tool where we said that okay, if there is a stress in the account, we should know at least 3 to 6 months before that account goes bad and start pursuing it. The third, which I think is the answer which you are looking for, because I was giving you motherhood answers. The third, that the environment has changed drastically beyond the control of few people. And the fourth, I don't know, it is an Urdu word for it, थोड़ी फितरत ही खराब है हिंदुस्तान में. जो businessman, he takes his money first and then says, I will put it if the money is not coming back. So let me go fourth onward. So the fourth part, I don't have anything to say, but it will change over a period of time with all these laws. Now I'm trying to put things. Actual fact, what law is doing? This IBC and NCLT. You have heard of IBC? Now IBC has made the whole thing head, what do you call it? Upside down. Earlier the bankers were responsible to take the money. Now the responsibilities of the borrower and bankers have become more powerful, and I'm not sure if they will start misusing the power irrationally. The third, so this was the fourth point, which is the mindset, thinking and the nature of the animal, what it is. The third one is the situations arising of the conditions beyond the control of the entrepreneur. He does what he has to do of taking away the money and not paying. But if there is a cold block cancellation, what can a banker do? He was given a letter that the government of India is pleased to give him a loan, so and so based on that. You did your credit analysis and you got your IRR also coming, and return will also come, and everything will be fine. He will become millionaire, you will also become some. Telephone. Suddenly you say that we have given this spectrum, but I think there was some misgiving, spectrum cancelled. What will the banker do? What will the entrepreneur do? I'm sure there was something wrong somewhere, and I respect that. But see from the point of view of the entrepreneur who had given the money to take that spectrum and borrow from the market and put up that thing, and suddenly he says, chunchuna leke, you go back to Norway. And we lent the people. If you remember, there's a company by the name of Uninor. So that Uninor is uni, I don't want to name what it is. But other one is a sovereign company of Norway government. 56% equity owned by NORAD, Norwegian government. So as a banker, I thought I was God's own creation. I'm getting a sovereign guarantee of Norwegian government. Why should I give money? But I could never foresee that my things can go wrong here, and then that NPA I had to pay. So 4 factors. One, that most important, all of you are going to the market. Most important is that for all you know, that particular business proposition may be faulty. So that's a business risk he's taking, and he'll make more money, and I'm working in Standard Chartered will never make that kind of money. So that's my choice. So business decision could go wrong. People doing things which are not appropriate, and things beyond our control which happen, which is, I gave 3 examples. Or it could be a situation that there is a war and a bomb comes on your factory. What do you do? Or there is a fire. So these result in non-performing assets. But the point is that to contain this, whatever action had to be done, was it done or not is a question. Have I answered your question? Let this be the last question because I think I'll be pinching upon the time of others.
Yes, sir. That adequately. Yeah.
Okay. That's it. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening address. I request Dr. K L Dhingra, Director NIBM, to present a memento as a token of remembrance to Dr. Rajeev Uberoi. Thank you, sir. I now request Vaishnavi Rai to come up for vote of thanks for inauguration.
Good morning, sir. I would firstly like to take the opportunity to express my gratitude towards Dr. Rajeev Uberoi for taking out the time from his busy schedule to be a part of this event and to share his valuable knowledge and experience with the budding generation of professionals. So, your insights were truly enlightening. I would also like to thank Dr. K L Dhingra and Dr. M Manickaraj for their encouragement and for giving us the opportunity, enabling us to organize this event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. I request second year students to come up on stage singing choir for national anthem, and I request you all to rise up for national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, everyone. So with this, our inaugural session comes to an end. Banking is getting branchless, contemporary and digital at a very fast pace. As banks compete to gain competitive advantage, the need for managing big data and analytics becomes more relevant today. Our next session is based on the same, analytics and its relevance to banking industry. For this session, I request Mr. Shivaram K R to please come upon stage. We welcome you, sir. I request Alka ma'am to present a bouquet to our honorable speaker as a token of welcome. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. It gives me great pleasure to introduce you all to the CEO of Colloquium-A, Mr. Shivaram K R.
Mr. Shivaram K R is a postgraduate from IIT Delhi with 10 years of rich experience in various leading investment banks like Societe Generale, Bank of America, Edward Securities. Sir has also worked as algorithmic high-frequency trader and quantitative analyst. He has contributed to various government organizations by advising them in the area of new technological development. His career has been studded with numerous prestigious recognitions and awards. In December 2017, he was the second most viewed co-writer in the world. Sir has also built Raspberry Pi Arduino-based robots with computer vision capabilities. Over the years, Mr. Shivaram has developed great understanding and expertise in the field of machine learning, time series analysis, quantitative model building, Internet of Things, and robotics. He has also published multiple research articles on quantitative investment strategies. Currently, as a CEO at Curl Analytics, he is leading a group of data scientists to build solutions in the space of finance, life science, industrial Internet of Things, smart cities, and earth science. Mr. Shivaram K R is a highly motivated and competent team leader with strong vision to achieve successful outcomes. We welcome you, sir. And I request you to give your insights on trend and development in data analytics and its relevance to banking and industry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be here, and there are a lot of things people told about me today. I don't know whether I deserve all those things, but let me tell you why I am here. So, I as an entrepreneur, I feel it is my duty to tell all the technological advances what's going on today to younger generations so that they are prepared for the next wave of things which are coming. So, actually Dr. Rajeev was also talking about it. You are in the right place, right time. India is the right place. It's going to have huge growth because of various things. Like we have huge human capital and various other resources. We are English speaking, plus we are very good at technology and so on. And second thing is the time. This is a time where certain key technologies are changing the world. And these technologies are so powerful that it is called as the industrial revolution altogether. So today I'll be talking about the potential of all these technologies, mostly machine learning. Machine learning, AI, deep learning, you keep hearing these words. I'll try to explain what they are and how powerful they are today so that you understand how it's going to change the future. In next few years, what are the things which are going to come, and how your life and the entire industry is going to change. Okay. So before that, today's talk, I'll be talking a bit about what we do at Curl Analytics. Curl Analytics is a firm not very old. We are like 1.5 years old, and we started it for a reason. We wanted to show that high-end, top research-based work, product development kind of work can be done from India. I know there are a lot of other firms which are doing it, but we wanted to prove a point that these kind of things can be done here at scale. That is, we wanted to have a huge company here. So it is just the beginning. So I'll be talking more about Curl, what we do, and so on. And then I'll talk about the industrial revolution, which I was talking about, like the fourth industrial revolution. Then I'll move on to machine learning, deep learning, and how it is used in various domains. So Curl Analytics, we focus on 3 key technologies. One is machine learning, second is IoT, third is blockchain. Okay. How many of you have heard of blockchain? Okay, everyone, very good. So I keep going to engineering colleges as well, like once a week, to kind of give talks so that people get educated about all these technologies. And when I go to engineering colleges, there are like 1 or 2 hands here and there. Here it's very good, people know about blockchain. So machine learning is learning from data directly. Okay. So, and it's a very, very powerful technique. I'll be going in detail what it is. And we use this in various things. you must have heard about me. I am from financial background. Though I am from engineering, core engineering background, I moved into financial markets. And in financial markets, I was mostly into developing models to predict the market. So this is something which I really like. Predicting the future. See, if you can predict the future, you can do almost anything. That's the most powerful thing one can have. It's like a magic wand. You can predict future almost, you are invincible. But can we predict the future is the question. And it is, obviously it's very difficult. It's almost impossible. But can you get small glimpses of it? Okay, and using that, can you add value? So that's what has my journey has been. And as a quantitative analyst, I understood various aspects of data, how important data is, and using data, what are the things we can do. And one of the things which I realized is when I started working on different kinds of data, that is, let's say weather forecast or genomics and other things, I realized the most toughest data is the financial market data because it's based on human emotions, the fear and the greed which moves the market, which can't be modeled easily. See, even the weather, right? People say it's difficult to forecast weather. But if you see, weather is based on physics. Yes, there are a lot of random variables there. Sun rays falling, how much radiation is coming from sun can change, how the winds move. But what is more important is the internal dynamics of the earth can be modeled if you have a big enough supercomputer. But can you model human brain? It's very, very difficult. So that is the reason forecasting financial markets is such a difficult task. So at Curl Analytics, we work on algorithmic trading strategies. Developing of algorithmic strategies is a archaic thing. When I give the stocks in, we are a Bangalore-based company. When I give the stock in Bangalore, people don't know anything about it. But I'm pretty sure in Mumbai, Pune, people know a lot about it. And second thing is genomics. Genomics is analyzing human DNA and what are the things we can do with that. Third is vision solutions. Since I have a background in robotics and vision, I also wanted to do vision-based things. The key thing here is machine learning. Machine learning can be used in all these fields. There is like little or small difference in terms of technology, but there's a huge difference in terms of domain. One has to know the domain well. So the way you people can contribute is, since you guys know banking domain very well, you can learn certain skills. You need not be experts in that. Little bit of statistics, little bit of programming, and you can become great data scientists. Okay. So blockchain, I think all of you know what is blockchain, but just to complete the picture, blockchain is a technology which allows people to share data in a public way. Though it's a public database. You can keep the database outside, but you can be confident that nobody can change it or manipulate it. Because of the encryption used and because of the repeatability of the data, it is secure. And you can use this for various purposes. And IoT is, I think everyone knows, it is basically for generating data, like sensors and various other things which monitor. Probably we can have some IoT sensors here which can detect various things and tell you all the statistics, how many people are there, so what power should be given to the AC and so on. So this is just our journey, how we started and how we grew. We hire people, we train them. So who are our clients? We advise Government of India, we work with Government of Singapore. There are certain other things which are not here. So we work with big partners. We have Fortune 500 clients. For the Government of Karnataka, we are advising how to forecast rainfall. Just think about it. Same models which are used for forecasting markets can be used for forecasting rainfall. And it's a challenging thing, and if we do it successfully, a lot of people are going to get benefit out of it, especially farmers. Okay? So quickly, what we do in financial markets, we develop algorithmic trading strategies, we also develop execution strategies, and market simulations. What do I mean by market simulations? what if you can simulate the market itself? Okay, like how do you simulate a market? You have autonomous bots which send buy and sell signals, and you simulate an exchange, and here the trade is done. And based on the number of trades and how the things move, you analyze what kind of agents lead to what kind of movements in the market. You try to understand the markets better. It's a simulation-based study. Right? In vision solution, we are doing a lot of things. One of the key things is SARA, which is our data extraction tool. From a document which is scanned, we extract data, relevant data. This is in a very high demand today, not just in banking field, but in trade finance field. It's very big in medical field and so on. So extracting data from a document is not an easy task. If the document is of fixed format, then it is known, like you know where the fields are, where the name of the person is, or where the name of the shipper is in trade finance, or in banking domain, if you are onboarding a new customer, you know where the various entries are. But what if the document type changes, right? And how do you recognize various things automatically? That's very critical. We are into traffic analysis. We did for Bangalore, we analyze traffic. We work with the Bangalore Traffic Police. We are into face recognition, counterfeit detection, drone analytics. We are working with the AP government to analyze roads and to figure out if the roads are proper or not, and what is the money required to remake the roads. We are into robotics. We are into a lot of things, IoT sensors and so on. So in blockchain, we are into advisory role. We are advising Government of India as to how to develop the blockchain things. One of the other co-founders of our firm is expert in blockchain. He's one of the famous guys in India. And we are also developing certain technologies, especially in trade finance. So coming to the main part of the lecture today, fourth industrial revolution. So what is industrial revolution? So what happened was in 18th and 19th century, when people started inventing new things, especially when they started inventing steam machines and so on, it drastically changed the way people lived their life. Okay, because with steam machines, you could produce hundreds and thousands of nails. Let's say you're a person who makes nails. How do you make a nail if you don't have a machine? You have to take a wire, cut it into pieces, sharpen the edge, put a head, and kind of seal it, bind it. It will probably take half a day to make one nail. Okay. Now the cost of the nail will be very high because there's one guy who's spending half a day to do it. But with steam engines, you could make thousands of them. But there was one issue, because the energy there which was produced, you could not transmit it over long distances. Then came electric revolution, where you could generate power in one place, like probably near the thermal plant or hydroelectric plant, and then transfer the energy to the cities where you have all the industries. So that brought a bigger change in the way people live. People started moving into cities and so on. Then came digital revolution, which is quite recent. Computers, telecommunication, it changed the way we live our life, the way we communicate, way we work, way we analyze things and so on. And now we are in intelligence revolution. We are trying to put intelligence everywhere. It may be a chip. We call smart houses, smart cars, smart watch. Everywhere you include the word smart. Then this intelligence revolution is not just because of one technology. Obviously, machine learning is one of the technologies, but there are other technologies like big data, IoT, robotics, 3D printing, nanotechnology, and various other technologies which are kind of helping this technology, helping this industrial revolution, fourth industrial revolution. And after this, nobody knows what's going to happen. So here is a video I want to play, just to tell you the kind of automation which is going on in the industry. Okay, so like many of the people who are from economics background can understand, if this continues, what is going to happen, right? Is it playing? Okay, I think it's playing now. Okay, so what is going on here? this is basically Amazon's big warehouse where they store huge amount of materials, and when you order online that you want something, they have these robots which go and pick that for you and go to the person who collects it, and there's a person who's standing there. These robots go take these things to him or her, and she takes it and puts it in a basket and makes her job super easy. Why do you need something like this? You need it because the warehouse is like millions of square feet big. You practically need a vehicle to go around and pick things. And you should also remember where they are, which is almost impossible to do, right? So instead, what if you have robots which can bring it to you? Now, one of the things you can see here is it is eliminating the need for having people to work in these warehouses. Okay, first of all, Amazon is trying to remove the retail vendors and so on, and here you have full automation where the lady there, she's picking the right things, and the next thing which is needed is queued there. There's an algorithm which is running, which knows what is the next thing needed, and it's sending the right things. Okay, so these are the kind of things people are doing today. And this video is not a recent video, it's like, I think 1.5 years old video. And I show this video just to tell you, if you see the warehouse there, the number of people are very, very less. So if your job is to just pick some item and put it in a basket, your job will be very risky. Like, you should know that. And this is not just in US. We had a request in India who wanted this. Okay, so people here also want to do it. Everyone wants to save cost. So there are various technologies which are used here. One of the technologies is called deep learning. It's an extension of machine learning which is used for recognizing objects and so on. So I'll be talking about that. And obviously robotics, IoT, and various other things are used. Now coming to machine learning, right? You must have heard this term, machine learning, right? Data science, machine learning, AI. So what are they? So, in simple terms, they are all part of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is making something which is like an inanimate object smart. What is the inanimate object? Something which doesn't have life. If it acts in an intelligent way, then it's called artificial intelligence. So, the way you can approach artificial intelligence is by two main rules, right? One is you put human intelligence into the machine by writing all the rules. You say, if this happens, do that. If that happens, do this. It's a rule-based system which you are creating. So that also comes under artificial intelligence. And the second way you can do this, which is very interesting and very powerful, is machine learning. In machine learning, what you're trying to do is learn from the data directly. So what do you mean by learn from the data directly? It seems like, what is this? See, just imagine this room, and your aim is to forecast the temperature of the room in next 5 minutes what it's going to be. Okay, and based on that you want to give power to your AC, more power or less power. So what are the factors required for this? Obviously you need to know number of people who are sitting there, how much area is open to the sunlight so that sunlight can heat up the room, right? And various things like this, what is the current power to the AC given, and etc. etc. If you have to create a physics-based equation and solve it, it becomes almost impossible because there are so many factors and you don't know what are the factors and all those things. But what if you can teach the algorithm or a machine saying, if given this condition, this is going to happen, given something else is going to happen, and give all this data and allow the algorithm to learn the way humans learn. When I say humans learn, human baby learns, and predict the temperature very accurately. If that was possible, it would have been super easy to do things. We could have converted every problem into a data science problem, where we give data to the machine and ask it to learn, and it would have learned. The good thing is it has already happened, and that's machine learning. Okay. Today, there are certain algorithms. You can give data to them and ask them to learn, and they learn from the data. They learn the behavior automatically. To just give you an example, a helicopter has huge number of sensors and huge number of controls you need to do. It's very difficult to control a helicopter. Humans, after some training, they can control it. But if you write an algorithm, math algorithm saying, oh, you use Newton's law, whatever, and write an algorithm, it's very, very difficult to control a helicopter. But you take the data and ask the machine to learn on its own and use that, it can also fly, like the way humans fly. Okay? That is what is machine learning. Okay? So, then there is deep learning. It is more complex. It's kind of machine learning itself. You learn from the data. But there, you don't even tell, these are the factors you need to learn. You will not tell, oh, you need to figure out the number of people in the room. It will only figure out what is required and learns automatically. Okay, so it's even more complex. When we come there, I will tell you. And it's very, very powerful. And here, right, if you know the concepts and if you know a little bit of stats as to how to use these models, you can build amazing models and data science based results which you can use in your business. So I always tell this, machine learning is like a huge radio with a lot of knobs in it. Okay, just think of machine learning as a radio with knobs in it. And your aim is to tune the knobs, right? When you're tuning your radio for a particular channel, you just turn them left, right, and you get the right sound, right? Similarly, in machine learning, you give the data and ask the right results. Until you get the right results, you keep tuning it. Okay, and keep doing it for various amount, like different examples. After some time, what you get is a perfectly tuned radio where you can throw any data at it, you can give correct results. Okay. So, why can't we write a computer program for doing all these things? We can sit and let's say there can be 10 experts sitting and thinking, oh, if this happens, we should do this, let's write a program, and so on. People tried to do it. In 1980s, people tried to write huge programs to solve problems, and just to understand certain English language text, it took 6 million lines of code. And even then, it was not working properly. So you can't even do with normal ways. You have, for certain problems, you have to go through machine learning way. A simple thing like a bottle here, bottle of water. For us, it's a bottle of water. We immediately understand, right? That is because of our prior training and the computation power of our brain, right? Which is massive. And when you show this to a computer, it sees only numbers. It doesn't understand what's the bottle, what is the cap, what is the color. So if you just say this is a bottle and show the next bottle there, you say no, it's not a bottle because the cover is slightly different, right? So it is dumb. Computers are dumb. We actually make them smart by programming them. But there are better ways to program. So since I was talking about human brain, I'll just tell you, human brain is very, very amazing machine. If you consider it as a machine, it's not a machine. So human brain has a capacity of 1 hexaflop of computation power. 1 hexaflop is 1 into 10 power 18, which is huge number. 1 followed by 18 zeros. So many computations we can do in a second, right? But the best supercomputer today, which is in US, which was released a few months back, 1 month back I think, is 100 petaflop, which is 10 times smaller than a single human brain. And that is in a huge complex where there are a huge number of servers, huge amount of energy being spent to do 1/10 of the job what human brain does. So that is the reason for us it is easy to analyze things, because we have huge computation power here, right? So each one of us. Now what are the things you can do with machine learning? What are the kind of problems you can solve? You can solve problems which are called classification problems. What are classification problems? You need to tell if something is orange or apple, let's say, 2 things, or probably 3 things, orange, apple, banana. Given an image, you need to tell, oh, this image has apple. Given one more image, you have to tell this image has banana, whatever. In your banking terms, you can say, given this scenario, this guy is going to, he's going to default very soon. Okay. And given other scenario, he's not going to default. He's a solid guy. you create a data set like this and train the algorithm so that it learns who is going to default and who is not going to default. Okay. So that is what is called classification. The regression problem is to get a particular number. Let's say you are trying to predict GDP of India based on various factors. You want a number, not a class. Class is basically yes or no kind of thing, right? Regression is basically getting a single number which is predicting a particular value. Okay, that is a regression kind of problem. Clustering is a problem where you don't even give the right answers to the machine and ask it to figure out by itself what are the right answers. Like for example, you can pose a question to the algorithm saying, group similar things together. Okay, what is similar? Yes, you will tell what is similar. Like let's say if colors are similar, then group things which are similar color kind of thing. So it automatically groups all those things which are similar in nature into groups, different groups. So where can we use such a thing? Like even in banking, right? Let's say you want to group customers based on, you want to rank the customers based on their credit rating or something. So you can automatically group them based on a metric, and it will group all of them, and you can use that for giving the right interest rates and so on. Then you have problems like transcription. Transcription is transcription is converting from one format to another format. Let's say you have a OCR problem. OCR is like let's say you have a number plate, okay, and number plate is an image. When you take the photo, it's an image, and you have to convert the image into a number. And number is a string. In the computer, it's basically a set of characters, right? So you're converting from one format to another format. So it's basically transcription. And it can be image to text, it can be audio to text, it can be image to audio, image to text also. Like there are different kinds of algorithms today. What they do is they take an image and they tell what is there in the image. Let's say there's a hill and a guy is running in front of a mountain range. It will tell, oh, a person is running in front of a mountain range. It describes the image. These are transcription problems. And translation problems are converting from one format to another format, like within the same structure, like language translation, from English to Hindi or Hindi to Kannada or whatever. Then you have problems like synthesis and sampling. That is, these are the problems which are becoming very, very powerful today. You want to synthesize data similar to what you had already used. You need more data. So what do? You can synthesize new data. Okay. So this can be used for various things. To build a single autonomous car today, you will require around 13 billion hours of video footage, okay, of actual car being driven. So we are part of NVIDIA Inception program, so we come to know all these things. 13 billion hours of video footage, how do you get it? It's very difficult to get so much video footage of cars driving around various roads and so on. So what you do is you create a virtual environment, a game kind of thing, and you make the car drive in that game, and you collect that video footage and say the real footage would be similar to this. So train on this first, and then I will give you the real footage. So the algorithm would have learned most of the things, and when you give the real video footage, it will learn much more, and by the time it comes out, it can drive automatically. Okay. Then there is denoising, removing noise from the data, and then finally reinforcement learning, which is one of the powerful techniques today. So I'll be talking in detail about it. So let's go forward. So I kept mentioning something called as deep learning. Deep learning is a kind of machine learning. Obviously, you're learning from data, but what you're trying to do is build a model which is similar to human brain. I told human brain is quite complex, right? It has so much computation power. There, in human brain, we have multiple layers of neurons, nerves, right? Neurons. Multiple layers of neurons which are doing all these complicated things. So we are trying to mimic them here by adding multiple layers of math models, simple math models, and trying to create a complicated one from simple things. And here, because it's it has multiple layers. It's called deep. The depth is high, deep. And deep learning models are what are changing everything today. So when I was doing machine learning, I was doing it when I was doing masters in 2005, 2006. What happened was my professor there was using machine learning to control robots and various other things. Before that, people were using physics equations, and he was using machine learning. So when I switched into it, there were certain problems which we could solve using machine learning, and certain other problems which we couldn't even touch. Like for example, telling that this is a bottle was almost impossible earlier. Like earlier, when I say earlier, 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you couldn't tell there's a bottle using computers. Today we can. Not just that, we can do much, much more. So that is all because of deep learning. So there are some people who published papers in 2007, 2009 and so on. And then a lot of researchers worked on it. And now we figured out a way to train the computers to do various things which was almost impossible 5 years back. That is the reason you are seeing autonomous cars today and not 5 years back. Okay? That is one of the reasons. And second reason is computation power. Our computers are becoming more and more powerful and cheaper and cheaper. Okay. Okay. How many of you have heard of Andrew NG? Okay. So this is a guy who made some videos. He's a professor he was a professor in Stanford. Right now he has his own company. Who made some videos on machine learning, which became viral. Today you can go to Coursera and go through that course, and you will learn so many things about machine learning, right? So he tells deep learning is like a rocket and data is the fuel and so on. So deep learning has this capacity to keep learning. So just take an analogy. Always, right? Don't go by the jargon. Just look at the analogy. If there is a small kid, and since its capacity is limited, you can teach it finite things. Like you can teach it like 10 things in a day, let's say. But let's say there is a person who has more number of neurons in his brain, which is like a well-developed brain. He can learn more. Similarly, deep learning models, since they are complex, they can keep learning more and more. And today, one of the good things is we have huge amount of data. And these models need a huge amount of data, and we have huge amount of data. So Dr. Rajeev was also mentioning how much data we have. How much data is coming out of Facebook, how much data is coming out of YouTube, Twitter, all those things, right? And many of this data is tagged. When people put things on Facebook, they also mention, oh, this is my dog, it's so cute and so on. So that data is there. So that word is there, you can pick it up from there and say, oh, dog is there. Now we will learn that when this image comes, you should say dog. So it learns. Okay. So huge amount of data is being generated, and hence it is helping our cause of developing these complex models. So I'll not go too deep into this. Basically, for image recognition, we have state-of-the-art models called convolutional neural networks. I told they are complex, they are layers of neurons next to each other, which can recognize objects. The first few layers they do simple stuff, like they understand edges, corners. Because when you see an image, let's say in front of your eyes, you have an image, there are various edges, corners, and so on. So we are automatically recognizing it and disregarding it because it's not important for us. So here what happens is these neural networks, the first few layers understand these edges and corners and so on. Next few layers understand even more complex things, and next few layers probably get catch face and so on. Okay, so the architecture are also complex. There are multiple layers, one after the other. So VGG was in 2014 or something. ResNet is 2016. See, number of layers you see, there are 50 layers. Okay, and DenseNet is I think 150 layers or something. So the people are increasing the number of layers and asking it to do more and more complex jobs, and it is doing it. Okay, it's not just images. You can do it for audio and text as well. how many of you have seen this video of Google, Google Assistant making a call? Have you seen? Okay. So Turing test, what was Turing test? Turing test is like in 1940s there was this great guy who was father of our new computers. He gave an architecture which made the founding father, he is considered founding father of modern computers. And he said a computer has to pass this to be considered as smart or human-like. The test was simple, like there are two boxes and there are two people staying in two rooms and they are covered and they are texting something, messaging something, and the person here or a robot here messages them back. They have to figure out whether it's a robot or a human, right? So if you can fool a human that the other side is a machine or a human, he can't kind of classify it, or he can't say whether it's a human or a robot, then basically the robot is as good as a human. And they showed that in Google Assistant talk, it talked as if it was a human. And not only that, if you have observed carefully, it had like when I am talking, I say and all those things, it had those things as well. And it had breathing sound as well, which was strange because how did they do that? They did that because they collected all these human responses which had breathing sound, and the algorithm thought it's needed to make it probably real. So it included that. So it had breathing sound as well, right? So these are the kind of algorithms which need memory, and we are developing such models which have memory as well. See, many of the things, like for example, when I am talking, right, I know what I was talking earlier and there's a continuation. For that I need to remember what happened before. So for that I need memory. So you need memory to make certain intelligent decisions, and for such kind of task you also have computers which have intelligence, which have memory, the models which have memory, which can remember important things so that they can recollect it back, like the way humans do. Then you have reinforcement learning based models, which I was talking slightly like a few minutes ago. So these are the things which, when used properly, these can do miraculous things. So I don't know how many of you here play computer games. Oh, there are a few people. Okay, so when you are playing computer games, one of the tasks there is to have a good opposition to you, right? Someone who can play better than you, the computer opponent which plays against you, right? So to develop that, if you don't have right kind of algorithms, because humans are very smart, so we come out with unique techniques to fool the machine. So how do they come out with better algorithms? So this is one of the techniques which is used, reinforcement learning, and this is used in developing autonomous cars as well. If a car has to go from here to there without having accident and within a specified time, you create a game around it, like a scenario kind of thing, and ask the algorithm to learn. So it goes through all the different paths in different ways and learns these paths are not proper, these ways are not proper, these ways are proper, and it learns that automatically. You don't have to do anything, just give the data and it will take care. Now you have huge amount of data, you don't have to do anything, all you have to do is data plus model is equal to whatever you want to do. Okay. So complicated models which led to Google defeated world's best Go player. Go is a very difficult game, it's more complex than chess. And they defeated world's best Go player using one of these models. Okay, so I'll just show you one more video. So it is more of how can you use all these things with AR and VR. Okay, augmented reality and virtual reality. Right. Augmented reality is you are seeing the normal things, plus there are additional items which you can interact with or you can learn from. So let's say there is a person who wants to replace a valve and he doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't even know the basics. You can have basically a tutorial kind of thing. He can point at it and it will tell you how to open it, what should be inserted, what should be the next item going into it, and so on. So it basically teaches a non-trained person to act like a trained person. Okay? And the examples are so easy. If you were to read this from a manual, you would have probably confused, right? Like where do I put this? Should I rotate left or right? Like what is clockwise? I don't know what is clockwise. Like you have to see from the top or what? So these things can make the job very, very easy. Right? So there are different kinds of models. I'll not go too much into this. This is to fool humans. If you want to fool humans, you can build models which can fool humans as well. Actually, you can fool machines as well using this. Okay, it's quite powerful. And since it's not relevant, so I'll just skip this. So I'll just show you this video. This I feel is kind of, when I saw this, I was surprised for like 10 minutes. I couldn't think what is happening. So I put this in my slide deck. So earlier they had this model which took image and told what is there in the image. Okay. And which itself is amazing because imagine it is understanding the context, okay, and it's understanding what is happening in the image and it's describing. The machine is able to understand. Now they wanted to do reverse. That is, they will tell a text like a bird sitting on a branch. And now the image is generated by the algorithm. It's not Google search where you're saying search an image with bird sitting on a branch. No, it is not that. Here it is imagining a scenario where a bird is sitting on a branch and creating it and showing it to you. So I thought imagination at least is unique for humans, but it seems like that is also not unique. You can use algorithms to generate that as well. So initially, obviously, they didn't have good results. It was giving random stuff. After they built more and more complicated models, they found that you can use algorithms to imagine things. Okay, so this is where we are progressing. The rate of progress is quite fast, and because the computation power and data. I think it's connecting. Okay, it's at least here. I don't know whether it is. Okay, so basically, if you can see the bird there, it is quite vivid and it is generated. It looks real, but it is generated. Okay. I don't know. Okay. So, okay, start coming here. So there are various things like this which are changing the world so fast, and if we don't know all these things and the significance of them, how they are going to impact our society, economy, our labor force and various other things, we will be like, we are behind other countries. India is behind other countries in technology and adoption rate and various other things. Okay, in this video, you can delete off a person. Like, you can just say, I want to delete this person from the photo, and the algorithm automatically kills the rest, which is pretty cool because let's say you took a photo with someone else behind, you can just remove them. Okay, so, but it can be used for all the bad purposes as well. Like you can create fake images and do various kind of things. So it has good side as well as bad side. Okay. Okay, so deep learning has huge accuracies and it has huge potential to change the way we work and take some of our jobs as well. So we need to be very careful as to what areas we need to focus on, especially things which involve more smarter things, not simpler things, which will stay longer. The jobs will stay longer. Okay, and this is one of the applications we are building. We are extracting data from various documents using various machine learning, AI, computer vision techniques. It can be used in various domains. And the architecture is something like this, quite complex. It has various steps involved. So this is how, I wanted to show you this because this is how we do things. It's not a single step, it's not a single model. Multiple models, we build simple models. They kind of aggregate to give better intelligence. Okay. So with this, I would like to end my talk and I'm open for, do we have time for questions? Yeah, I can take some questions. Okay. See, classification is the nature of a problem which you can solve, right? It can be solved using either machine learning or deep learning. Deep learning is a technique. Machine learning is a technique. Okay. So problem is, let's say you want to put a nail to that wall, right? That's a problem. You need to solve it. Now you can use a bigger hammer or a smaller hammer to do it. Okay. Smaller hammer is machine learning. Bigger hammer is deep learning. Okay. So basically, one is a problem. This classification is a problem. Machine learning or deep learning is a technique used to solve that problem. Okay.
So does it really depend on the complexity of the problem?
Exactly. So see, anything and everything can be solved with a complex model, but that doesn't mean you should choose the complex model, because complex models have their own problems. The problems is things which are complex can break down in multiple ways, and it needs huge amount of data to learn. And what if you have only 100 data samples or 1000 data samples? Then you would use machine learning.
And one more I know. You talk about regression as well. So we are also taught regression in our syllabus as well. So what kind of regression are we talking about here? Is it a logistic or?
So once again, right? Regression is a kind of problem where you are trying to get the final number, right? It's not a class, but a number. But regression can be solved using various kinds of models. So you are talking about models. Logistic regression is one model. Logistic regression is actually classification. Linear regression is one model, and then you have support vector regression. You can build neural regression as well, neural network regression. So you can build neural regression. You can solve regression problems using various kinds of models. Okay, and what I told you is the overview at the top, right? When you go deep, this field is pretty massive. Okay, and you become better and better with different problems you solve. It's more of an art because there are so many different models and different kinds of data cleaning techniques, and how do you use them all together? Like, what is the objective function? A lot of maths involved. Okay, statistics, maths, calculus, various things, probability theory, and all those things are involved. But for most of you, you don't need all those things. Linear regression itself can solve so many problems which if you don't use that technique, you would be like thinking, oh, that is not dependent on this, or this is dependent on that, and things like that, which you can eliminate just by using linear regression. But obviously there are better techniques for different kinds of data. And for most of the problems, at least linear regression is the first use case, right? Yeah. Thank you. Sir? Yeah.
When we talk about neural networks, it came as a disruption in the industry. When it lost its fame and again came to fame with deep neural networks. Then convolution neural network, then LSTM.
Correct.
So, at the computer vision and pattern recognition is concerned, these have given and proved very good results with very less loss rate. I would like to be a little bit technical.
Yeah.
So, as far as banking industry is concerned, in the research so far has done on these convolution neural networks and LSTM models, they are not able to classify and extract, the neurons are not able to extract the features which they should extract from the data set which they are fed. So, why is it happening? Is it the problem of the model or the problem of the algorithms or Python or R they are using?
Okay, I got your question. So basically, first thing you mentioned was neural networks were earlier popular, fell in popularity, became popular again. There's a reason for that. First, let me answer that. So in 1990s, people started doing a lot of work on neural networks, and they came out with models which can figure out handwritten with letters and so on. So they used it in US Postal Service as well to figure out what is the postal code. Okay, it's called LeanIt or something. But the thing is, they thought, oh, this can be applied for everything and we can solve everything. But there were certain problems. One was they didn't have enough computation power to build bigger networks. Second, the algorithm itself was flawed. Neural networks had some problems with it, the algorithm part. Okay, which were corrected, and there were some simple solutions given in 2007 by some people. Okay. Until then, like when I was doing my masters, my professor told don't use neural networks, they don't work. Then I was using SVM, support vector machines, right? And then I always wanted to use neural network because neurons, brain, and so on. But my prof said don't use, they don't work. After 3 layers, it can't learn. Technical term is what is it called?
It becomes overfit, sir.
It's okay, yeah, it becomes overfit, but it's called a vanishing gradient problem. So the gradient keeps falling. So, but anyway, so once they solved that problem and improved the accuracy, they needed huge amount of data. There was no data set. Then there was this lady in Stanford called Pepe Lee. She endeavored an expedition of collecting all the data, tagging it, and so on, using Amazon Turks, that is online people who would tag the data and give it to her. And because of that, there was a data set called ImageNet, which kind of revolutionized everything. They started training on ImageNet, which had 1 million images with correct tags. So now you have a huge model, which needs huge amount of data, because when I say huge model, there are huge number of those knobs which I told, radio with knobs, huge number of knobs. You need, if you want to train huge number of knobs, you need huge amount of data. And you got that huge amount of data from people like Pepe Lee who collected all the data. And you had everything in place now, so it became big again. And LSTM is not a new technology, it was also in 1990s. You said we are not able to train CNN on banking data. You should not be using CNN on banking data. You should use different models. That is one thing. Second thing is the reason for something not working is actually there are a lot of banking-based things which are already working. Like for example, when I was in my previous firm, I had to build a model to figure out money laundering cases, anti-money laundering model, right? So we could build one. Okay, it's not that it's not successful. You need to use the right data, right models to build it. So, in a particular case, let's say you're using convolutional neural networks for a particular case, if you use it incorrectly, it will not work. Okay, does that answer your question? Because convolutional neural networks are very good on images because it considers that two-dimensional kernel to go through the entire image.
Just a little bit, sir. If we are using CNNs, we can't use CNN on banking data. So
See, human brain can learn almost anything, right? Banking data, audio, text, video, and all those things. But deep learning is not right now is not up to that level yet. Okay. So here, what we need to do is I showed you different architectures. For images, I showed computer neural networks, CNNs. Then for audio, I showed memory models. For reinforcement, I showed something else. Okay, you need to use different models for different types of data. That's where we are right now. We don't have a general model where you can put anything and it will learn anything. Okay. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. So, the advent of the intelligence revolution, as you mentioned that we have been progressing a lot in artificial intelligence and the other fields. So, we are putting so much power into artificial intelligence. And then, like you mentioned, in certain cases, you can crop off certain things from an image. So that can easily put a man on the moon without him actually going there. So with such technologies, I have 2 questions. Have there been any provisions made to stop the misuse?
Yeah.
And, okay, sorry, that was the only question.
Okay, so I understood your question. See, yes, people are working on it. They are building models to figure out which one is a fake image which was created by that particular technology is called in-painting. That is, you are removing something and you want the models to paint it inside. right? So that's called in-painting. So they are building models to figure out which images are in-painted and which images are not. So it's like a fight between two people. One guy trying to fool the other guy, and other guy trying to come out with a clever technique to kind of find a solution for it. And it has been happening for some time. Okay. There are also the deep learning. I was telling the accuracy is 98%, 99%, and so on. But there are certain weaknesses also. Like for example, let's say we use deep learning for face recognition, and you have a camera there which allows you into your house by seeing your face. There is a kind of attack called as adversarial attack, where you can give a random image, like specialized image you can create to fool that model and show that to the camera, and it will think it is that person, though there is no relation between that person and the page or image they are showing. Okay. So you can even fool those models the way you must have seen a lot of optical illusions, right? In Facebook, you keep getting these posts where you see something and something else happens. Okay, you can't figure out what is happening. So there, those optical illusions are fooling your mind, right? Similarly, you can build more images which can fool deep learning models. So that is the reason today you don't have deep learning everywhere, especially medical field and other things where 100% accuracy is required. But it is present in places where you can approach that 100% accuracy with certain constraints. Let's say industrial automation, where you have things under your control. Okay. So yes, people are trying to find a way to solve it, and yes, they have found models which can figure out which images are fake and which images are real.
So that could also put certain people at disadvantage, right? So the ones who don't have the technology to identify what is fake and what is real.
Yeah, exactly. So, and most of these things today, luckily for us, are open sourced. Open sourced in the sense, people who build that, let's say they innovate something, they are coming and publishing the paper on it and putting the model on the internet so that other people can download it. So since that is happening, we don't have the problem of someone in some lab developing something which nobody else has. But that said, you'd never know if they have created something really special which is not out in the public domain. There may be something which is out there which we don't know. But until now, a lot of people are, even Google, big companies like Google, Microsoft, all of them are putting out their research into open source domain.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
So my question is, in common investments, the common investors, they usually invest and there are so many biases that are involved in it.
Yeah.
So how do you deal with all these biases when you put on the programming or the machine learning part into it? How do you actually predict it for the future? Like what will happen like in a couple of months or a couple of years, taking into consideration all these biases?
Okay. So when you build an algorithm, right, when you build a machine learning model or a deep learning model to forecast the market, since it's a model, okay, yes, models are built by humans, fine, but that model is not configured by humans, right? Since the models are not configured by humans, they don't have human biases. They may have different biases. They have different biases, actually, but they don't have human biases. Okay, they don't have the thing like, oh, I feel this is going to happen on Monday. They don't care about Monday or Tuesday, unless you show them that it's Monday, right? So that is one thing. Second thing is, how do we deal with biases in general, model biases, is by doing extensive study on, see, the best thing what we can do is use historical data. There's no other go. Like, can you use future data? We don't know future, right? Can you create a heuristic which can be relevant, more relevant in the future, which is not relevant today? That is also difficult. So what we do is use historical data, do backtesting of the algorithms, and see under different scenarios how they behave. Okay, and we also check whether are they sensitive to something or are they not sensitive to something. We try to check various biases. In our form itself, we try to find out like around 8 to 9 kinds of biases. We try to eliminate them. Even then, there is no guarantee that these things will make money. So what you do is also play another game, which is like diversification game. You try to put it on various assets, different models which behave differently, club them, uncorrelated strategies which work together to make money. So this is how investment bank or a hedge fund would generate multiple strategies and use those strategies to make money. Yeah. Okay, so there is a difference between blockchain and cryptocurrency, right? Cryptocurrency in India, I don't know, I don't think so. Okay, but blockchain in India, yes, there is a huge demand, and government of India is pushing it quite heavily. There are certain state governments which are pushing it quite heavily, Andhra Pradesh and so on. So there is huge amount of activity going on. We are advising, so hence we know. And there is going to be there will be certain things coming out in 1 year, I would say. Yeah, on blockchain, not on cryptocurrency.
So my question is like currently in Indian scenario we are trying to implement a lot of blockchain and machine learning in the Indian banking sector. So as a child in the analytics we implement you said we are implementing blockchain in trade finance in India. So what are the broad challenges in practicality you find implementing these technologies in Indian scenario?
Okay. See, not just in India, worldwide we have a lot of problems implementing blockchain, right? Because first of all, people don't understand the technology very well, and the technology is growing and it's maturing. There are no stable kind of software which you can directly use and say this is the best thing and we can go with it. So there are no standards as now, and people are creating standards now. We are also part of Indian blockchain standard creation. So that is one part. Second part is blockchain works when multiple people come together, multiple actors come together and decide that all of them will use blockchain. So getting multiple people together and getting that consortium together itself is a challenge. Okay. Then you have domain-specific challenges. Like for example, I was showing SARA, which is like document data extract. Things like that should be used to convert things which are not in digital domain to digital domain, and then use blockchain, because you can't use blockchain on a paper. You have to use it on digital. So there are various challenges like this. And specific to India, I think Indian government has been very, they are very supportive and they want to do all these things. There is no hindrance from their side. Yeah.
My question is, in clustering you told something about corrections that we don't give. So exactly what do we expect in clustering?
Okay, so what do I mean by corrections? I didn't mean corrections. If I told corrections, I have to correct myself. What I meant was the right answers. So here, there are different kinds of learning called supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Right? Supervised learning is where you give examples to the model and say, learn from the examples. You say this is apple, this is orange, this is apple, this is orange. So you give the right answer to it when it is learning. And after it has learned, you remove the right answers and you ask, okay, now go to the real world and do it on your own. That is supervised learning. Clustering is unsupervised learning, where you don't tell whether it's apple or orange. You just give images of apple and orange and say group similar things together. The algorithm, what it does is internally uses some metric like color metric or whatever, shape metric or something, and groups similar things together. Then you will have all the apples on one side, oranges on the other side, without you telling what is apple, what is orange. Okay, so you are not giving the right answers, you are asking the algorithm to figure it out. Okay, so that's unsupervised. You are not supervising, there is no teacher. Like when a young kid is born, small kid, doesn't know. I think we are running out of time. I'll be in the panel also. You can ask me questions there. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. To explore this blend of finance and analytics even more deeply, we have a panel discussion over here. The topic would be same, application of analytics in banking and finance. We have industry experts with us, Mr. Pavan Shidhaye. I request you to please come up on stage. I also request the moderator of the panel, Dr. Dhingra sir, to please come on the stage. I request Mr. Shivaram K R to join us on stage. Mr. Mohan Rai, who is supposed to be in the panel, is stuck somewhere, so he'll be joining us later. Before beginning with the discussion, I would like to introduce you all to the speakers. Our first speaker is Mr. Pavan Shidhaye. Mr. Pavan Shidhaye has completed his Bachelor in Engineering from Maharashtra Institute of Technology. He started his career with India Telecom Limited as a software engineer. Thereafter, he was appointed as a director in Robotics Computer Private Limited. Sir has demonstrated strong project management skills at Tech Mahindra while handling IT projects in the areas of customer relationship management, MIS reporting, and GIS as a project leader. In 2007, Sir joined Barclays Institute of Technology as a chief architect. After a year, Sir was assigned as the head of functional SME, Analytics and Business Intelligence Warehouse, and thereafter the head of Western Europe for Global Information Services. After 3 years at Barclays Institute of Technology, Mr. Shidhaye served IBM India Private Limited as a senior management consultant, and thereafter he was appointed as the Director of Product Development by Cyprus Analytica, a division of Siddhi Management Consulting Private Limited. In 2014, after working with the DMF Group for 1 year, Sir again joined Barclays as the head of Big Data Solutions. Currently, he is the Director and Head of Risk Engineering Department at the Barclays. Mr. Shidhaye's leadership strength and ability to manage multiple responsibilities in a fast-paced environment is explicitly visible from his past work experience. We welcome you, sir. I request Professor Rajeev sir to please present a bouquet to Mr. Pavan Shidhaye as a token of welcome. Starting with the discussion in 5 minutes. So we have a 5-minute break. I request everyone to please be seated and don't leave the auditorium. Before starting the discussion, I'd like to introduce the moderator of our panel, Dr. Rajeev sir. Dr. Rajeev has completed his B.Tech from the Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Sir has done his PhD from Institute of Rural Management, Anand. He has a passport experience with Sylvan University and Tata Trust. Sir has keen interest in the subject of data science, machine learning, and applications of machine learning to customer analytics. He also loves to gather knowledge in the field of new technology development, franchising, and mobile banking. Thank you. We'll now begin with the discussion.
Speakers have been introduced. I will try to brief outline taking a picture of the panel discussion on what we have. So we are looking at how the experts in these fields are trying to solve business problems, and we'll try to discuss it with special reference to banking and financial services. So I would expect specific examples from different functional areas of management, be it marketing, be it finance and operations, or human resources. So in what ways machine learning models are being used, in what ways deep learning can be applied to the business problems that are in the different functional areas of management. The other expectation would be Shivaram had outlined that there is flurry of data. Every second, billions of gigabytes, TB of the data is getting generated. And this data is in view format. It's not a structured data, it's unstructured data. So different forms of data is getting generated. Image data, video data, text data. So we would like to understand with these different forms of data, let's say from a risk management perspective, can we relook at our credit risk model? So can we look at image data posted on social media platforms, and we look at our trend interest model. So that's what we are looking at. So newer forms of data and how these forms of data can be utilized, can be stored, and can be analyzed to generate insights. The other thing would be, from a student's point of view, banking and financial services, through these 2 years, they would already be having some domain knowledge about banking and financial services. They would also have knowledge about statistics. The other thing is learning a platform, right? Learning a data science language. So, I would expect Shivaram to outline as to how they can transition to become a data scientist with domain knowledge in banking and financial services, and with they have gone through various statistical courses as well. So I would expect Shivaram as to how they can make a transition from being to becoming a data scientist. So I hope we can have a fruitful discussion on this. Over to you. So I would I will hand over the mic to Pavan Shidhaye. Request you to please share his view.
Yeah, so the way I like to just structure the opening, I know this is an open forum panel discussion, but the way I like to just structure this opening is to just tell you how stuff has evolved over the period. I've been into banking roughly about 15 to 18 years out of the 25 years I've been working. And really things have changed drastically in terms of how we have, I mean, quantum of data we have and how we leverage it. So I thought I'll just give you a bit of a background on that. I'll talk about a couple of areas in terms of where we in the risk space, given that I look at risk, finance and treasury within the consumer bank in Barclays. I'll give you a couple of case studies in terms of what we are doing. And then I'll also talk a bit about the flip side. There were some questions around the fact that there is a flip side as well to having all of this, right? And that should set the context, hopefully. And then after that, I guess Shivaram would have his opening comments, and then we have an open kind of panel discussion. So just as a background, I mean, about let's say in 2007, right? I used to work for the same bank I'm working now, and we were looking to set up a data warehousing platform for 12 African countries that we operated in, right? And at that point, we set up a data warehouse using a technology called Teradata. It was all of 6 terabytes of data, and it costed us roughly 1.2 million pounds. Right? These are all real numbers, real case. Happened somewhere around 2007, 2008. Right? Cut about 10 years in the future, right? It's not a massive amount of time. 10 years is not huge. But if you look at it 10 years hence, today we have a Hadoop platform, which is our primary data storage. That costed us 6 terabytes, costed us 1.2 million pounds. Today we have several hundred nodes within our Hadoop cluster. And each node holds roughly 28 terabytes of data, many terabytes of RAM as well. And this costs us roughly 20k pounds, right? And this is by our cost, because we talk of landed costs in our data centers. So we are talking of 20,000 pounds for something like 28 terabytes of storage landing within a data center, versus exactly 10 years back, 1.2 million pounds for a 6 terabyte data warehouse, right? So obviously that's going to drive what you can hold. So remember, all of this is not as if a lot of this is extremely new. I mean, there are new techniques coming up, but all of the foundations have been in place for a really long time. My father-in-law was a statistician. At that point, there really weren't too many jobs in statistics, right? Because you didn't have the computing power or the data available that you could leverage. So he ended up getting into different areas, right? He ended up getting into different jobs without really being able to leverage that statistical knowledge. But today, because you have the computing power, you have all of the data, right? Today we don't purge any data. We don't need tape backups and so on. I mean, just 5 years back, you would probably have everybody doing tape backups. We don't do that anymore on our data. So just because you have all of this now, things are much easier, and you are able to do some of these things which you couldn't do earlier, although the techniques are not drastically new, I mean, there is of course subtle improvements or even dramatic improvements in some of the techniques, but a lot of this existed for a long time. Right? So that's just a bit of a background in terms of how this area has evolved, and the fact that today we have a lot of data, we have the computing power, and all of that is extremely cheap. It really makes it available and allows us to do a lot of things that we wouldn't have been able to do in the past. Right? Then, in terms of now that we have this in place, how do we leverage it? Right? We spoke about credit risk models. Credit risk models again have been in place for a long time. Credit risk, and I work for a bank that has over a 300-year legacy. And when you look at credit risk evaluation over the 300 years, not much has changed. If you look at, if I want to lend you something, or if you want to lend me something, there are a few things that you will look at, right? And in banking, it's exactly three things. Given that you have studied banking and financial services, you probably will know what goes into credit decisioning. So credit decisioning is made up of first understanding how much you can pay. Right? Within my bank, we call it monthly disposable income based on your income and expenses. We try and figure out what your monthly disposable income is. And that's how much you can pay. You can pay that now, but what is your risk profile is the other parameter. So we generate how risky you are, right? Based on various data points, we identify your riskiness. And then eventually we apply policies. So every bank has its own policies. So if you are going to, let's say you are 50, they are unlikely to lend you a loan that has a term of more than 10 years because typically 60 is the retirement age and so on. So those are then the bank's policies. Lending hasn't changed beyond that drastically. I mean, these three aspects still continue to be exactly as they are. What has changed is how easy it is now for me to compute the MDI, as we call it, or the monthly disposable income, and your risk profile. We have all of the data available with us, right? We have everything that you have done. If you were a customer with my bank, I would have every single transaction of yours. If you had a card with me, then I would even know where you shop, what kind of stuff you do. And really helps me model your income from your transactions, helps me model your expenses, model your behavior, and really be able to reasonably accurately predict what kind of monthly disposable income you have. So it's just the nature of models that is improving, because I can now store data for a long period of time. Even if you were a new customer, I could club you into a segment with other customers of the same type, and then be able to get a reasonable idea of what kind of disposable income you are likely to have, right? Likewise with the risk profile, because all of your characteristics are available, right? That risk profile really can be calculated in a much better way. So the way it started is that you had all of these same ideas. You wanted the disposable income, the risk profile, as well as the policy, but you couldn't do much about it because you didn't have the computing power. So at the beginning you had rules, right? You had people actually looking at ledgers, figuring out what seems to work, that you could probably lend a lot with the 30-year-old guys because they have a longer working period. All of these came as insights by looking at ledgers, and you came up with a set of rules based on which you could lend. Right? Those rules typically translated into a score just to make the lending decision more objective. Right? You said if there was a certain age group, you get 100, above 50, you get 50 points, things like that. Right? That became a set of rules that were really your experts within the bank trawled through data within ledgers and came up with these rules. Right? The next step then was that you had the data. You also had a rough idea of what it is that makes lending effective. And you put that data through a set of models, a variety of models that were discussed in the previous sessions. And you got a model, right? And essentially you were the one that was influencing the model because you thought there was a certain set of attributes that indicated risk. And then the model went out and found parameters or patterns within that data and gave you a model. Now it takes it one step further. So you can actually throw whatever you want at it, right? Earlier you had to have exactly the same data available for every single person because it had to find patterns within that data. Today you have a whole lot of data. You can actually put all of that data. Technologies can translate that data into something more meaningful. right? If you did have access to a lot of data, your technology can then translate it into attributes, which you probably never even imagined you could pick out of data. Many of them won't even make sense to us because they are just attributes that the tool can understand or the model can understand. And therefore now you have the tool coming up with a model which you never even would have been able to envisage, right? That's how really the credit sanctioning models have evolved. A lot of it during my time, so I've not been around for as long, but in the 15 to 18 years that I have been in banking or financial services, really the space has evolved right from there, right? In India, for example, many banks didn't even have core banking systems. It's only after banks started having core banking systems that you could get a semblance of data. And now that you can store a lot of the data, you can kind of build some of these models. Right? In India, of course, the landscape is very diverse because you have banks that are at a very nascent stage of automation. A lot of our public sector banks actively got into data warehousing only in the 2010 onwards period. Whereas you have the private sector banks which have a lot of capability and ability to do all of these things. So that's just a typical example in terms of how things have evolved and how things move on. I think Shivaram mentioned around the algorithmic trading. He also mentioned that he has worked in that area. Today you have within the investment bank, I don't work within the investment bank, I work within the consumer bank. But within the investment bank, you have algorithms now that actually make trading decisions, right? Earlier it was very much an individual preserve. Most of you would have seen movies of trading floors where it was really individuals who made decisions on the fly. They actually looked at prices, looked at people. You can see them putting up their fingers. Each of that really indicates what the price is. Right? Those are actually quotes that are being made. So I don't know how many of you're all pretty young, so you probably have not seen a real trading floor. But you certainly would have seen movies or read books where decisions were taken by individuals standing on the floor, looking at a bunch of quotes, looking at bookmakers, and that's how decisions happen. And even this is not so long back. In India, certainly this is the scenario that happened even about 25 years back, 30 years back, when things were not computerized. Then you had computerization, so you didn't really need to go to the floor, you had a terminal sitting in front of you and then you could look at the quotes in real time, take your decisions, and the trading floors went very quiet. But other than that, it was still this unique skill, right? Traders were supposed to be these glamorous personalities who could take these decisions at the drop of a hat. They still are very much so. But more and more now, you have algorithms that take over. So these traders used to have research analysts. So I've seen some of you guys have already connected with me on LinkedIn, and some of you have already got some experience in terms of writing research papers and so on. So the fact is, you know how to evaluate a corporate, you go through its financials, you go on Google and search for news. Right? So typically you had a bunch of research analysts that would churn out a lot of documentation. And these traders used to go through that documentation on the corporate and then figure out whether to make a call or not. Right? That's how it worked. Today you have web crawlers. You have tools that actually go across the web, pull the news, figure out whether that news was positive, negative, put that into the algorithm and really take trading calls. Eventually it's for the human to push a button, but you have algorithms that really make the decisions. In many cases today you have the algorithms actually pushing the button as well and making the call. Right? So within the investment bank, it's a world of a difference now. You have a lot of hedge funds that solely rely upon algorithmic trading. A lot of the mainstream banks will also have an algorithmic capability, but they would probably let it to the individual to push the button in terms of a decision as such. Right? So those are a couple of things in terms of your credit sanctioning and algorithmic trading. These are all things that have happened. These have existed for hundreds of years. Largely nothing has changed. What goes into making a decision also hasn't changed. It's just that ability now, rather than having 10 analysts and therefore they can only look at the top 25 companies, you now have computers that can crawl through the web and look at every single script that's listed on the exchange, come up with insights on those scripts, at least those scripts where you are likely to find information on the web. And you really are not limited by people, you are not limited by your instinct, you are not limited by your experience. Right? So you now have the same thing that happened over 300 years happening in a vastly different way. I'd just like to give one last example in terms of something that we are working on right now. I don't know how many of you have heard of stress testing. Right? So stress testing is a big thing now, and it has been ever since you had the 2007-2008 crisis. Stress testing of your capital is the primary objective of a lot of regulators. They want to look at whether a bank can survive, right? So just take one of our portfolios. So we have a portfolio of mortgages, home loans that we make, and we need to stress test it. Now what that means is we really need to look at our mortgages business, create a balance sheet as of today. So we have a balance sheet and a P&L, which is the financial statements typically. I assume all of you are aware of those financial statements. That's the financial statement of our mortgage business as of today. Stress testing really talks about simulating or projecting that balance sheet every month into the future. And because mortgages are typically long-term products, the typical mortgage that we would underwrite would be roughly around 20 to 30 years, right? So they are long-term products, and therefore we have to simulate this to 120 months in the future. So at the end of every month in the future, we have to create a balance sheet and project what our capital position looks like for each of the 120 months in the future. The regulator, either the PRA or the Fed, depending on which geography we are working in, because we primarily operate within the UK or the US, they provide us with 3 scenarios, typically, right? Some of them might provide us with more, but typically you get a good, bad, and an expected scenario. And these scenarios have a set of macroeconomic variables. So things like a time series of how the GDP of a particular country is expected to look like over the next 120 months is an input to us, and that becomes part of the scenario. Unemployment rate, a number of such macroeconomic variables would constitute the scenario that the regulator provides to us. Using that, we have to make a number of predictions, right? So the type of models that we need, for example, I need to build a model of how much new business we will get, right? There's a model which says how much new business we will get and what sorts of products will that new business take up. We have models that talk about how many customers will prepay. If the market interest rates go high, then people might prepay, right, if they're on floating rate products. How many people will switch from floating rate to fixed rate and vice versa? How many people at a fixed rate would actually leave their fixed rate and pay the penalty and move to another fixed rate or move to floating? Right? All of this needs to be predicted by models. What is my charge off going to look like? All of this really then will give rise to the balance sheet at the end of the next month. And this needs to run for every month of the next 120 months. And the regulator has made it more difficult for us this year. Whereas earlier we could build these models on samples or segments. So we built it on roughly something like 64,000 segments in the past, break up our mortgages into that set of segments. We have something like 1.3 million mortgages. In Indian terms it's very small, but by UK terms it's a very large book. So that book, we need to kind of now look at it at an account granularity. So you really need to simulate every account's behavior. Even the new business that we get, we need to project as to what is the nature of that business, which are the products, what is the interest rate, what is going to be the characteristics of the customers. Really simulate that. So now we are talking of doing all of this at a granular level. And our business, so the business that I work for, who gives the requirements, up till now it would take, even at a segment level, it would take us roughly 12 hours to run through one scenario. We now need to, or the challenge for us is to run one scenario at a granular account level, simulating data. Within 2.5 hours is what has been told. We have negotiated and brought it to 5 hours, right? So that's the kind of challenges we face in terms of implementing all of these models. Right? So that's essentially the fact that there's a lot of good happening. We have technology, we have models, we have the ability to do all of these things. But we also know that a lot of negatives can happen, right? So for example, I gave you the example of algorithmic trading. Algorithmic trading learns from past experience. And just by the way, every other algorithm also has broadly the same past experience. When you have the same experiences, you are likely to have the same reactions. And that goes for individuals as well. I mean, of course, there are subtly variant strategies and so on. But if you notice these days, if there is a fall in price, that fall in price gets accelerated because individuals have become lazy, we are relying on algorithms. All algorithms might take a sell call at the same time because they drive off the same experience and the same current situation. And the falls will suddenly get accelerated, as will the rises, because suddenly everybody is selling or buying, right? Unlike you or me, so one of you may have bought Satyam when it was 11 rupees, and then when it got taken over by Tech Mahindra and so on, you would have seen your money accelerate or kind of grow very much. You would now be looking at a fraud as an opportunity, right? So when the Nirav Modi scandal broke out, you would look at Gitanjali Gems as an opportunity to buy because you probably know you might get a windfall in the future. But somebody who bought Gitanjali Gems and then had a crash will look at it very differently, right? It was 130 one day, the next day it was down to 3 rupees. You look at it very differently, and that's where our personal experiences come into play. From a machine perspective, because all of that data is out there, web crawlers are equally effective. They really very often tend to make similar decisions, thereby kind of accelerating any fall, increasing the volatility. Right? So that's a bit of the flip side in terms of what happens when you have machines taking the decisions for you. Right? In terms of structuring deals, so why did you have the 2007, 2008 kind of disaster? Right? So what happened was, I used to work for SAS just then. I left in 2007. I used to work for a company called SAS. We had software that would help you really structure. You had a bunch of junk mortgages. You could structure them in such a way that you actually got AAA rated bonds which fed off the cash flow of these mortgages. Right? We all know that. So there are AAA rated bonds. Where do I get the money to pay off the AAA rated bonds? From these junk mortgages. Now the models, because the models had never seen such products, you had junk mortgages being sold at 1% interest rates, which then kicked up to 5% over 2 years. These products had never been sold. The machines never had experience of such things happening. So machines rated these mortgages based on experience of other products that they had seen. And therefore you had models which really didn't understand reality. And therefore when these mortgages actually stopped paying, even AAA rated instruments became junk. That's the flip side. You can have models, but your model is only as good as the experiences it has or the individual that's tuning the model. Right? So that's generally what I wanted to say to set the context. I've spoken about the background in terms of how things have evolved and yet remained largely the same. A couple of case studies and then the flip side also to look like. So that's really my opening comments before we get on to the more open discussion.
So, since I've already given a long talk, I'll keep it short, but I'll talk about a few things which were mentioned. I'll be talking about jobs, data, how to learn data science per se, as well as various models which can be built, and as rightly mentioned, there are a lot of pitfalls for these models. If we think models are superior and they can take over and do everything, in the morning I was telling you, human brain has 1 hexaflop of computation power, whereas the best supercomputer has 100 petaflop, which is 1/10 of a single human brain. So that is one thing, and certainly models are today not, they don't have the capability to forecast the future by taking various scenarios, various other scenarios into consideration. What they see is what you give them. Let's say you give garbage, you get garbage. Right? So it's not like you can expect something beautiful if you are giving the model something which is not relevant. And that is accentuated especially in financial markets because it is very, very sensitive. And these firms which are hedge funds or various funds which are putting huge amount of money into these models, if there is a small change because of some parameter not working, you can make millions of dollars of loss. And moreover, machine learning, as I told you, it is a huge model with various parameters, and you don't know how these parameters are getting tuned. You actually don't know. It is learning. You know the final effect, but you don't know what has happened inside, and hence they remain black boxes. So, can you understand internally what is happening? Yes, you can experiment a lot and can kind of make it a gray box.
but you can't fully make it a white box. In the sense, you can't clearly understand the way it is operating. Can you understand a human being? No. It's something like that, right? Since it is complex, it is very difficult to understand clearly what is going on. So how do we deal with things which you can't clearly understand? And you need to build strategies on this, and you need to invest money on this. So there's a huge amount of research which goes into building a single strategy. It may take 6 months, it may take 4 months, it may take a year to build a very good strategy which works in various cases. And how do you know the newer market situations are not totally different from the current scenarios? So what happens in markets, as you all know, the markets keep changing over time. So today, what is relevant may not be relevant tomorrow. Okay, the factors which are affecting GDP today may not be affecting GDP tomorrow, or like maybe 1 year from now, or 5 years from now. So how do you build stable models? These models should be adaptive. Obviously, they have to be adaptive and change over time. They should learn behaviors and adapt to those behaviors across time. So obviously, you need to build in such kind of factors into the model. You also need to learn from experience. As I told you earlier, there is no other way we can, humans, even though we feel we have greater intellect about forecasting the future or understanding the future well, even our learning is from experience. It's not like we have something else, right? We are also learning from experience. That said, we take in different dimensionality of data. So for example, you can build a machine learning model which kind of learns what is the return going to be in next 5 days, okay, and use time series data or the price data and say, oh, I've built a model which is working very well. But the problem there is it's not using news data. Like we know most important factor is news, and it's not just the news, it's how humans perceive the news to be, because we perceive it in a different way, right? How do you bring that in? So what is happening today is because of this huge surge of new models, huge amount of data, huge amount of computation power which is coming into the industry, people are trying to build strategies in totally different, various varieties of different ways. Earlier, we were restricted to using only time series because other data was not available. Today, you can't imagine what are the kinds of data which are used. Just to give you an example, you can use mobile click data. Let's say you are clicking on something, probably you are interested in that. That is available, like someone will be selling that data. You can buy that data from them and use that. You can use data from satellite images. Like some people are working on how to use satellite images to figure out how a country's GDP will grow or fall, right? Because all you need to do is count the number of ships which come to the port. It's indirect way of seeing import and export, and various things like how much pollution is happening, which is an indirect measure of how much economic activity is going on, how much traffic is present, which is indirect measure of how much activity is going on, and things like this, crazy things, right? So it's not like it is new. Earlier also people tried to do it, but they didn't have the data to do it. Today, since we have a huge amount of data, there are people who have their own satellites, okay, who are selling this data for hedge funds to kind of create these indicators. Okay. So then you have news analysis. So as Pavan rightly mentioned, these algorithms when we build, most of the other algorithms also are built along the same lines because they would have read the same kind of papers. Okay, they would have used the same kind of things. And the people who are building are all physicists, let's say. They all think in terms of physics. And their models are also same kind of diffusion models, and so on. So the issue is, when, let me give you an example. So what happened was, on Twitter, there was a news as to there was some missile which was launched, right? It was a fake news. It was not a fake news, it was by mistake someone sent that news. They didn't confirm the news, they sent it. Suddenly market crashed. Okay, it fell like 10-15%, right? And everyone was like panicking, what is happening? The entire market is falling. That is because everyone took the tweet and found out the sentiment of the tweet and found out it's a negative sentiment and shorted the market automatically. The algorithms did it. It's not humans who took the decision, because humans can't do it in milliseconds or microseconds. Okay, And because of that fall, since people panicked and they started seeing what is the effect, and since it came out, another tweet came out saying that is wrong, suddenly market went up. Many people lost money, obviously. So these kind of things happen because these algo strategies are all correlated, like they're all having the same kind of behavior, right? So how do you, one more challenge now is how do you create a strategy which is not correlated with others? You need to think differently now. You can't think similar to your colleagues. Okay. So these are all the challenges which are present in developing algorithmic trading strategies. So what people do generally, as I previously also mentioned, is they don't develop one strategy. They develop multiple strategies which may not be super perfect or super profitable, but they add to the effects of the others. So in combination, they are better than better than what you can get through other means of investment. That is the aim. That's the approach we will take. Okay. And data itself today is so massive. Humans can't even go through the entire data. Let's say you have a few terabytes of data, terabytes of video, let's say you have, and you downloaded a series which had 10 seasons, and each season had 25 episodes. It will take you months to watch it, right? Even if it is a video. Imagine now you have to analyze that much amount of data and figure out what you need to do. It becomes humanly impossible to go through a huge amount of data to come out with a decision. But algorithms can do it. Compute machines can do it. So what is algorithm and what is normal data crunching? Algorithms are an efficient way of capturing that information instead of going through in a mundane way, going through the entire thing. Okay, you can be smart about it. You can come up with clever ways of using the data. Okay, so these are the techniques people use. Today there's a huge demand for jobs, data science jobs throughout the world, to such an extent that Google goes and hires the entire, let's say they go to a university and take the professor and all the PhD students who are not even finishing they have not even finished their PhD, they bring them, say, come, we'll buy the entire department. They take the entire department. This is how it is going on. The hiring frenzy is too high, and not just in US, in India as well. We are hiring people continuously. We feel the heat. Okay, there's so much demand in the market. Some people just put data science in their profile and we interview them later, figure out they don't know anything about data science. Okay, so they probably have gone through one video course online, and that is kind of problematic because when you want to analyze data, analyzing data is an art, and that art is learned by analyzing more and more data. Okay, it's not something you go through a course and learn in one go. No, more and more you work, you'll figure out more and more pitfalls you can have. And you have to avoid all these pitfalls, or else the end product which you develop is totally useless. It is something which non-professional would do. You need something a professional would do, which is like a finished product. Okay. So, how do you learn data science? Okay. So there are various ways to learn data science. One is, what I would advocate is obviously self-learning. There is some amount of learning which can happen in college. Obviously, colleges should have some amount of curriculum on statistics, on a little bit of programming. R is a very easy language to learn. We use Python in our company totally. Internally, we use Python through and through. The reason is different because we want to use the same code for production as well. But R is much simpler and easy to learn for the beginners to kind of manipulate data, build models, simple models, learn how it works, and so on. Right? So the first thing is pick up a particular language, R or Python, based on your background and what your taste is. Second is start working on simple models. Get your hands dirty. Don't go with theory. Okay. So there are various video courses, as I mentioned. You can go through those courses, which will teach you how to extract data from a file. Okay. How to process the data. In the sense, there are various steps in machine learning, right? First is, just because you have some data, it doesn't mean you should use it. First, you should use human common sense as well. Like, as everyone here is mentioning, models directly used will become useless. real intelligence is human intelligence plus machine intelligence, right? You need real intelligence, whatever content is there. So use your common sense, get the right parameters which you feel are right. Obviously you have, once again, domain knowledge in the field, so you know what is relevant, what is not relevant. Then can you modify the data in a particular way so that it becomes more relevant? So that is called feature engineering. Okay. And then build the model. Start off with a simple model always. Don't go with deep learning. Deep learning is not required for, it's like, let's say there's an ant going and you're using a gun to shoot it. No need. You should not kill ants, by the way. So, what I was trying to tell you is, don't use complicated models. Use simple models in the beginning. Okay? Train your models and try to understand whether the model is learning well or not. And after that, go with complex and complex models, right? That should be your step. It should be like progressive step of complexity. And once you realize that your model has learned something, your accuracy is 95% or 99%, whatever, then you need to cross-check whether it has learned properly for various scenarios, for various conditions. You need to check biases. In finance, there is a huge number of biases. You pick all the stocks in Nifty, which are present today, 50 stocks going backwards. You have a survival bias. You have chosen companies which have survived throughout the time. But if you were in 2006, the stocks which were in the top 50 would have been different. Okay, so obviously you have the survival bias. So there are various kinds of biases like this which you need to eliminate one by one and use the correct data, right kind of data, okay, and build the models. Once you build the model, test it thoroughly, and once you are satisfied with the testing, then if you are using it in an investment bank, for especially if you're putting money on it, always start with less amount of money. Okay, there are like one of my friend lost $500,000 just by putting. The strategy was good, the algo was good, but he was doing this automated trading where there was one mistake. So it didn't know what is the lot size. So it said 100. It was actually lots. He thought it was 100 shares. So like wiped out. In a second, $500,000 was wiped out. So there can be a lot of problems like this. It may be machine learning problems or it may be something else, technology problems. You should always be careful. You should start with very small amount. So I have done algo trading in my career, and we used to start off with very, very small capital. Like, though we wanted to put like hundreds of crores on a particular strategy, let's say we used to start with 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, just to see how it works. Like buying few stocks here and there, seeing it for a few days, and then scaling up. So it's all experimentation. And coming to various kinds of things we can do in banking domain. So one of the interesting projects which I did in one of my previous firms is to figure out, it's a HR related project. I was given this project to figure out who are the people in this company who are likely to leave, or how do we protect our people, like, give them better bonuses or whatever, to figure out who are the people who are going to leave and can there be a machine learning approach. Okay. So the entire thing started and I was one of the guys who was heading this process. And we came out with around 30 parameters which we thought are important. So I was working in Bangalore, and Bangalore traffic is really bad. So one of the parameters was distance from home. Okay, how much time it takes for them to travel. I'm just telling you small bits and pieces here. So we used various kinds of information as to who are their managers, what was their history, what is the amount of money they are earning compared to other people in the market, how is the market demand right now for jobs like this. So all these things are coming from common sense, right? We also surveyed various people, called up various people who have left to figure out the actual reason why they left, because when they are doing the exit interview, normally they don't tell the truth. They want to just get out. They say everything is fine, I'm just going. So you need to figure out why they left, right? So you ask them all these questions, you correct all this data, and systematically analyze data. Remove bias, analyze the data, collate everything, and we came out with something which was very useful for the company. Okay. So the end result was we found out some people, some managers were not good and so on. Whatever it is. So we could help the organization protect ourselves from attrition by doing a thorough analysis, data analysis. There are various things like that. I've also worked on anti-money laundering, which I was mentioning, which can be very crucial for a bank. Single lawsuit, there's some transaction which happened from some country which you should not be trading with, and you did it because you don't know the client is a nice guy, and for the second level transaction, whatever, it happened, and a lawsuit can be a few $1 billion, and your bank may lose a lot of money because of that. Not just money, credibility as well. So you need to be very, very careful. So all the banks have a lot of AI-based algorithms, mostly because they are all mostly rule-based algorithms. But you need to come out with clever rules which will adapt as well, because people are also smart. If you put a limit of $10,000, they will do 9,999 transactions. So you need to figure out various ways. So we also worked on various kinds of automation projects. So our task was to collect data from various places, do some analytics on it, and store it in different places. But that also involved, like basic research, what happens? The research is basically collecting data from various places, collating it in different way, extracting some information, and storing it, putting it in a Word document, let's say. Okay, writing text about it, describing the collected data. We were checking if that can be automated. Obviously it can't be automated, but to what extent can it be automated was what we were checking. And we found out that we could do around 30% of the job. So we could collect a lot of data, we could collate it, and we could extract important information from the document, and we could store it as well. So a lot of things are happening. Like many people are working on these kind of things. It is pretty big in legal industry, especially where they have to go through a huge number of documents to collect some amount of data, and normally they have juniors to collect the data and give it to the senior guy. So they want to kind of automate that. So these are the kind of things which are going on. Okay. And Pavan also mentioned about simulation. So I was also mentioning about market simulation, how we are trying to simulate the market. There are models out there which are quite powerful today, which can simulate exchange itself, right? So there are things like that. So a lot of work is going on in that particular field as well. We ourselves, we are working on it. So there is a huge domain, a lot of things to learn for you people, and a huge demand as well. You get very good jobs, and it's a satisfying job when you find out a result, and because of your effort, something else good happens. It is that is the kind of satisfaction. Like I like my job because I come out with something and it's actually used somewhere, and because of that, there's a positive impact which is happening. So it kind of gives a satisfaction as well. So yeah, here I think we can start off with questions.
So we'll start with questions from the students and audience. I request you to, when you ask a question, tell your name, and if you are from outside, also tell from which institute you are coming. So the house is open and you can ask questions.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Praful, and when we develop some models, we take some certain variables and then we assign some weights. Like you rightly pointed out that some variables may be important in past, but those variables may not be relevant today. So what kind of progress have you made in the making dynamic models which will change the weights according to that particular variable which is being important right now?
Okay, so one of the ways, easy ways to avoid, there are so many complicated ways, easy ways to avoid models from learning too much in the past and things which are not relevant in the past. Let's say you are using 20 years data, okay, and what happened during the housing market bubble may not be relevant today, may be relevant, may not be relevant, and most probably it is not relevant. So how would you avoid that? So what people generally do is when they are building model, they have a rolling way of training. Rolling way of training in the sense, you have a window where you take certain amount of data which you think is relevant. Let's say that comes from common sense again. Let's say you think for this frequency of trading, let's say you are trading every week or every day, for this particular frequency of trading, what is relevant is let's say 3 years of data. And that comes by practice. Like when you build models, you come to know what is the actual window size. So you use only the last 3 years data. In the past as well, when you're backtesting as well, you use only last 3 years of data to build your model. And that window rolls over the entire data set. Okay? So that's one way of reducing the impact of what happened before. Okay? Then there are other things in the models itself. Some of the models, like you can combine time series and machine learning models and give create factors which give importance to the latest data more than old data and so on. But there is also it's a double-edged sword, right? You use the latest data, fine, it works, but there is some situation in the past which was important, and that kind of event happened now. How do you do? You can't capture it. So it is a balance. You have to either capture this or capture that. If you want to capture both, build two different models and run both of them, kind of thing. So we kind of do all these kind of things to avoid models from interfering with each other and learning too much from the past, so that the current things are not relevant anymore and so on.
Thank you. Yeah. Just to add to that, why you can do a lot of this dynamic stuff on, let's say, a proprietary trading requirement where you're creating models for using your own money. What you must also realize is that retail banking is a heavily regulated industry. So, I'm not able to just put a model into production and start using that model for credit sanctioning or even for kind of an ongoing capital calculation. We need to go to the regulator and get the model approved. Right? So you have funny situations like, for example, I have actually improved my data quality, but I can't use the new or the better data because I need to go to the regulator and indicate that my capital position is going to change for the better or the worse because I have got better data quality. So it is not as if in a very regulated industry you can kind of churn your models on a daily, monthly basis. There is a process also to that.
Hello sir, so my name is Sudesh. As you said, in algo strategies are correlated. And said in model, independent variables should not be correlated. So how we counter it, the correlation between independent variables?
Okay, so what I meant by models are correlated, what I meant was, let's say you are building a model which uses Twitter data, okay, and if there is a negative sentiment on the Twitter data, it sells, right? So you are, let's say, JP Morgan, you build that. Then someone else, that is Society General, also builds a model like that. And some other bank, Nomura, also builds a model like that. So all the models are almost the same. They are trying to do the same thing, and hence they are correlated. That's what I meant. And for the specific question which you asked, if you are building a model and things are correlated, to kind of remove the correlation, there are various techniques, numerical techniques which you can use to kind of make them independent. Various techniques called feature engineering, feature extraction, and so on, which you can use, like TCA and so on.
But if the data you are using, as so said that the market is falling, then it is correlated.
Yeah.
Everyone thought that market fell. So how model will counter it, that correlation?
So okay, for us, market falling is also good because we can short. Like maybe mutual funds can't short, but if strategies can be shorted, like if you can go short on stocks, you can make money when the market is falling. So, or there is another way. So it's called vol targeting. So what you do is when the volatility is high, you reduce your exposure to the market, so that you trade less when the market is more volatile. Hence, you are reducing your risk when there is a downfall. Okay, that if you have a long only strategy, you do that. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. We have with us Mr. Mohan Rai, the co-founder and director of Emergence. We welcome you, sir. I request Dr.
Hi, thank you. Sorry for being late. Being from analytics, I guess the driver taught me today that you are not using analytics. Because when I told that instead of going via Gotbandhu Road, we should have taken the JVLR because that's less congested today as Google. He says, so you should have checked that in the morning. So then I also questioned and said that basically being the person who's taking me from point A to point B, I mean, we should ideally check the tire pressure, the fuel level, the oil, and obviously the road also. Yes, analytics is something which we use everywhere, every day today, and not just in marketing, sales, HR, and talk of domain, then it is banking, it's retail, it's all these segments. I'll just give a very brief background about myself. I've spent roughly 18 to 20 years in analytics now. I had a firm called as Simple and Real Analytics. We do consulting, advisory, and all those things. But I have very strong interest in academics. So I do a lot of things in the training domain. And that's where I like connecting to audiences like you, fresh blood, a lot of curiosity, questions which are not parked in any books, which throws up a new theory in my mind. Right? So obviously analytics is applied everywhere. We are right now working with a lot of people who are not just working on say black box AI models, but also on white box AI models, which can help us explain and then articulate and then make modifications in them. Can be used further. Like for example, if I talk about basic application development, like say let's take a platform like Linux, then you come up with Ubuntu, then you come up with a supported service like Red Hat. So these things can be derived from each other, and like my friend was talking about, there could be something where if the volatility is very high, one company might think of not taking more exposure, but then it's always that thing, more the risk, higher the returns, right? So in fact, as he said, you might want the volatility, trade on that, and get better returns as well, right? Obviously, we are short of time. I'll just request the organizers to kindly accommodate me in the next panel so that I can make life difficult for that panel. Because I will mismatch for them maybe because they are too much towards only banking. But still, I would, because I have spent roughly 6.5 hours to come here and I want to interact with you guys. So I'll take that liberty now only. And yes, if you have any questions right now, you can throw that at me. It need not be in marketing only, in sales only, and anything. It can be anything you want to ask. I'll to answer them. Yep. And again, I'll answer later also. But let's use this time. Or have they answered all the questions? No, we can continue with the topic.
Sir, my question is to Shivaram sir. Sir, I saw that one of your clients is government, some government of Karnataka. So when we have to make decisions, then you base your decision on the data they provide. But we know that at government sector, the data collection method is marked by a lot of discrepancies and irregularities. So how do you deal with that issue? And are you developing a parallel system of collection of data at grassroots level to get better models?
Difficult question to answer. Okay. There are obviously, yes, part of things what you told is true. There can be discrepancies in data, and it need not be from the government itself. Even the data which is collected by other people, private organizations, can also be having these issues, right? So let me address that instead of addressing government itself, right? And it's not just to say government only collects bad data. That's wrong. There are governments which are collecting very good data. They have IoT sensors. They have various things. With Karnataka government, we are into rainfall forecast prediction, right? And there are around 7,000 sensors which are collecting proper data, and it's coming in. So they have good data. So normally, when there is data discrepancy, you need to start from the initial process itself, saying this is the data I want, this is how I want to collect. But if you don't have the liberty of that, then you should go to the next step, which is like you already have a particular data, how do you clean it up? So there are various techniques. I mentioned denoising is one of the problems where you can use machine learning. So you can use machine learning to remove abnormalities or things which are totally off the charts. Most probably, I'm saying most probably because it can be a valid data point as well. But most probably, data points which are off the charts are probably because of some disturbance. Let's say you are measuring vibration on the ground for measuring earthquake, and you have not put your sensor deep enough, and the vehicle moves, and you have vibration. So you need to kind of remove that kind of information. Then there can be periodic information. So many people who are doing experiments found one of the physics-based variable, which should be a constant, used to kind of increase in value during lunch and go down by night. Obviously, one of their sensors was sensitive to temperature, and hence it was going up during lunchtime, and it was going down during nightfall. So obviously, you need to take care of these kind of things and remove them. But that is a task which is difficult because humans have to be involved, and they should have domain knowledge to remove such kind of data. One more technology is blockchain. Blockchain can be used at the sensor level to kind of make sure that nobody manipulates the data. There is one which is taking the data in the right format. Another is what if someone intentionally manipulates it. So you can stop manipulation using blockchain, but it's a costly approach because you will be using too much resources to kind of make the data secure. Unless your data is very valuable and you want to spend a lot of money, you will not be using blockchain for security. Does that answer your question?
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. So my name is Rohan. My question is to Shivaram, sir. So you said adaptive model. So how this is dependent upon? Like for example, we have that crisis in 2007 and 8. Right. Before that, the period was the growth rate was very good. But after that, the growth rate was very less. So if we don't have that much of data for this recession period, so how do we deal with this adaptive model?
So adaptive model, okay, let me put it in a different way. There is no way of 2008 crash, right? When it happened, I was in the markets and I also felt the pain. A lot of, like I was working in Bank of America and everything was closing around me. All the teams were being fired and so on. See, in financial markets, there are certain situations or certain things which are events which will never occur in the future or they may never occur in the past. And there is no way to prepare for them. So what you can do is make the model sensitive to the latest data so that it can understand that the market is changing fast, like or it's going down, and based on that it can adapt. Like obviously there will be initial losses which you will make in the beginning because your model has not adapted. And you will have parameters in the model which will understand, okay, currently the volatility is high and hence I have to take a different decision. Okay, so you can build things into it. But many of the people lost money because before that there was a smooth uptrend in 2007, everything was smooth, and most of them built strategies which will always keep buying at long bias and they lost money. If you wanted to truly build a good strategy, you should have also created some scenarios, example scenarios, and tested how your model would behave in those scenarios. So you need to stress test your model on some scenarios as well.
I feel the success of any analytics project is when you are able to convert it into some action, business action So, say for example, the example that you gave about your HR, okay, that the person staying apart is likely to leave. So that doesn't mean that you are going to appoint the person in your firm who stay nearby, isn't it? So how often it happens that you are not able to convert the result of your model into your any tangible business action?
It happens quite often actually. So there may be certain parameters which are under your control, which you can, like for example, the specific thing which you mentioned. So if you want to focus people who are leaving the company, obviously you need to consider various factors, and one of the factors can be distance from home, right? And in the analysis we did, it was I think 4th important or 5th important. It was not at the top. That's one thing. Second thing is, let's say you found out that it was the most important thing. How do you go about solving it? probably allow people to work from home, probably allow people. So you need to come out with an innovative way to work around it. And if there is no innovative way, the data science problem which you solved would be information only kind of thing. Right?
Just to add to that, so typically, for example, if you are in banking, you know that you have to calculate a probability of default, right? And that is considered a metric that you can't really influence. You can't really influence whether someone will default or not because it's largely based on their income and situation in life at that point of time. But I mean, what has been done by banks, for example, is where you feel there is a high propensity to default, you can actually roll out offers that say that if you keep your payment regular, your last installment is waived. I mean, such kind of offers then actually incentivize people to pay on time. So even though I mean, in some situations you might not have something that you could do, you could come up with incentives that then allow people to meet whatever you want them to.
Customer retention, how often these incentives
are to first answer the question which you first raised, specifically to him. And this I have observed at one of our client locations, that when they are hiring people, so specifically in analytics, one of the parameters is location. So if the HR is forwarding the profiles of candidates which is out of, say, Bombay, it's not preferred. Within Bombay also, if it is Navi Mumbai, it's not preferred because that's a daily problem, because if I have to move from Bombay to Navi Mumbai, it takes 3 hours. So I had a 22-year experience guy in the office who just turned up last Friday and said that, sir, the thing is that I spend half my time commuting and then the account deducts my salary also. So it doesn't make sense for me. So I'll rather prefer work from home. And in our office, we don't have a work from home culture because it's difficult to manage for us. Small team. But obviously, we see a lot of companies doing this analysis and feeling. Now one thing, doesn't an HR know that location plays an important role in how the employee reaches the office? His performance appraisal also maybe, because sometimes attendance on time, being at an office, meeting and all those things make a lot of difference. Obviously, we as humans know that. So analytics, first of all, we have to understand is nothing out of the box. It is something which our brain was always doing. So a property consultant who has worked 15 years in the market obviously knows that if you want to buy a 2 BHK in Baudan area or in Pashan area, lakefront view, this and that, all those things with the parking and all those things, this is the estimated price to buy it and this is the rental value. The advantage is that when I want to pass this knowledge information, right? So this is a packet knowledge in the brain, it cannot be passed to someone. I want this to be an explicit knowledge which can be transformed in the form of a model, as you said, in a pen drive. That is where analytics or data science kicks in. Now to the second question, are all these explorations, models which we create in analytics, do they really find application in the real world? That's your direct question. Yes, they have a lot of direct application, but today our systems are disconnected. Without naming, I will tell you, one of India's very big companies has systems which are not connected. That means they have different systems. The sales is using one system, the customer management team is using something else. You pinpointed customer retention, that's using something else, right? Now it also depends upon what type of product you're selling. Say for example, I talk about customer retention. Say for example, let's take the students as customers for this institute. Now, after this 2 years course, you might have a 6 months diploma at once. So let's try to retain these customers. But practically, even if I do a modeling part over here and I get a model, but yes, these guys are waiting, once they complete 1.5 years, they are waiting for a good placement. Now, can I retain them? Can I show them that shining sun somewhere, that if you do this 6 months additional diploma, your value will accelerate like this? They will say, ma'am, let me try the market first. Let me take some experience. I'll come back for the 6 months diploma again. So yes, it doesn't apply everywhere, but yes, as people who want to use data to take some actions, not just on the basis of hunch, we would always recommend application of analytics. So not that, I'll tell you what, Mahindra Finance, okay, they expanded more in the rural side first because they were financing mostly tractors, farm equipment and all those things. They have a write-off of 6%, say for example, as NPAs, which is quite good. So when the Vice President of Mahindra Finance is talking about how do you evaluate a customer, they say that we do data analytics and all those things, but 60% of it is by seeing this person in person, talking to him and asking a simple question, will you pay? And when he says with confidence, yes, I'll pay back, that's when they're doing it. It's not that they're not using data. So it depends upon the vertical in which you're operating. I'll tell you the first bike I purchased. Okay, I got the mortgage from HDFC Bank. Actually, technically, I was not fitting in. Right? 4 banks refused me. This HDFC guy met me in a small canteen and asked me, will you pay the EMIs? I said, I will pay. He did something inside. They have some little bit of leverage maybe. He used that leverage to override and I got the mortgage. I got the loan. I paid my EMIs, it's done. So if you actually look at something like does only analytics work, then there are a lot of willful defaulters who have a lot of assets and still you have NPAs accumulated on the bank books. Right? So yes, analytics is applicable, but there's always a human side. Right? So we cannot say, so even with the application of AI, even with auto mode ML, still the human component will always be there because God has not created anything better than the human brain and the body.
Time constraint, we'll end this panel discussion round. Thank you all the panel members and for enlightening us with your deep knowledge about the subject. It was an honor to listen to you all. Thank you. I now request Dr. Adhikshit sir to present a memento as a token of remembrance to Mr. Pavan Shidhaye and Mr. Shivaram K R. Mr. Mohan Rai will join us after the post in the session.
Mr. Vilas Wakale is currently Deputy General Manager, IT, Head Applications Business Intelligence and IoT at Veroc Engineering Private Limited. Mr. Wakale is highly experienced in managing large-scale and complex IT engagements. He is exceptionally cognizant of analytical techniques such as advanced statistics, machine learning, predictive modeling, data mining, data visualizing, big data analytics, natural language processing, etc. He has strong track record of performance to identify and define business requirements and translate them into complex analysis designs and final deliverable. He is proficient driver of business intelligence initiatives at organization level and in bringing uniformity across the organization using leading PI platforms. Mr. Wakale is also associated with Great Lakes Institute of Management as mentor, moderator and project guide. In his previous experiences, he has worked with Nedkar Bank, South Africa, Ministry of Home Affairs as banking and analytics specialist, HSBC Global Technology India as project manager. Mr. Wakale is an electrical engineer. He completed his postgraduate program in business analytics from Great Lakes Institute of Management. So I now call upon Mr. Vilas Wakale and request him to share his insights about advanced analytics in banking.
Good afternoon, friends. So I think after heavy lunch, this is one more game session. So I hope I will make it more interactive and we can discuss with each other, understand each other's questions and what exactly we are looking for. And maybe I can share my experiences so far in my career analysis and now into industrial automation. So let's get started. Yeah, so the agenda is, just to get started, I understand that there was one session on analytics in the morning, wherein you guys are already gone to the technological part of analytics. So I would like to hear from you that what is your understanding so that we can take it forward. After that, I would like to update you guys that what is the analytical maturity in the FSI sector as such. We have been getting this word analytics for quite some time. Almost every industry, whether it's medical, it's manufacturing, it's banking, it's insurance, everybody is talking about analytics. So as a BFSI sector, where do we stand? We can just have a quick glance of this area. Then, what are the key drivers for analytics in 90? Why people started talking about technology, talking about analytics in 19 professionals? So we will try to understand that. I hope you guys are aware of this organization called Gartner. Anybody aware of that? Gartner? It's a global consulting organization. Covers almost all the verticals with their rich expertise. They provide their insights on the latest trends, technologies in various technologies. So they have kind of defined the entire analytical world, ocean I would say, into 4 different sections. So we will just talk about that. What are those various sections so that it will be easy to understand us that if we are performing certain activities, which area that activity belongs to, we can discuss about that. Then we'll see the analytics leverage in retail banking specifically. So I will connect these analytics leverage in the banking with the Gartner analytics continuum, so that we will understand that when we will discuss more about analytics in the FSI sector, where does it connect with the ocean of analytics. Then some of the key areas wherein the usage of analytics is very, very prominent. So I will cover those areas, and we will see that in those specific areas how analytics is helping the organizations worldwide. Yeah. Finally, we will have a question answer session, but feel free to stop me wherever you guys have a question, and we will try to make it more interactive so that it will not be boring as such. Right? So, let's have a pause, and maybe from your morning session or from your earlier knowledge, I would like to understand from you guys that what do you think about analytics? What is your understanding of analytics? Any quick answers? What words comes to your mind when you think about analytics? Yeah, big data, right? Any other words, guys? Managing of big data, right? Problem solving, yes. Predicting, right? Interpretation of the data, right? Any more answers? Getting useful information from the data, right? Any other insights? Trends and analysis, right? Any more answers? Scanning the hidden patterns, algorithms, possible solutions, machine learning, yeah, predictive modeling. You guys have heard about this? Supervised machine learning, unsupervised machine learning. So I think you guys already know everything. So let's see now all these jargons which we have been hearing for a long time, how we can connect these jargons in our world, in our financial world. Okay. So yeah, I think you guys already have enough understanding about analytics. So let's get started. So let's see the BFSI sector in the analytics maturity level, right? As I was talking to you, that analytics is everywhere. You name the sector and analytics is already there. So there was a survey done across various sectors, and without any doubt, the digital native companies like the Googles, the Amazons, and so many other companies, they are anyway in the top section of the rating, and you will be pleasantly surprised that financial sector is not very much behind. We as bankers also are not behind in understanding and implementing analytical solutions in our business, and probably this particular slide should in fact motivate you further to get more insights about analytics, how that can be implemented on your day-to-day activities if you are performing or even if you are performing, because it's the second highest, and of course after that the manufacturing, utilities and telecom sectors, followed by insurance sectors. So yes, financial services is not very much behind than the giants of the analytics world. And yes, of course, there is ample room for improvement. When we go into the subsequent slides, when we see that which are the areas wherein how much analytics is applied, and probably still there are a lot of areas wherein still research and development is going on, and in coming days we will see more and more implementation of analytics in various areas. So, what are the drivers for analytics in banking? So maybe I would like to know from you guys, why do you think that analytics needs to be there in the core banking area? Better prediction of what? Defaulters, right? Better customer satisfaction, right? Cross-selling, very good. To know the customer preferences, yes. Pardon me?
Able to generate new business.
Yeah, able to generate few more people in business. Yeah, cross-sell products. Any other reasons, guys? How many of you have gone through the regulatory requirements for the financial world, and then banks getting penalized for not following the compliance requirements and like that, customer due diligence, right? So these are some of the key driver factors which actually force us to think about analytics, because the volume of the business is increasing, the competition is increasing day by day, profit margin is getting big day by day, so we have to think differently. So some of the drivers, the very important driver is risk and compliance. What is the risk? The various regulatory authorities are demanding for higher level of transparency in the data which we are sharing to the likes of RBIs, okay? And then especially the compliance violation related data, there is a great risk. A lot of banks are getting penalized because they had not highlighted the risks to the Reserve Bank of India. If you guys are aware, the financial intelligence unit, every bank is supposed to submit certain information to financial intelligence unit on a regular basis. And if they do not submit the suspicious transactions, of course they have some criteria for submitting this information, but if they do not submit this, like suspicious transactions or some cash transactions, or maybe some funding, foreign funding coming up in India, or any cross-border wire transfers happening in there, they don't submit, and if there is a fraud coming up, then they get penalized. Also, their reputation gets damaged, right? So this is what is the risk and compliance which we all need to be aware of, and because of this, analytics is there to help us and bankers, and we should think about it. Fraud detection and security, of course, I think we all are aware that nowadays, almost like any other crime news, we always keep hearing about frauds happening in banks, some data is getting hacked and some transactions, from some corner of the world are getting executed, the credit cards are getting hacked and things like that. So because of this risk and compliance, the expertise in this area started thinking about analytics. Increasing digital footprints. We all know, just few years back, probably we were not aware of something like the mobile wallets, the PGDMs, the BIM apps and things like that. And nowadays, without these wallets, actually we cannot do any transactions. So that's what is the digital footprint we are talking about. So if we want to collect data from even these footprints as well, analytics is there to help all of us, right? And can we just collect the data for our customers? Can we not generate some useful insights from that data? So probably we can push some cross-selling messages or some advertisements from these footprints as well. And for that, analytics is there to help us, right? So we know that in earlier days, probably there was just one channel. You go to the counter, you deposit your payslip, or you withdraw money. Then ATMs came. The changes were anyway already there. But nowadays, the channels are limitless. You can do NFT, you can do RTGS, you can do wallet payment. Even the bitcoins are also, coming and then haunting the banks. I mean, there is so much competition, not only from the core peers of the bankers, but even the technology giants also are coming in our competition. And with these various number of channels through which we can support our customer, there is a need of having one unified customer view. Our customer might be residing in any of the channels, right? So it's very much necessary to collect the 360-degree view of our customer so that we can serve him better, so that we can understand his needs, and also we can cross-sell our products, and hence analytics. Digital challenges, yes, I already told that not only from our peers, our competitors, but we are getting competition from the sectors like telecom. Airtel has its own mobile wallet, and so other telecom companies. The fintech startups are also coming up, and providing a very tough competition to the core bankers, right? So creation of the digital ecosystem also is very, very necessary so that we can provide the various products and services to our customers, right? And hence analytics is required. End-to-end process optimization. Yes, probably already there is so much complications and complexity in the system, and there is an opportunity in every process. As a banker, we are executing day in and out. So analytics again is going to help us in doing that process optimization as well, right? So the data analytics led decisions are going to help us in making the decisions, right? And then we can improve the operational efficiency and reduce the cost. In turn, increase the bank's profit. So for that, analytics is going to help us. Any question, guys, before I can proceed? Fine. So I think we are good to go, right? So as I was telling that now since yes, please. Yeah. So when we are talking about AML, we are talking about anti-money laundering activities, and as far as the FIU's guidelines are concerned, there are as many as almost 88 red flag indicators. These indicators are predefined, right? So nowadays the criminals are even more smarter than us, right? So if they study these 88 red flags like it, they can always ensure that they will not fall into those traps, right? So that actually should make us think that even after following all these 88 red flag indicators, still the criminals can perform their activity. So, are those sufficient? Probably from the administration point of view, they are sufficient. But analytics can go much more beyond that. Analytics can actually go deep root of your data. It can try to understand the pattern. Because I can give you an example. Like if we do a transaction of cash transaction of more than 1 lakh rupees, the banks are supposed to report this to the financial intelligence unit. So what the criminal will do probably, he will withdraw in small chunks, maybe 20,000 rupees. So they will always try to bypass these indicators. But if anyway the data will be there in the bank's database, and if we can understand this pattern, that why this kind of activity is happening over and again and again, and not only concentrating only on one bank, but if we can connect the data from multiple banks, we can get these kind of patterns even more prominent, and then that can raise our suspicion. So again, in the analytics world, you will not get always an assured answer, but you will get a probability, right? So you can get that kind of suspicion, that probability, and once that kind of fraud is already committed maybe in the past, and if you are able to see the similar pattern, you can inform to the right authorities, right? So this is just an example, but there are many ways of using analytics and understanding the probability of fraud and other things. So now, since we understood that where we stand as a banking community in the analytics world, we have already gone through a lot of jargons about the analytical world. So let's see what all different analytics types are there as per Gartner's continuum. I'm sure many of you guys have already heard about this phrase. Data is the fuel of 21st generation or next generation cycles. And yes, in the financial sector as well, this is the fuel, we can say that. So how can we make use of that fuel? So let's see the continuum. So this is a kind of a graph showing the business impact of your organization in the analytics world, and if you are very at very entry level stage, probably the impact of the analytical activities which you are performing may not be huge to your business, but if you use more sophisticated solutions like advanced analytics and all that, you can leverage great impact on your business in your way, right? So let's see what this continuum says. So basically, we are using data as information, and in this journey, we are trying to optimize that information for our organization. So what do we have? We have descriptive analytics. What does descriptive analytics do? It tells us what happened. It tells us the story as it is. So yes, probably as the bankers, we have been collecting the data for our customers for years, and historically we can always kind of use some kind of business intelligence solutions, AI solutions, which can tell us what happened into the particular quarter, or a particular customer segment, or so many other things, right? So, but that is a typical business intelligence solution. We can go one step beyond that. We can leverage the use of analytics, wherein we can actually see the impact of each and every parameter, field, each and every field. What is the impact of this field on my business? Is there any correlation between two parameters? Maybe these two things are coming together. Like for example, there is a vacation and the sun is also on the peak. So the ice cream business is on, on the top. So these kind of two parameters coming together in the banking world, and they might have altogether a high impact on our business. So we can understand that from the descriptive analytics part. Next comes the diagnostic analytics. What is diagnostic analytics? Fine. I understood that's what is happening in my bank. But why did it happen? Is the question my boss is going to ask me, and I have to answer. Right? For that, diagnostic analytics is going to help me. What does it do? It does the root cause analysis. It tries to understand the patterns in the data, and then from the patterns, you can probably figure out something about your data. Right? Cross-functional correlation, as I was talking about. The relation of more parameters in the technical world, they call it as independent parameters and independent variables. So the independent parameters and their correlationship with each other talks about that. And then we can get the insights and we can slowly move towards the predictive models. You guys have heard about prediction models. So slowly we can move towards the prediction and we can answer our boss. Right? Hey boss, this is what the data is telling, and this is the reason that it's telling that kind of story. So he can take a decision accordingly. Then we move on into the ladder. So having some more sophisticated tools, technologies in our hand, and then we can start predicting. We are talking about predictive analytics. What will happen next? Very important question. The boss will be very, very happy on you if you can answer it. That whether our bank is going to make profit in the next quarter or not, whether there will be lesser number of NPAs or not, whether the customer churn will increase or decrease. All such kind of questions and many more such kind of questions we can answer with the help of predictive analytics. So some of the examples I have already mentioned. We can identify the risks and the future opportunities by performing predictive analytics on historical and real-time data. So from the historical data, we can understand the behavior of particular segment, particular customer. Let's say there are, we have a database of 10,000 premium customers, and many of those customers were defaulters, which actually resulted into increase in NPAs. If we can understand the behavioral pattern of those customers, and maybe there is a new customer coming up, and we can relate the new customer's behavior with the old ones, we can take a decision. Again, it will just give a probability whether it will happen or not, only time will tell. But at least we can make ourselves alert and take appropriate decisions. So that's what is the power of predictive analytics. The final ladder in the Gartner analytics continuum is the prescriptive analytics. Where do we use this prescriptive word? Most commonly, most frequently, where do we use this? With the doctor, right? Doctor gives us a prescription. What is that prescription? We are having some fever, some illness, and he gives us a precise prescription. And take this tablet in the morning, this one in the afternoon and in the night, and in 3 days you will be fine. That's what is the prescription. And this is what the analytical solutions will give us prescription for our problems. Yes, that probably it might look magic, but yeah, this is what the power of the prescriptive analytics, okay, wherein we can achieve optimized results within the given constraints. So what we need to do in this case is that we just provide all our constraints. Like I was talking that we need to tell to the doctor that okay, I'm not feeling well, I'm having a running nose, I had a high fever in the night, and my stomach was upset, and so many things. So all these kind of constraints we create to the model, and it gives us the optimize prescription, that was the 5 year to do that, you have to adjust your risk requirement, so many parameters, and then we are fine. Right? So this is what is the prescriptive analytics. So now, what we are doing through this journey is that in the initial stage, when we were just relying on the business intelligence solutions, then eventually we stepped up ourselves and we started using the descriptive analytics. So we had kind of some insight about our own data. That insight got converted into insight and finally we can actually foresee the future, that what could happen. And that is possible with the help of predictive and descriptive analytics. Right? So now we want to understand, fine, we have gone to the descriptive, diagnostic, predictive and prescriptive analytics. So as far as the banking sector is concerned, are we like equally using all these analytical techniques? Probably not, for the very obvious reasons, like there are a lot of organizations, banking organizations, which are not yet matured. They are not probably well equipped with IT solutions, and some of those are in the early stage of their digital transformation, so they are happy with descriptive analytics. Some of the giant ones, they are actually moving ahead of others, so they are using diagnostic analytics, predictive analytics, and some of those are also using prescriptive analytics. So what is the percentage of these organizations, and for what purpose they are using this particular analytics? So if we divide all the banking sector into 4 quadrants, then 30% of the organizations are using descriptive analytics mainly for reporting the suspicious activities and validation against the Muslims. So the AML question, what you were asking, goes under the reporting the suspicious activities, and not only the RBI, but there are international watch lists as well. So the banks always have this kind of blacklisted customers handy, and they always kind of compare their customer data against that watch list, and if there is any kind of relationship, they will submit it to the regulatory authorities. So guys, let me ask you that is it that straightforward that in my bank I have one customer and I also have a watch list. So I just check the name of the customers in the watch list, and if there is a match, I submit it to the financial division. Is it that simple? What do you guys think? What could be the problems in this very simple activity? Apart from the volume of the data, what could be the problems? Any thought? Just out of the mind, any right?
Previously he might have defaulted, but right now he is in good position of money.
Actually, the watch list here we are talking about not only the small defaulters, but maybe guys, the big fishes who have done either they are probably kind of terrorists or they have done big frauds, and maybe may not be in our India but somewhere else as well. Some of the guys, like from the various intelligence reports, such kind of list gets prepared and then they are circulated to the banking authorities, and we should check against that. But the very simple problem is any such kind of person, if he has conducted those kind of criminal activities in the past, he will ensure that his name is not getting involved into the banking records, right? So just to give an example, my name can be spelled in 10 different ways, right? If I have some friends from maybe Odisha or Bengal, they will spell it like Vilas, right? The first name. Vilas also can be spelled as Veelas or Vilas. Likewise, there are like 8 to 10 combinations. And now, just by changing the spelling here and there, I can just fool the bank.
But the analytical solution should be able to identify that Vilas and Vilas is the same person. So maybe the analytical solution will use a lot of other data points to ensure that this is the correct match. It can probably check my date of birth, it can check my place of birth, my residential address, my relatives' names, and so many things. So the list is endless, and after collecting all this information, what it gives me is a probability of match. If the probability of match, I can set a threshold that maybe more than 95% or more than 90% match, then yes, I know probably it is the same person, although name is different, right? So I have just given only my name example, but sometimes people use their initials, R Kumar. How can you relate R Kumar with Ram Kumar? Impossible, right? But if we collect all these puzzles together, then we can say that yes, it's the same person. So that's what is actually the complexity. When you start going into the data, all these complexities will come into place. Then as many as 40% organizations are using diagnostic analytics. So when I say 40% means organizations are relying on diagnostic analytics, that means they are already using the descriptive analytics, right? So what are the actionable insights we are going to get? Like customer segmentation. Now I think these are the familiar terms for you. Because if I want to run a marketing campaign, then I need to know my customer segment. If I am running something, just to give an example, if I want to market a very entry-level computer, to the very high-class individuals, probably it may not work, right? So I should have that segmentation very well known so that I can penetrate to the precise customers and then increase my opportunity of selling my products. Okay. Then profitability, campaign analysis I can do with the help of diagnostic analytics. The parametric value at risk calculations also I can perform using the diagnostics analytics. Finally, probably after following up with the senior management, our organization probably decides that now we have done enough with diagnostic analytics and we can think about moving into predictive analytics. So now you can see that as of today, hardly 20% banks are relying on predictive analytics, or they are actually making use of predictive analytics. So there is a huge scope in banking world in the predictive analytics space. Okay, and what do we do using predictive analytics? Yes, pattern recognition. We have already discussed about that. Fraud prediction model. I had given an example that so many data points can be collected, and if there is a similar pattern and there were already committed fraud in our historical database, then we can prepare a fraud prediction model. We can also generate risk alerts at a customer level or at a product level or at a geographical level, right? We can also push the next best offer to the customer, and we can also cross-sell our products. That's what is the power of predictive analytics. And you can see only 20% banks are utilizing this, so there is a huge scope in this area. Finally comes the prescriptive analytics. Very, very few and handful organizations are only using the prescriptive analytics. And as I mentioned earlier, that's the precise prescription for your financial illness of your organization. So you can use prescriptive analytics for simulations in behavioral probability of default, loss given default, and exposure at default modeling, channel mix modeling, and so many other problems where you can make use of prescriptive analytics. But as I mentioned, and there is a reason that why only 10% organizations are into this space. it's not only that only these kind of products or the solutions are very, very positive, but also it takes a certain level of maturity for an organization, for the organization maintaining that kind of data, and they should also have that kind of expertise in executing these descriptive analytics activities. So it's a stepwise journey, starting from the descriptive, diagnostic, to predictive, and then finally descriptive analytics. So this is what is a kind of a landscape of analytics in retail banking. So any questions, guys, on this? Fine, no questions. So let's move on. Okay. So now we understood that yes, there is ample scope of analytics, maybe in terms of descriptive, diagnostic, prescriptive, and predictive. So what are the key areas in the banking which is currently leveraging this advanced analytics? These are the key areas. Customer is the king. So in this area, we can leverage the advanced analytics. Risk is very, very prominent to any business for that matter, and we must use analytics in this area as well. And of course, the bread and butter, the operations. In this area also, we can make use of advanced analytics. How? We will see in the subsequent slides. Right? So let's talk about consumers. So again, now I have given you that Gardner quadrant, okay, and from the Gardner quadrant we were talking about those four areas. So I'm clubbing the reporting and descriptive analytics in one, and then prediction and descriptive analytics in another section, and then we will see that how at the consumer level the banks are utilizing the analytics. Okay, so one use is the customer life value. For how long this customer is with me, I can understand from his reporting very well, and then accordingly I can make my decision that if I want to maybe push some offerings to the customer, I can be assured that this customer will stay with me for a long time, so that I can actually make use of his savings and things like that. So many things can be done, under the umbrella of customer life value. Customer profitability dashboard. I can, prepare a nice dashboard as per the customer segmentation. I can know that what all my top customers who are actually making my bank profitable. So this dashboard can help me in taking the appropriate decision at appropriate time. I can drill down the reporting by customer so that I can know more about their demographics, their area of business, their area of interest, and accordingly I can take further decisions so that I can increase the bank's profit. Finally, I can also do campaign analytics that in the earlier days, whenever we had to run a specific campaign, probably when this customer segmentation and things were not in place, the banks, or for that matter other sectors as well, used to circulate the campaign details to all the possible people, like kind of a mouth publicity. But then every such kind of campaign cost reaching to one customer and sending our message to the customer actually cost the organization, and hence that doesn't really make a profitable proposition. So what comes is the customer segmentation. Finally, strategy of segmentation, we are penetrating only on certain segments, but then now using the descriptive and diagnostic analytics, we can actually understand the campaign, how a particular campaign went, where were the areas of failure, or where did we not achieve the expected results. So we can use all this kind of analytics so that we can learn from that analytics and take appropriate actions in the subsequent campaigns. So that's what is the descriptive and diagnostic analytics under the customer segment. As far as predictive and prescriptive analytics is concerned, yeah, the same thing. Customer segmentation is going to help us in this area as well. Okay, channel mix modeling, we can utilize this particular technique to increase our profitability, conversion and engagement by channel and segment. Like the customers coming from the specific channel or maybe from the specific segment can be totally converted the medium grade customers into the higher grade customers. Likewise, so we can, and it's not that whether we can convert them or not, but the predictive analytics gives us that power that yes, these are the potential customers we can upgrade in the services so that they can, we can have a better relationship with the customer, and at the end of the day, the bank will be getting the profitability. Silent and proactive churn. Customer churn is one of the biggest problems, especially when there is a high competition, when there are high, very competitive offering from the peers. So the customer churn, we cannot afford customer churn at any cost. One thing is onboarding customer itself costed us a lot of money, and now the customers are selling. But then, how can predictive and prescriptive analytics help us? It can show us the pattern of the existing customers who have now left our organization, so we can understand that pattern. And if a similar kind of pattern is in progress, then we can take appropriate actions so that we can stop that customer churn, probably maybe by improvising the relationship, by offering them some more services, more products, some goodies, and we can retain such kind of customers with the help of predictive analytics. We can give the next best offer to our customers after looking at his financial expenses, his interest, where he spends most of the money and things like that. So after analyzing all the customer behavior, we can offer him the next best thing. Trigger based cross-sales. So nowadays this is also becoming very, very interesting and important activity from the predictive analytics perspective. That maybe you are at airport and you have done some kind of high volume transaction, and maybe in the same location you get an SMS that maybe you can purchase one more product, you will get 40% discount. The existing customers in the shop are getting 20% discount, and now you are a special customer and we are offering you 20% more. Will you not be happy? Right? So this is what is the trigger based immediate cross-sell on the fly. What is required here is not only the infrastructure, but the capability of handling this kind of big data volume. Imagine State Bank of India, how many customers they are having, how many branches they are having, how many data centers they are having, and the volume of the data. And from all this kind of volume, if you can generate that trigger within split seconds, then only you can capture that particular customer for the additional benefit, right? So this is what is the trigger based cross-selling. Bundle pricing. Can somebody explain what is this bundle pricing? Right, guys? Yes. Yes. A combo offer. Right? Buy one parachute oil, hair oil, and you get one paint. Right? So that kind of bundle offer we can give in the financial world as well. Right? So somebody probably who is interested in housing loan, we can offer him maybe an insurance product, maybe fire insurance, something like that. So such kind of bundle pricing we can offer on the fly with the help of predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics. Finally, social media listening and measurement. Any idea? We are in the banking forum, we are talking about social media, and measurements. What is going on? So what is social media listening and measurement? Any split of the idea? So again, yeah, please. Yeah, so I will come to that. Nowadays, we all are tech savvy, we are very active in social media, and we keep on circulating so many jokes here and there. Like for example, if there is a party at home, the dining table is having all those goodies in place, and before we jump on, taking a bite, somebody shouts, wait, let me take a photo. Post it on Facebook and then we will have it, right? So this is what is the activeness of people on social media. And using the predictive and prescriptive analytics, we can actually sense what people are thinking, what they are trying to do. Like, I'm in a world tour, probably I'm somewhere in Switzerland or maybe, some corner of the world. And, if my banker traces me and he offers me some kind of goodies, I will be more than happy, at that point of time. So that is what is actually the social media listening. But again, it's not as simple, straightforward as it looks like in one sentence. You have to have a very strong knowledge of kind of natural language processing, so that the machines can understand what you are trying to say. Because you are not going to talk always in Hindi. Nowadays we talk in English, writing in English but talking in Hindi, not in pure English. Or maybe people use their regional languages and slangs and then emojis and so many things. So understanding the sentiments of the social media and converting that into meaningful information is what is done using the predictive and prescriptive analytics. So that's what is the consumer. We can do a lot from the use of advanced analytics. So by performing all these activities, customer life cycle, profitability, drilling down, campaign analysis, and so many other activities, what are the benefits which we are going to get? So the ability of identifying the profitable customers, expand the wallet share of the profitable customers, identify the cross-sell and up-sell opportunities using these analytics, then migrating customers from less profitable relationships to more profitable ones. As I was saying that probably, one customer is at a lower segment in our database, and if his financial statistics and his financial activities are looking encouraging, then we can always upgrade that customer into the profitable relationship. Okay, we can acquire new profitable customers by targeted marketing campaigns, even if the customer is, let's say, not SBI customer or not ICICI customer, but if we can have some kind of products, which do not need so much of efforts in registering the customer, we can sell something on the fly, even if we do not have a relationship with those customers, then the customer also will be happy and we also will be happy. Launch of the new products offerings that are in line with customer expectations. Nowadays, customer is the king, and we have to launch the products considering the customer insights. So all these things we can perform or do better using the help of advanced analytics. Right? Then comes the next very important pillar, I would say, for any organization is the risk. Okay? How much strong our organization is to take care of any kind of risk, known or unknown. So again, from the reporting and descriptive analytics perspective, what we can do, right? So we can probably perform a lot of non-parametric value at risk kind of calculations on historical data, and based on that we can do our due diligence and take appropriate decisions. Okay. Suspicious activity reporting and customer risk scoring. We have discussed about the suspicious activity reporting, and at the same time, just like civil scoring, civil, I think you all are aware of the civil as an organization, right? It collects the loan related data almost from all the financial institutions, and then it generates the score, right? So such kind of scoring even we can do. Behavioral scoring, this is what we call in the banking world. We can perform that using the reporting and descriptive analytics. Account validation, again, we have already discussed about this point. Risk alerts at customer, geography or product level. Yes, not only informing to the risk specialist, but we can even inform the customer as well if there are specific risks to that particular customer. So all these things we can do using the reporting and descriptive analysis. When it comes to predictive and prescriptive analytics, yeah. So we can have a kind of simulation models. Monte Carlo simulation is a very popular simulation method being used in analytics, not only in banking sector but almost in every sector we use it under prescriptive analytics. Okay. So value at risk calculations in which the statistical terms variance and covariance are used. Variance, any idea what is variance? You all are aware. So now we are not talking about banking as a terminology, but statistically we are talking about just a data point, and the variance and covariance can be used to understand the value at risk using the Monte Carlo simulation, right? Then we can understand, or we can build the models to understand the behavioral probability of default, LGD and EAD kind of models we can perform. We can also perform stress testing against the multiple macroeconomic parameters or scenarios. A lot of macroeconomic scenarios, you guys must be aware of that. So on the given banking data set, we can perform this stress testing against these scenarios, and that can help us to take the next best decision we can, right? Apart from that, yes, pattern recognition and machine learning can be applied to predict frauds. So I think we have already discussed about pattern recognition, that specific pattern available in the historical database, and if that pattern was converted into kind of fraud, then if similar pattern is happening, then we can probably stop that, right? And machine learning is a popular way of building the algorithms to predict a lot of things, and fraud is just one of those. So what do we do in machine learning? Before I can explain that, let me ask you guys, what is your understanding about machine learning? What do you think? What is machine learning? But who is learning it?
Machine learning from
yes, right. So learning from the data. So actually, there is a paradigm shift in the way of traditional softwares and analytical softwares. So in the traditional softwares, we build the programs, we build some data, and we get the output, right? So that is what is the software which is going to help us. But in the traditional analytical software development, what happens is the machine, the algorithm itself, we feed the data to the algorithm, and then it learns based on the data. The machine learns based on the data, and then it provides us the insights. It may be the prediction model, it may be the classification model. So prediction is generally in terms of continuous number, we are predicting a specific number. In terms of classification, like a segmentation, customer segmentation, a customer maybe a defaulter or non-defaulter, that kind of segmentation. Or third category is association. What is association is like, if you remember, had purchased certain things on Amazon or on Flipkart, right? And immediately, once you add a certain item in the cart, the message you get is people who were interested in this also purchased XYZ things. So that is what is the association, right? So all these things we can achieve. And what is the brain behind this kind of precise recommendations is machine learning. And finally, we can test and review the current risk threshold. So every financial organization has its own thresholds with respect to risk. So we can test and review those risks with the help of descriptive analytics. So that's what about risk. And after performing these advanced analytical activities on the risk, so what are the benefits which we are going to get? Obviously, if the risk is mitigated, if the risk is reduced, then there is an improvement in the profitability. Okay, there is a reduction in the payout and legal hassles. There will be minimal dues or fines from the organizations like RBI or Financial Intelligence Unit. Okay, the customer will be happy, most satisfied, because the customer will know that for past 3-4 years, nothing suspicious activity he could observe on any of the financial channels, right? Automated alerts directly going to the customers, so they are getting aware of, recognition of the patterns of fraudulent transactions, prediction of the next such fraud in progress, and recommend preventive actions to the fraud specialist in our fraud official, I would say. Then helps banks protecting themselves against potential fraud, non-compliance, fines and reputation loss, risk, and of the AML incidences. So these are the benefits for the financial institutions or the banks if they can implement the advanced analytical techniques for the risk segment. Finally, the day-to-day operations of the bank, how the advanced analytics is going to help them. From the reporting and descriptive analytics, yes, we can have a very detailed asset level reporting to our senior management so that they can take an appropriate call. We can have a portfolio dashboard so that the management is very well aware that how its portfolios they can diversify their investments accordingly. Okay. Static analysis of portfolio to estimate the capital requirements, how much capital I am going to need. I can see a trend in my portfolio in particular investments so that I can plan for my coming quarters. Collateral analysis I can think about as well, using the reporting and descriptive analytics. Collections delinquency is another usage of under the operations area. Just by simply using the descriptive and diagnostic analytics, we can deal with the delinquencies. From the predictive and prescriptive analytics part, we can perform simulations to predict the default or repayment risk based on lagging and leading indicators. So we have so many indicators, so we can build the simulation models to predict the repayment risks. Right? Stress testing also can be performed for the mandated or customized scenarios. So as I was mentioning that we just need to provide our symptoms to the prescriptive application, and then it can perform the very much required stress testing for us. Then regulatory and economic capital based credit portfolio model we can build with the help of prescriptive analytics. Finally, we can perform the central limit management using these predictive and prescriptive analytical activities. And once we perform all these activities, how it's going to help to our organization is it can determine the quality of our asset pool. We can have a very close watch on the burning issues nowadays, the NPAs, and we can take appropriate decisions. We can immediately take action before the particular investment goes towards NPAs. So that's a immediate advantage we can have.
can also help to determine the prepayments, delinquencies, defaults and cash flows. We can be assured that how much prepayment I am going to get in advance, the delinquencies and defaults, so that we can plan accordingly. It can allow the firms to adjust their loan to value ratios in accordance with the regulations. Okay, that means the capital requirements. And in case of mortgage portfolios, we can take a call with the help of advanced analytics to calculate various portfolio risks and then take a call accordingly. So I think that's it in a nutshell from me. So open for questions. Yes, please.
Model is getting better, and subsequently there is less practice for the banks.
Right.
Correct. But regulator itself has said that they don't know how to bring these models under regulation. They are having some of inertia to implement those models in the banks. So how do all of these things go in line? And what can be the future of this analytics in the risk management, especially in the compliance?
Right. So what regulators can do is inform or mandate the financial organizations to follow certain practices, right? So that is what is, as part of those certain practices, they have indicated those so-called red flag indicators. There are 88 such indicators, just if we are talking in terms of anti-money laundering. And similar to these indicators, there are subsequent indicators from RBI and from other areas as well. Now, all the banks follow that. But what happens is, even after following these things as well, still some of the transactions probably they just go under the table, and then some fraud happens. Now, I had visited a central processing system center, CPC, of a State Bank of India, the largest one in Jaipur. I had visited that, and we had almost more than 2 hours discussion with the officials, the AML officials. They are so much heavily loaded that they have so many transactions to be scrutinized, reviewed, and then there are 2-3 levels of reviews as well. That if I review something, that transaction, if it's meets certain criteria, then my boss also needs to review and his boss as well. So much time goes into that, and then they were literally struggling for certain things because the regulators have heavy penalties if some transactions are just going like that. They had given me one example that one particular man had a deposit entry in his account, 30 lakhs deposit entry in his account, and by profession he was just a lecturer. So how come this 30 lakhs coming into the account was a suspicious activity and need to be scrutinized. So first of all, these guys tried to contact him. His phone numbers were not updated and his profession was not justifying. But then eventually they came to know that he got recently retired, and because of that retirement, that fund came into his account. But now all these things probably can be expedited using the analytics. This is a very simplified example I have given, but there are so many complex scenarios which the analytics can handle. And again, the regulators are not guiding you or enforcing you that you should use this solution or that solution. They will always tell you that you use this generalized kind of laws, rules and regulations. Okay, but the banks who want to go ahead of their peers, they are heavily investing into such kind of applications. So there is no mandate from the regulators, but it's the management's decision to invest into these softwares and applications for better profitability and better health of the organization. Any other question, guys? Okay, so I hope the session was informative and fruitful to you all. But again, after this session also, if you guys have any doubts, any queries, you guys can always contact me. I am reachable on LinkedIn and I have also given my email address. So feel free to reach out. And best luck for your future career.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge and meaningful insights about Gartner Analytics Continuum with us.
Our next panel discussion on risk analytics will be taken up by 5 amazing minds: Mr. Pranav Varshney, Mr. Sanat Kar, Mr. Mohan Rai, Mr. Vilas Wakale, and our Professor Rajeev Uberoi. So I request all the speakers to kindly come up on the stage and occupy their seats. I now request Professor Rajeev Uberoi, sir, to felicitate our speakers for the session, Mr. Pranav Varshney and Mr. Sanat Kar. Introducing the speakers and starting with Mr. Pranav Varshney. He started his career with Bachelor's in Technology in Electronics and Telecommunications. He then graduated from NIBM in 2008 and holds over 10 years of work experience. After his graduation, he worked with HDFC Bank in risk analytics on retail portfolio and scorecard modeling, validation, etc. from the credit risk perspective. There he worked for around 2.5 years. Thereafter, he joined Nomura, the well-known Japanese investment bank, in global market risk, catering to the portfolio analytics across various asset classes, and worked there for around 5 years. Thereafter, currently serving as the Vice President at Credit Suisse for the last 3 years as the Head of Scenarios in Global Market Risk Management Department, where he is working in market risk and liquidity risk management. Not just that, he also holds a diploma in Treasury, Investment and Risk Management. He has also completed JAIIB, CAIIB and Financial Risk Management certifications as well. We welcome you, sir. Our second speaker is Mr. Sanat Kar. Throughout his career, he had been a very diverse personality with diverse interests. He started his career with a bachelor's degree in physics. Thereafter, he completed his master's degree in financial management. He's worked with many renowned banks in the country. He worked with Axis Bank as an executive, after which he worked with the Union Bank as a manager for around 5 years. After that, he started his research work in risk management from NIBM, and he was also associated with NIBM as a research scholar for 3 years. Since the past 2.5 years, he's been working with Cognizant as a senior consultant. He holds a diploma in Treasury, Investment and Risk Management. His immense knowledge in business analytics and AML's KYC. He also is a certified associate of Indian Institute of Bankers. Our third speaker, Mr. Vilas Wakale, needs no introduction. We already know him by now by his immense knowledge that he just showered upon us. Our next speaker, Mr. Mohan Rai, he is an IIM Bangalore alumni in Business Analytics and Intelligence. He completed his MBA in Marketing and Bachelor's of Science in Statistics from the University of Pune. Sir has got an immense experience in the field of marketing. He served various organizations like Magnus Consulting Private Limited as a market analyst and Bajaj Auto Limited as assistant manager in sales planning. He has more than 18 years of work experience in the field of analytics and has worked in analytics on domains ranging from IT, banking, construction, real estate, automobile and many more. Sir has been in the advisory board in the field of analytics for various organizations. At present, he is associated with Mahindra & Mahindra Limited as an advisory for analytics.
Currently, he is the co-founder and director of Emergence, the training arm of Simple and Real Analytics, which serves the training needs of analytics for people from different walks of life. Mr. Mohan Rai is a versatile, analytical and hardworking individual who always perceives to achieve the best results. We welcome you, sir. Finally, the moderator for the panel discussion today, Professor Anjan Roy. He started his career as a mechanical engineer and worked in the corporate world for around a decade. Later, he pursued his research and holds a PhD from MPI Gurgaon, after which he associated with NIBM. Here at NIBM, his fields of experience and interests are strategic planning, management of banking operations, and project management. So that was with the introduction of the speakers. We'll start with the session in 2 minutes.
Good evening to all of you. I'm very happy to welcome our esteemed panelists. We have Pranav here, we have Sanat, we have Vilas, and we have Mohan Rai here. As I start, as I often tell you that I gain my inspiration from watching movies. Recently I saw a movie. It's called The Eye in the Sky. You see that? It's a movie about a US drone which is placed up in the air. The drone is fully automated to fire at some targets, and they are trying to locate some target in somebody's North Africa, some person who is hidden within some buildings and all. And they set a small bee to get into the building, and the bee is still not able to locate that person. That is getting the person, but it's not getting full. And then it shows that the bee is able to figure out part of the person's face, the ear, and then it relays the data about the structure of the ear. And then these guys are matching, pattern matching and something he was talking, right? These guys are matching that thing, and then they find out this is a person, and boom, it goes. So I was very much excited. I was jumping on my seat, clapping also. Then I realized it's a science fiction. Now they had a problem, they were trying to manage risk. Had it gone wrong, the country where they are trying to boom it up, right? They are a friendly country. So great risk in this. So this particular session I just discussed with the panelists. I would like them to talk to you about the reality of risk analytics. Now we all have got a good amount of, particularly the second year, good amount of basics on risk analytics, statistics and all other things. How does it all work in the organization when you go over there? What kind of work do organizations make use of out of it? And how much are they successful? What are the challenges? What is required to make you, as the young candidates who will be getting into this organization, work ready? So the moment you go, you are there to boom, right? So I would request my panelists to speak about their experiences and share their observations as they have learned and grown in this particular area of risk analytics. I will start with Pranav. So Pranav, in your career from HDFC to Nomura to Credit Suisse, you can share with us your observations and learnings, which we all can take something.
Thank you. So, first of all, thank you to all faculty members and everyone for inviting me here. And it really, since the time I have been in campus, everything has been revolving in front of my eyes. I have been after 10 years here, and it feels very good. So, yeah, with respect to the topic here, with respect to my experiences, before I start anything, how many of you have seen even a single episode of Shark Tank? Only this much, really? Please go and watch all episodes of Shark Tank on YouTube. Whenever you get time, all of it. So keep on note of this. So please go and watch episodes of Shark Tank if you want to develop your career in this category. Okay? So there you will see how a risk is analyzed, and then you put your money into that. Okay, we are not entrepreneurs, but then you will get so much to learn about from Shark Tank that you will start putting that, you will start realizing how Amazon is doing things or Webpack is doing things. Being from a risk background, when I started my career in NBFC, I can give some comments about both credit risk and market risk. If at all you guys want to make a career in this. And before I start anything, I would like to make one statement that I've seen your profiles. Maybe you will be say from econ background or BTech background, whatever. But though this analytics is more of number crunching and spotting trends and all that, anyone can do that. Whoever is interested. It's not that only engineering guys or whatever they can do, right? So keep that in mind because many of my colleagues, they are CAs or BCom friends, but they are doing good. So in credit risk, I started with HDFC Bank and now NPAs of HDFC Bank is like what 2% gross NPAs, right? So and you know the industry's net NPAs. You guys should be well aware of that, right? So recently UCO Bank published results, about 22%. So why is that so? It's just because there are like 100 people sitting in the bank who are just doing risk analytics, and as soon as a single person enters the bank, be it for a liability or an asset, probably there are more than 20 to 25 scorecards which are run on that person. You people would be aware of Z score, right? Also in Z score. That is just what can you say? Just one thing, which is a blanket and which has some X data set, right? It may not be relevant for Indian point of view. But for Indian point of view, you have to make new scorecards for every behavior of the customer, for every asset class. So different scorecard for car loan, personal loan, for savings account, for whatever. Different scorecard for 6 months, 12 months, whatever is the history, so as to preempt the behavior of that person, right? So this is the best thing that each private, at least private sector bank is doing to better aim to preempt the behavior of the customer. So that is lot in credit risk, plus marketing analytics, everything. And so you have CIBIL scores, right? For example, CIBIL score again is a set of, it's based on a set of variables. But again, because it is a blanket set, it may not be true for any other bank's population. Right? So my sourcing population is different, Axis Bank is different, ICICI is different, SBI is different. CIBIL may not be a good match. So you guys know what statistics R square, right? So you need to find out the best R square for each set and make as many as scorecards. Just keep in mind that your R square should be more than 50%. That is the bottom line. This is what HDFC Bank is doing, both on its retail portfolio, both on its wholesale portfolio, and now you know 2% versus 22%. 72 billion market cap of HDFC Bank versus 40 billion of credit risk or maybe 120 billion of JP Morgan. So you can see the difference. So how investor is paying for your good assets, right? So this is the way look at. Then on market risk, if you guys are interested in market risk, there's the field. So in credit risk, the difference is you need to have 3 months or 6 months of behavior for a person to understand and the relationship. As it grows longer, you have 1 data point, 2 data points, 10 data points. In market risk, every other day is a new data point. So you really have to be on your toes, whoever are interested in market risk. So first of all, you need to know what the real risk is, right? So real risk, if, for example, what you can connect to, maybe Bitcoin. Anyone interested in Bitcoin, like nobody would have, because RBI banned it. But before that, there was a great euphoria, right? So what is the risk in investing in Bitcoin? No, apart from regulatory. Okay. I mean, below that something is different. So tomorrow, if you are in banking industry, right, you do credit appraisals. You do credit appraisals based on something collateral, right? You have some asset below it. What is the asset on which Bitcoin is done? What is the underlying asset? Nothing. Right? It's just the miners who are putting their hard work. So it's like cyanide philosophy, you do some work and give you some money, right? So that's not any asset. So this is the level on which on market risk behaves within each day. So say suppose if you are, for for analytics in market, you need to have, okay, if you want to go in Indian banks you need to track down all indices. Okay, if anyone is tracking, say, what is the state bank's rate is at 5 years going on currently. If anyone is interested, second year is so yeah, Mohan, approximately. Sorry, no problem. Okay. So yeah, how much is the credit spread approx? Any idea? It's about 200 pips, okay? So the thing is, for analytics, you need to first understand the product itself. You need to be on top of the market. You need to understand why a thing is happening. If tomorrow a war breaks out between Korea and US, if tomorrow a missile goes out and something happens, right? So that would be a dangerous event. What will happen to your portfolio? Where the vulnerabilities will go? How will you preempt that? So there are models underlying, which is fine, but then there is an art that you need to develop more in market risk. Credit risk it's a little more structured. Market risk it's a little more art, and because every other day is a new day, it's a lot more deep, a lot more moving parts. So all those things. Which pair is moving why? So you need to understand whys of everything. So then you can do this kind of thing. So these were like basic statement from me. Probably I should pass on the mic to Sanat. Thank you.
Hello friends, I'm really grateful to my faculty members here in NIBM who actually invited me for this occasion, because not long ago I was also toiling with you people, with your some of your predecessors. So it's nice to come back and share my experience with you all. So far as the topic is concerned, risk analytics, I consider myself still somebody who is getting introduced to the subject. But what I can share with you is how do I introduce myself and how do someone would like to introduce himself or herself to a topic which is not known, and how he will cultivate the interest in that particular topic. Why we should cultivate our interest in that topic. For example, if we see, historically, when we talk about analytics, you will be surprised to know. If you have thought in that way, then you might know. But otherwise, analytics is kind of you can say it's very much related to history. You might be astonished to hear why analytics, which is modern day science, as we say, data science is related to history. But if we go a little bit into the topic, what we observe is the fundamental principle of analytics or data science, whatever you call it, is about history repeating itself. So, to add to a historical angle to this particular topic, what I can say is that in the very beginning of the human civilization, what happened is that which tribes had got the maximum number of animal stock, that tribe was developed. Then a time came when agriculture started, so whichever civilization had the maximum irrigated land or cultivable or fertile land, that country or that tribes or that population become developed. Then the manufacturing came in. All we know that how during the World War II, World Wars, and after World Wars, how the European Renaissance happened and how European countries developed, and along with that United States of America, on the basis of manufacturing. Then it came the age of computer science and information technology. Today, the United States of America is we all know it's no longer a very much like unipolar world, but still it's the most powerful because it's not because it's military power. Military power is the effect. It's not the cause. The cause is, it is power in information. Information technology, or you can say data. The maximum, it's a data powerhouse. In fact, in corporate world also, we don't no longer see the big names like say General Electric or say Pfizer or say, the companies which were into traditional business. Just a couple of days back, we saw Apple crossing $1 trillion. And as we all know now, the punchline on which the present President of the United States got elected was make America great again. And if we pick the initials out of it, MAGA, now MAGA actually stands for like Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, and Google. These are the companies which are making it big. It's because data has become what animal stock was during the initial period of the civilization, what cultivation was afterwards, then what manufacturing was. So this is how data has inculcated into the society, into the country's economy. And so far as this particular topic, risk analytics, is concerned, what I find, if we just bifurcate this particular phrase, like risk and analytics, we can, I think in NIBM at least, we are very much familiar with these terms, like risk management, credit risk, market risk, operational risk. There is another term also which is very similar to this particular term, risk, that is uncertainty. Can anybody just differentiate between these two terms, risk and uncertainty? Yes? Okay. So how to basically differentiate between uncertainty and risk? Exactly. Thank you. So basically uncertainty is a superset of risk. Like if I came from Hinjewadi to here in NIBM, in between, if there is raining, if it's raining, then it might affect the traffic. It might affect my travel time. So the rain between Hinjewadi and say NIBM is a risk for me. But it might be at the same time, the rain might be happening in say Delhi, it might be happening say in other parts of Pune. So these are all uncertainties. So we first need to know what is our risk. And once we know, because sometimes what happens, it becomes very difficult to actually differentiate between these two. We need to study what exactly is what uncertainty is actually affecting my outcome. And that uncertainty I need to actually measure and manage. So that is how we come to risk management. And so far as analytics is concerned, I think we all know, if we say like Sir was telling some time back, there are several definitions of analytics. To me, it's basically your analysis of data. Analysis of data which is going to affect the part of the uncertainty which might affect your outcome. So what I can relate this subject is, as I said, I am getting introduced to this particular subject. I can actually share my own experience, what I have worked on this particular subject. I have actually, during my stint at NIBM, I did develop a credit risk scorecard for a very micro segment of the economy, that is MSME segment, you can say broadly, but it actually got into micro industry. It's a service-based micro industry. What I did was developing a credit risk scorecard for uh, owner auto rickshaw drivers, because I wanted, like sir might be also able to tell you why MSME segment is not getting loans. It's because there are several factors. I might be able to, better equipped to tell you. One of the major factor is banks are not, we can say, the banks are not willing to give loans to particularly this sector, and sometimes what happens, even the micro enterprises is not willing to take loans because of the time factor, because if a bank actually gives a loan to the corporate, that kind, the bottom line and the top line of the bank actually improves to that extent. But if they put in that toil in that kind of effort in MSME, they are not going to get that much of, say, profit or their bottom line, top line. So what happens is this risk analytics can come into play. How it can come into play is because, as I said, if we can collect data of some of the borrowers who are already having, say, accounts, or who already have bank loans, and we analyze their behavior and see the pattern in which that particular borrower, suppose there are 100 borrowers, and out of 100, 5 borrowers are defaulting and 95 borrowers are not defaulting. So we see these bad borrower and good borrower become my target variables. So this 5% and this 95%, between this 95% and 5%, I am going to develop my credit risk scorecard. And this is, out of these 100 borrowers, I will develop my credit risk scorecard, and this scorecard I will be using to my future borrowers. That is how, because as I said previously, the bottom line is, the very crux of analytics is history repeats itself. Because I have observed that this kind of behavioral attributes, the borrowers having this kind of behavioral attributes have mostly defaulted. Then I will draw a conclusion on the basis of that if I choose from my future potential borrowers who are having this kind of attributes, they might.
Sanat, can I interject? Actually, yes. The fundamentals of structuring out the risk determining model is, of course, you have to take it from one sample to a bigger population, and then you have to project it to a much bigger population as to what might happen. So, which was what Vilas was also talking about, that if we look into this entire continuum of risk analytics, starts with the diagnostic, descriptive diagnostic, and all these things. Can we put it a bit more discussion into what are the challenges that once we create a scorecard for some people, and then we try to project it onto others, right? Our projections might come right, may not come right, and we are creating a big portfolio. So, what are the kind of challenges possibly if we can if we talk of, and possibly then Vilas can also continue with that one. Yeah, and you can also come in, Pranav, in this.
The most difficult challenge that I had in my exercise is when banks do not have an appreciable number of bad customers. When banks do not have appreciable number of bad customers, it becomes very difficult to actually develop a credit risk scorecard. I think because I had to actually, particularly in my example, it was kind of an academic exercise. I had the liberty to tweak my target variable definition, but I don't think industry will have or will give that kind of liberty. So I think people who are coming from who are practitioners like Pranav and Vilas or say Mohan can tell you what exactly they can do in situations where actually the number of bad customers is very, very less.
So can we take it to Vilas now?
Good afternoon, friends. So once again, we are meeting on the risk analytics topic, and probably as Sir mentioned, I think we have discussed enough on the theoretical part that how the risk analytics is important, and market risk and other risk, how we should be evaluating those and all. So maybe on the practical ground, I can throw some light which you guys can keep in mind. And as I think sir has explained that what should we do, or Sanat also mentioned that if I have bad customers with me, how can I build a model, accurate model? So this situation is not new. In fact, this is the universal situations you will come across everywhere, because the defaulters or the fraudulent people, the fraudulent transactions will always be lesser than the normal transactions for that matter. And those probably who are fond of photography, not with the point and shoot cameras, but the ones which are familiar with the SLRs probably will agree with me that whenever we capture a picture, what does the digital camera do? Can anybody answer? Pardon me? Yeah, it blurs the background and focuses on the front object. But what if I am taking a panoramic picture? So probably in case of panoramic picture, it tries to capture as much information as possible, but many a times it happens that let's say I'm facing the camera and behind me there is a bright light. Then what happens? My photo comes dark. If I'm capturing without flash, my photo comes dark. What does the camera actually do? It measures the entire landscape, okay, and it averages out the light intensity accordingly. So if the total canvas has majority of the bright colors, then the minority ones which are like kind of not so bright becomes dark because of the averaging out rules. Okay. The same thing happens with the analytical models as well, and we call it as unbalanced data set. So loan defaulters, we will be having maybe only 1 to 5% of the defaulters against 100 normal regular customers. Now everybody tells me that I need to build a model based on my historical data. Now my historical data is that white background and my object of interest is the fraudulent transaction. Then what do? My model will go wrong as my camera goes. Then what? So in such situations, what we need to do is we need to kind of balance out the data sets. Probably there are sophisticated techniques available like synthetically generating the data so that we can generate the fraudulent transactions, okay, and then we can get more accurate results. One I would say interesting thing about building the prediction models in analytics is that you can see the results upfront before showing to the customer. Unless you are satisfied, you don't need to go to the customer and you can keep on refining your model. So that's why many a times that the supervised machine learning comes into picture. What it does is you have a total data set with you, which you from your historical background, you're balancing out with the synthetic data and all that things. And then you divide this data set into two parts. You create a training data set and you create a testing data set. For both the data sets, you know the outcome upfront. Then you build your model on the training data set and see the results. You check the performance measurements, the accuracy and other parameters, and you are happy. Probably you are getting 80% accuracy, 90% accuracy. But now, since the model is built on the given data, it should work equally with the similar efficiency, if not same, on the unknown data, and that's where your testing data set comes into picture. Okay, and then you can run your model on that testing data set, and if you are getting the same kind of efficiency, then yes, I think you yourself are satisfied, so your customer also will be satisfied. So the bottom line here is, understanding this kind of imbalance in the data. At times, anyway, you guys are focused on the banking domain. You have a very thorough knowledge, but having a domain understanding at times is must in order to build the optimum prediction models. After all, models are just the machines, but you have to understand your data, your customers, your behaviors. In our early days when I was learning analytics and statistics, a data set was given to me and the professor had thrown a question that what do you see unusual in this data without giving any background that what kind of data is this. Okay, then we saw that there were the data points given and then there was one data which was having a very low value. Okay, so I was having some kind of the scatter plot experience and then the limits and all that. So I answered that probably this particular data looks like an outlier. What is an outlier? Outlier is something probably maybe a data which is entered incorrectly, or something like, for example, if I want to understand the average person's income in a given data set, average person's income, and by mistake Mukesh Ambani's account number also comes there, then what will happen? You are not going to get the accurate average balance, right? So probably Mukesh Ambani's account balance is a kind of outlier there. So similarly, on that lines I had mentioned, and many students also mentioned that yeah, probably this is the outlier. But then the professor explained that this data set coming from the golf competitions, and this was the score of Tiger Woods. So that was actually not an outlier, but we need to understand from where the data is coming, how it will behave. Is it really an outlier? Because building a prediction model is the final goal, but it goes with understanding the data, massaging the data, handling the data in terms of missing values. So if you know, and especially actually I was working on one assignment wherein I had to access the data sufficiency of as many as more than 50 banks. That includes the foreign national banks, Indian banks, regional rural banks, cooperative banks, and so many. So I could actually see the variation in the data, the accuracy they were capturing. There is a lot of scope in improvement, and you guys will come through these challenges when you actually start working on the data. So while building the prediction is the exciting thing you have to do, but in order to reach that stage, you have to go through so many gates to understand data, massage the data, impute the missing values. So there are analytical models in imputing the missing values. Just imputing by average or mean, mode, median is not the right way to do, but there are sophisticated models which you guys will learn in your journey. And once the data is ready to be fed to the model, and when you execute your first model, then you will see that your accuracy is very, very low. Then once again you have to see what are the problems. Is it my data imbalance problem or something else? So the domain understanding is important, and this is how you will go through, and then finally you can build a perfect model. Again, I had already mentioned you guys my experience about the anti-money laundering red flag indicators and all that. So the due diligence on the given situation is important. Some of the parameters other might be thinking may not be important, but if you see something fishy, something suspicious in the data, you should point it out. You should see if similar patterns are arriving. You should also analyze those patterns. What are the reasons? And let's not even restrict ourselves only up to the banking transactions. Can we?
Can I interject more?
Yeah.
So let's take it ahead a bit more now.
Yeah.
We can have Mohan to now contribute to his experience and learning about growing in this field of risk analytics.
We just spoke a little bit, so I understood what Sanat had a problem, and in fact we worked on that problem a little bit together.
I have that idea. See, in banking, it's sensitive data, right? Theoretically, I can do something which is called as simulated data set, balanced data set. Now, let me ask you one thing. Who here is comfortable understanding unbalanced data set? Or let me put it the other way. Can you quote what is a balanced data set? See, normalize is different. I'll tell you some success factors which you need, as Professor Roy said, what you need to have as success factors in yourself. See, 5 years back, time was different. Today, the time is different. 5 years back, we would succeed because we had less people like us to compete in the market. Today, you have more smart people like you in the market. So obviously, you'll need to have something extra which others don't have. I'll give you that very quickly. First of all, communication, clear articulation, whatever you're saying, whatever you're meaning. That's the most important thing. Be to the point, don't drag. The less you do, the more you can value it. Now, if you haven't understood balanced, unbalanced data set, then the whole story is not understood. Right? So today when you're setting a foot in the field of say risk or credit, whatever you fraud analytics, no matter what you do. Now I'll relate back to Sanat's question. Balancing an unbalanced data set is the correct process academically, but in banking domain there are certain restrictions also because you're changing the shape of the data. But you can do that as a validation model in the backend. Till you don't get substantial data, you cannot say that this is a strong risk model. So for example, Yes Bank started a couple of years back in the credit card domain, retail market. Rather than trying out their own model, first they went to Siddhi, borrowed that model. It cannot work for them because their data is different and the articulated data given by everybody is different. So it doesn't work. But what we have to understand is, today, HDFC Bank, right, because I have some experience working with HDFC Bank, Mr. Ghate heads the analytics team over there right now. So what I have understood, 4 years back and today is different. 4 years back, they were not using maybe any AI model, any ANN model, because the regulatory doesn't approve it. But today they use that as a validation model. That means you do your base logistic regression model, which you can explain well, as Pranav said, that you need to know the Z scores and all those things, because that can be explained logically, right? There is a science behind that. But at the same time, you can validate your model with some competing model which you cannot explain. Say for example, an ANN model, you cannot statistically explain it. It's good, but you cannot explain it. They learn better than your typical logistic regression models, right, which you might have done in your curriculum, secondary school, right? So the next best thing would be to start thinking that technology is going to be an inherent part. You might not do it yourself. There might be an IT developer who will assist you in your team. But if you don't know that lingo, okay, it will make life difficult. Or that technology guy will override you. So I am seeing a trend in the industry. Now I am seeing this not only in banking, I am seeing this in manufacturing also. Wherein they say that if I get an analytics guy from outside to do whatever analytics stuff I want to do, like marketing analytics, risk analytics, right? Customer analytics, for example. They say they don't understand our problem only. That is the main challenge. Because they cannot understand what you guys are slogging for 2 years to understand the domain. How can a guy in IT who has just understood how to write a code using some platform like R, Python, H2O or something like that, understand that problem? So he is not able to relate. So there is a reverse trend today. The trend is so that organizations are preferring the functional domain guys to learn the technology rather than train the technology guys to learn the functionality, because they have failed in doing that. Right? So they might handpick somebody like Pranav, a few odd guys, and then they might have an IT team which helps them in developing that. But as we are going ahead, there is a reverse train. The business guys, the functional guys, with a little bit of articulation, a little bit of additional effort, I'm not saying become a codie, but little bit, right? Use graphical user interface. There are a lot of tools today. If you want to do a Python algorithm, you don't need to know Python right now. You have tools, right? These are open source also, you can learn them, right? And you can create models. All the steps are already there, right? So this is the next thing which you should be trying. In fact, one of our client RBS, I'll tell you, I got a call from my client, business guy over there at RBS, saying that what I understood from the guy who is working with you, that you're going on Saturday to NIBM, try to catch hold of a person who can help us get the guys over there. You know why they are saying so? Because they want these guys to be trained a little bit on analytics to solve their problems. So they are challenged. Today they have a team who is functional, 4 years experience. They have to get them retrained. So the target as we go ahead is to create people who have functional knowledge and can understand technology. So try to add technology more to your profile. Functionality is already there. Rest, you have been given tips by Pranav, which you need to add. Read as much as possible. Because you know what? The most important thing is an interview. If you have sold yourself as a person, hope that you can learn later on. Right? But if he's asking you simple questions, and if you don't give that answer, then he's not shortlisting you. It goes to somebody next to you. Right? So with that, I would summarize and close this, and we could be open for questions. Thank you.
As we have Aisha with us. Aisha has done some work in, I think, SAS Institute during the summer. And maybe Aisha can start up the questions, and I would want as many students as possible to fire questions from your side. So let's see what kind of curiosity we can sense. Aisha.
She's going to question then.
She's going to question you.
So, I know a little bit of SAS. I've done base SAS. I have done enterprise email also. But you know what? I'm an open source guy. I'm an open source guy, but I'll try to answer wherever possible. Little bit. It's a paid tool, huh? It's difficult.
Most of you spoke about data, and yes, data is very important in risk analytics, as in that's one of the most important inputs considered for analyzing any problem. And data is what is used to come up with some solution, the right solution, and not just based on intuition, right? So it's all quantitative. So the problem here is collecting the right amount of right data. And since we see this big data, this, that, data is everywhere. You can find data in Twitter or Facebook or many social networking websites. But this problem is that this data is unstructured. But banks need a lot of structured data such that they can come up with the models that Mr. Pavan spoke about. So, can risk analytics be used in this front in, maybe MIS or maybe even cross-selling or in developing scorecard models and credit risk modeling?
Yeah, I'll answer that question. First of all, she spoke about data, so I'll give you a very interesting example which I have seen in my real life. So there are a set of entrepreneurs. There's a company called Quotient. I'm giving an advisory to them right now. These are guys who have worked in machine learning for 8 years, have good experience of 12 to 15 years, and they are working in the fintech domain, trying to create a white box AI model on fraud analytics, because they say, well, you know what, fraud typically in banking industry is rule based, right? So you have some 88 sets and maybe it is going on enhancing, but anything new happens is not recorded. So these guys came to me, I say, okay, show me the POC, then I'll put you across investors and we'll take this up and all those things. They said, the product is ready. I said, okay, fine, show me a demo. They said, sir, abhi tak koi bank ne humko data nahi diya hai, to model run nahi hua. Then I said, where is the data? Sir, it's here, this When is the product? It's yourself. Blueprint is ready. Right? I said like this, every Indian has a dream in his brain. It doesn't work that way. You very well said that data is available everywhere, Twitter, this and that and all those things, but the relevant data is not available. So if I have to work on, say, risk, I need these guys to donate me some data, and I'm very sure that these guys will never give that.
So I'll disagree with you. At the same time, it's good to have different models. Though you have an in-house team, it's good to have perspective from other different sources as well. We share the data, no problem, but then yes, the customer details are masked and all that stuff. But yes, what we share, the data that we share is something on which we are not able to model anything, right? So at the end of the day, we make our problem your problem.
But give the data.
Yeah. So literally, we had to. You have basic products which are like customer loans or any other loan, which is fine. But then the most tricky part is the credit cards. So the most tricky is because you have the unutilized limit which anyone can use. People have 3-4 credit cards from 4 different banks, and there are a lot of operational challenges as well. So if you miss one payment, you are marked something in civil, and then your score goes down. But then it doesn't mean that you can't get a new credit card. So all those things make that data challenging, and to predict any kind of behavior on that is slightly difficult. Why? Because if anyone has a Citibank credit card, you will get a huge limit on that. So you have unutilized limit which actually skews your data. So I mean, this was one of the things. So as mentioned, all the averages will be skewed, everything will be skewed. So these are some of the challenges in credit card, which we then give it to Mohan sir.
Yeah, just to add on that, probably I can challenge Mohan right now that he has built a model, and I give him a data, and I ask him the same accuracy which he had achieved, maybe through whatever means. Probably he may not get that kind of accuracy because he had built that model on the data which he was having. And maybe I am coming from a regional rural bank, that kind of data I am not having, so he may not be able to produce the same accuracy, right? So even if he has the model ready, but he will have to remodel it once again on the given data. So that's what is very.
Okay, so basically it's like, see, it's a learning process. Right? A model is a learning process. It's learning based on data which is fed to it. The best way to know how models learn is, now you guys are not married, obviously, a couple of us are. So for these I can say, maybe we can watch out. We have seen our kids growing, right? So I have a 6-year-old daughter. Right? We did that planning late. So I'm not that young, I'm serious. Okay. Because you want to be successful, so you keep on pushing that, and then you realize इसको वो time लगेगा success को. चलो अभी ये तो कर लेते हैं. So what happens in kid is asking you, okay, what is that animal? So it doesn't know. So when a kid is learning now, it's basically, you see, the human body, the brain is an amazing machine, right? It has so many sensors, it's collecting so much of data points, it's reading the data, it's hearing a sound to the ears, wherein there are very minute hair fibers which translate that into a form of energy which is then related to the cortex, and from there it is converted into bits and bytes of zeros and ones, right? And the whole thing is then synergized somewhere and kept over there. So when you are showing number 1 first time to the kid, he's just seeing an image. He doesn't know it's a number or an alphabet or anything like that, right? Similarly, when it starts reading, say, or seeing some image of a cat, right, it just extracts automatically the features. So as you were saying, feature extraction, right? It extracts that it has something which goes like this, 2 years and all those things, and it relates. So obviously, this concept, as if it's a theoretical session, I would say this is called as not generalized learning but biased learning, right? So that's okay. So when a yes bank starts with modeling for the first time, it won't have the data which is relevant to its customer, because HDFC Bank, say for example, doesn't want high risk customers, right? Yes Bank is ready to go with a little bit more risky customers, right? And if you go to further an NBFC, it is ready to pick up a high risk customer. That's why they charge 22%, right? Yes Bank might charge 18%, and an HDFC standard might float between 10 to 14. So it depends upon the business objectives, and as we are recurrently saying, try to understand the business purpose. No customer is bad. Even a risky customer is good for somebody else, right? Only thing is that we calibrate models differently so that we can say that he is a justifiable customer to us and he is not a justifiable customer to us. That's how it has to go. And about the challenge which he ballparked on me, this applies to any great data scientist in the world, because this is about data. You and I cannot do anything to this.
Can we now take more questions from students here?
Yeah, that guy. You have a lot of questions. I can see that.
Sorry, can you please take the mic?
Just hold on, please take the mic.
See, I told you first thing, articulate and communicate. If your sound doesn't go here, it's not getting anywhere.
It's not working.
Am I audible?
Yeah, fine, go on. No problem.
So, sir, there are many firms in corporate credit risk assessment. Just like I would like to name one, Siddhi Cables. So, MD resigned on 31st of March, and suddenly share fell from 202 to levels of 10, 12. The thing is that on balance sheet purpose, means on quantitative side, firms look very good. If you try to map in any model, logic or anything, that will say that firm is working very fine. But there are qualitative factors that are going internals which are not getting captured by model. So how to incorporate those factors? And sorry to interrupt. And if I am able to incorporate those factors, I want to train my model using the convolution neural networks or some deep dense neural networks. And if I am trying so, what will be the efficiency for those qualitative factors in those models?
CNN is working.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, I mean, this is something very, very difficult to model. At least in my experience and what we have seen, like we have Camel's model that is in banking industry that is followed. There is a model from Civil as well which other banks use, which give a score for, which need you to give a score for on qualitative measures. So these things are there, but then I mean, this is something which unless the CEO or MD definitely says that yes, this is not with my company or something like Satyam case or something, or what win some diamonds or something like that, you can, I'm sorry, I'm not sure whether I'm the correct person, but you can't model this thing. Because there have been so many cases where there can be so many tricks. This is something non-modelable. Whatever models that work, again, so this question falls under the purview of that we have too less a data point, right? So you have many data points on your retail portfolio, you have lakhs of customers, crores of customers, but 10% of those customers, when default, will be equal to one default of wholesale customer, right? Which you can't model. So this is something, this is something actually a cost benefit analysis that management needs to take care of. So cost benefit as in how much, if really you want to do this, which is the need of the hour, you should put in time and effort, but I am not sure how to model all this. Winsome case was like anything, right? Winsome was a huge, India's number 2, number 1 manipulated, and this happened.
Okay, so now two things. One, I'm looking this from a stock market perspective because you mentioned the stock price, right? You didn't mention stock price?
Yes. I mentioned stock price, but I am targeting the default of my firm. Whether firm is going to default, that will be the classification model in the convolution neural networks.
See, you're mixing too many things and you're complicating things. The idea of analytics is to simplify things. See, a human being is a complex analytical algorithm in itself who has a creative side also, which can handle multiple problems at the same time. While you're present over here, you might be thinking of this late evening movie which you have to see with your girlfriend and how do you time that? Or you might also be thinking of you timing with 2 girls. This an analytical model cannot manage first. Okay. So I'll try to just come to one part that I understood that stock market price. So as he said, you need to pick up your battles, right? So if I'm going from here to say a location in Pune and I'm using 2-3 commute models when public transport is also there. Now, if I don't want anybody to keep his shoulder or head on my, head on my shoulder while he's traveling, the train know that in Western, when we travel on the train, what happens is that किसी और का कुछ अपने ऊपर गिरा होता है, ठीक है? Okay, that's why they have a very strong deodorant with this spray. ठीक है? Now, so that's why you don't mix things. Okay, you have to analyze. If I have to invest so much of time, so much of data, so much of effort on creating this model, does it serve the purpose in that time? Because you need some time to create model, as he was describing. It's not a one-day exercise, right? So for example, when HDFC Bank and all these guys are doing the model building the first time, the calibration itself might take 1 year. And then again they keep on tuning these models. Tuning also happens on different things. So for example,
then 1 year it's true. Literally.
So tuning also has to happen on different parameters. Say if your data is less, so you can prefer to even have an epoch model where the whole data can be refed to the whole learning model. The columns also differ. So also differing on the column, you might selectively select some columns and drop some columns. These are called R&Ds. It takes a lot of time. You have to document everything so that you can track back. Now, in this case, I would say technical analysis is different and fundamental analysis is different. So when you're evaluating a stock price and assessing the risk associated with that, fundamentally the company is very good. But technically on the stock market, what happens is it's a crowd mentality, right? So if one person starts selling, it starts dropping. Now, if you want to make quick money, you have to follow technical analysis. If you are there for the long run, you have to follow fundamental. Now coming to CNN, you have used the wrong word over here. CNN models are typically used in those places wherein if you change the structure of your data, say the column first becomes column 10, the data shape changes. Now in bank data that doesn't happen. Say if salary is kept as the first column and then you move that to the last column, does it change anything? It doesn't change anything. So it could be a good candidate for an ANN model, that is artificial neural network model, but CNN models are typically used for image processing. So if you have some image processing problems, taking data from maybe some social media and putting that over here and then assessing the risk associated with that, then that would be a good option. Otherwise, don't get complicated. Keep it simple, better. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to add a little bit here because out of my own experience in developing the model, as I already said, I had the academic liberty. So what I observed is that yes, in fact the segment that I am talking about, the micro and small business segment, it's actually sometimes becomes very difficult to get the quantitative data. And that's why, that is another reason why banks are not very, it becomes difficult for to develop such kind of models. Like I said, the segment that I was working with, that three-wheeler owner drivers. Sometimes what happens that these people come to say kind of metro cities or capital cities in states as migrants. they may not be having even the sufficient KYC details sometimes. How do you give loans to them? They may not be having even their any financials or any income as such. But as we all know, from RBI to central government, we all encourage people to get loans considered for Mudra finance and all. So what I have observed is that qualitative things actually matter most sometimes than quantitative things. For example, what I got one qualitative variable attribute which had got a maximum say in my predictive model, and that was the education level of the customer. What I observed is that people who are having up to 10 standard of education, they are better borrowers. People who are having, normally in banking what we see is that the more the qualification, the less is risk. But in some segments, that is not the case. And I observed this by observing my borrowers in this particular segment. And as these people go beyond, say, graduation, what happens that they default at a rate more than people who are just below matriculation or just matriculation. So that kind of interesting observations can come if models can be built on these. So especially for this particularly micro and small segment, this is, I think, is the need of the hour, and I feel that in future we will be having more models which are more industry specific. Academically we can start, but to make it industry ready is altogether a different task. Further questions?
So basically we are talking here about data. So in credit risk, we are making a model, a logic model, in that we consist of both variables, like qualitative and quantitative. But we are using our data which is historical. So while developing a model, we incorporate some macro factors to predict future. But sir, it will be predicting future efficiently. There will be no chance of typo error. So rejecting our good borrower as predicting them back.
And both the errors, type 1, type 2, are already there in a model. The base premise is that if you are a modeler, you need to reduce those errors. So the answer that we are talking about reduces both those errors. So at the end of the day, yes, you need to have the best answer given whatever the data is. And yes, type 1, type 2 errors, they will still remain even though you have the best. No.
Sir, as for India, it is changing. Right. Behavior of forwards will also be perfect. It will not be as that was in the past. How we incorporate that into our model.
Right. So basically, what happens is, I'll tell you how the whole cycle is, and then probably it will answer many of your questions. So what we used to do is, you make a model. You assign, say, ax plus by plus z, right? Plus is equal to what, right? And then you decile that whole set. So decile means you make 10 equal parts of that whole set. Okay? Arrange that set in descending order of bad rates. So you have the highest decile with highest bad rate, or whatever, maybe ascending or descending, whatever suits you best, right? So for that population and probably for next 1 year population, you have top 2 deciles which are the worst performers. Okay? Now, someday or something happens, maybe just to there are pressures on the front end sources that yes, please give loans and whatnot, and probably people now know there are some cases where people, they just put in some data, they try to find out, okay, if it is coming approved or not approved. So they try to track your model, right? So somehow they track your model, and then they say, okay, I think that one of the variable in your model is say if you have a savings account with us for 3 months or 6 months, okay? And if it is for 6 months, please, so if you want a loan, I'll tell you, okay, I know that how much you will get a loan, please keep your account with 1 lakh rupees for 6 months, then I will give you a loan and do whatever you want to do after that 6 months, you will take out that 1 lakh rupees and go away, whatever, right? So then your deciles, those two deciles, your bad rates will start dropping in them, they will start trickling down in the next deciles. That's where you understand something is going wrong. You take the new data, again make a model, again decide it, and again put new guidelines. So that's how you need to dynamically change your cutoffs for giving a loan or not giving a loan. Right? So this is how it is maintained. It's not that once you have made a model, it will be forever. No, never. It needs to be revisited probably every month. I used to visit my models every month. There is a whole lot of team, only the work is not to make models, just to check models accuracy on the ongoing source. As and when you start seeing your bad rates coming down, trickling down to your good deciles, you change that. So this is how the industry is, it is practiced in industry. I hope it clears some of your doubts.
The next question, please. After this, we'll take one more question.
Sir, I have a question. In bank only, you have got two segments of officers. One who are data experts and all these risk analysis experts, and one who are actually involved into day-to-day banking. They are not entirely experts and specialists. So in all the banks, do you have some framework or some structure of where you take in this input from these people and then base, because a lot of how what you are modeling and on what parameters you are modeling is based on how they behave, the customers behave, and how these people have understood. So is there any framework, or what experts make is different and what people, the ones who are implying it, is different?
No, it's never that different, and it cannot work in that way, right? So
how is it that are not you? These are the people who give you these views, and you have to quantify and all these things. They understand technology, and you haven't seen the much of how customers behave with general day-to-day banking. So how do you just co-integrate these two things?
Right. So first of all, from an industry point of view, this analytics division does not operate in isolation. It's never the case, and is nowhere the case. Whenever we decide one model, we say, okay, this is the cutoff. These many customers you will not be able to source. It directly affects product teams and you can say marketing analytics team, because they will not be able to market anything to those customers. So whenever a model is made, it is the consensus of heads is taken for each vertical. That you need to coincide, like yes, coincide with our thoughts. If they do not coincide, we need to be the decile numbers that I told you, right? So the cutoffs. So if say suppose you take auto loans as category, right? And within auto loans you have different segments like Indica is one segment, and the Mercedes is another segment. So if I go to the product team saying, okay, I have made a model which is on car loans, please approve. They will not approve. They will say, you give me two models, one for Indica, one for Mercedes. It's not good. So always this analytics team is there to help business grow in a profitable business. It's not there to stop the business growth. So every time when these things are put in place, before they finally are transferred to the bank systems, the consensus of all the team leads are taken. It's not a one thing. Never a
Good evening. I have a simple question. Now these analytical tools will be able to generate a large number of scenarios. But having not seen a single analytical tool myself, I am curious to know whether they also help you rank these scenarios as, say, most plausible, least plausible?
If you would have asked this question to me 5 years back, I would have said no. But today, with the advent of technology and software developers putting in a lot of effort, there are cases wherein you are not using just one technique to say, even if it is risk, you are not just using one technique, you might be using 10 different algorithms to do it. At the same time, you are saying that I have a team of 11 players in my cricket team. Assuming Sachin Tendulkar is still playing, is the star player, there is a Dhoni, there is a Virat Kohli. Not all of them will fire every time. So what we do is we typically prefer today to work. Now this doesn't happen in the banking domain so much because of regulatory norms, but otherwise in marketing analytics, lead generation and all those things, we typically have a system which auto-generates these models, ranks it and tells you that this is having the highest accuracy, and based on that, at that point in time, that could be used if you want to condition it that way. The second option could be wherein you could say that we can have weightages on each of them and all of them contribute. The weightage will be high for the best estimating model, and with time, if this best model becomes a little laggard and someone else takes its place, its weightage will go on auto incremental mode, and that is where we are talking about auto machine learning models. Right? So there is a possibility today with the advent of technology. Yes.
So I think we have had many questions, and I'm quite amazed that within a short span of time, the range of relevant features of risk modeling that we have discussed. We started with Pranav talking about the challenges that we have faced and the kind of situation that is currently so dynamic. I mean, model building, thinking of scorecards for so many scorecards for a customer, and then looking at the market risk in an absolutely moving kind of an situation. Then one interesting thing which Sanat came up with, that we are somewhere, we must understand that we are building a model wherein with a small number of default, we are trying to project it to a big population. And then thereafter, Vilas also talked of different ways how issues of missing data, quality data, and all those things came. I'm very happy that Mohan has talked a lot about the behavioral aspect of modeling. So as we enter into risk models, what are the things that we, how do we prepare ourselves? In what way do we approach this particular thing? For me, it was mind-boggling, matter of fact. It was mind-boggling. In this such a situation, typically what I would like to do is I go and watch a movie. And this time my favorite movie will be Bawarchi. So there is a statement they say that it is so easy to make things difficult, and it is so difficult to make things easy. That is one thing that I pick up from all the panelists. Mohan has very deftly tried to explain it to us. I thank all the panelists over here for being so articulate and so patient in taking the question to explain to us. I give it back to Aisha.
Call upon stage our respected Dean, Dr. M Manickaraj, for the validation.
I'm the real odd man out, and a person who is irrelevant for this kind of event. But still, as I was involved with this event right from the India, that we can have a colloquium of this kind, and also depending on the theme of the colloquium that they should be on analytics, I think the organizers thought that I should show my face. And so they decided that I should be sitting on the stage in the inaugural session, but I should not open my mouth. But now also they said that we got to come for the closing session also. But I said that by showing my face is also good, so I will speak some. So I am standing here. I found that the entire event was well organized and we could get a lot of things from this event. And I could say that there are many takeaways from this particular event. So those few takeaways that came to my mind, I would like to just mention and I will walk away from this stage. When I looked at the speakers who have come here
throughout this day and delivered lectures and participated in the panel discussions. One thing that I could observe among them, which is quite common, is their commitment. Right from Dr. Uberoi, the panelists who are sitting here and other panelists who have spoken and went, I could see that they are highly committed. For instance, I got to cite an example, Dr. Uberoi. Right from when I contacted him to come here and inaugurate the event, he was very particular about each and every small thing. He would say that, Manickaraj, I want to be very clear that, very particular that I want to be there on time. And so you have to ensure that the taxi is booked, the taxi driver details are shared with me, and the traffic in the Mumbai highways also is shared with me, like that. Each and every small thing he was getting updated from me. And he made it a point that he will reach this year on time. And that kind of commitment that could be founded from every one of the speakers, including, say, for example, Mr. Mohan Rai. He said that I want to be here through the program right from the inaugural session. And so he said that even though my session is at 12 o'clock, I will start early in the morning. But unfortunately, he got stuck in the traffic in Mumbai city and also the highway because of the weather and other reasons. And despite their other many commitments, they made it a point that they will be here and they will do their best. So even though their presence here may be half an hour, 1 hour, but they have spent a whole day for traveling, etc. So that shows their commitment that we have to take it as a very good learning from these people. Another is related to the discipline. So they are all well disciplined and listen that commitment and also delivering the best to the audience. And another thing that I observed was that right from Dr. Uberoi's inaugural session, I found that, such a great experience. Though he is not really working in the field of analytics, he has put in a lot of efforts to connect himself with analytics and make it relevant for the audience here. I felt, wow. And when I started listening to Mr. Shivaram also, I got, okay, he is also great. And I found every speaker who came here was so interesting and so knowledgeable and so articulate in delivering the experiences and knowledge. So that I found that it should be because of their passion to their field of interest. So unless they have the passion, we cannot see such a kind of commitment, extemper or articulation or responding to any question at any moment. So that I found that it's because of the passion to their field of interest, the commitment that they have in their field of interest, we are able to get the best out of everyone. Of course, the team itself, analytics, which is a very hot and most sought after field these days. And I am sure that thanks to the deliberations that we had with this learned and experienced experts in the field, we are able to get a beginning in the field. I am sure we are able to get a beginning, right? So I believe that quite a few of you definitely will try to make a career in the field of analytics, thanks to the input that we got from these people in this one-day event. Another thing that I found was the organization of this event. We decided that this event will be for the students and by the students. Believe me, everything was done by the students only, so it's my duty to appreciate the efforts of the PGDM and also all the other students who are involved in this particular thing. I would like to put I wanted to thank him specifically. Okay. That's all I wanted to tell, and I think it was a great day. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This event wouldn't have been successful without the cooperation and support of many. So I would now call upon Ms. Geetika for a vote of thanks, thanking everyone associated with today.
Good evening everyone. On behalf of the Fest Committee, I would like to thank our sponsors, Union Bank of India, for extending their financial support to us to make this event a remarkable one. I also extend my deepest gratitude to all the esteemed dignitaries, our chief guest Dr. Rajeev Uberoi, Mr. Shivaram K R, Mr. Pavan Shidhaye, Mr. Mohan Rai, Mr. Vilas Wakale, Mr. Pranav Varshney, and Mr. Sanat Kar for sparing their valuable time and endowing the young professionals present here with their words of wisdom and experience. I would also like to thank Dr. K L Dhingra, Dr. Manickaraj, all the faculty members present, Mr. Dhingra, Mr. Sunil Salvi, and the administration staff for their support and guidance for the event. I am also grateful to all the students from various institutes who have accepted our invitation to be part of this elite event. I also thank Malappa Kaka and his team for helping us throughout the preparation for the event. I would also like to thank our caterers, Tirupati Caterers, for providing their services for the event. I would also like to thank all the students present here for their patient listening and cooperation during the event. Lastly, I thank Media Committee, Placement Committee, Literary Committee, and all the other people who have supported us to make this event a great success. Thank you. I request all the students from various institutes who are part of our NIBM Colloquium to collect their certificates from the registration desk. And I request all the dignitaries and students to proceed to cafeteria for tea and snacks. Thank you.